What's up, Cheryl? My dog's telling. My dogs are there telling something. Telling what? It's probably deer walking around out there. So she's letting them know what's going on. Yeah. It's probably deer. I saw I saw 4 young bucks walking around during the daytime too. Just today, actually, and they were by them. They were by themselves. What's up, Snoop?
Hi there, Wing. Happy pre-Thanksgiving.
Same to you.
Who's doing all the barking?
That's a big girl and little girl. A little bit will get involved into it too. I think there's a deer walking around. Probably
Do you see deer in the daytime a lot?
no. Most of the time they've gone nocturnal, but
Hmm,
I did see 4 young bucks walking around today, actually during the day,
cool,
and I
cool.
haven't seen that in a while.
Well, that's nice. How is Little Bit in her pregnancy doing?
Oh, she's doing, I guess, all right. I mean, they don't seem like they're lacking in food. They're fat enough.
Of course they're
Um,
not lacking. You feed them great.
no, I'm talking about the puppies themselves.
Oh, she had the puppies?
Yeah, yeah. She had 6 pups.
I don't. You haven't shown that. You usually show when your dogs have had puppies.
No, she didn't. She did all that stuff underneath the house. So I didn't feel like crawling around underneath the house.
How long ago was
Um,
that?
the fifth.
The 5th of this month?
Yep.
Maybe you have shown them and I just don't remember. I thought they were big girls. That might have been it.
No, no,
Or
no.
maybe not.
A
I'm
little bit.
confused with.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
little bits litter. She had 6 in her litter.
Hmm.
And they're doing all right, but they finally, probably about a week, a little over a week ago, they got their eyes open, and so
Which one are you going to keep?
I'm not going to keep any.
You're right.
I'm not seriously. I'm going to find homes for all of them.
Hmm. How do you find homes for them?
Let's see here. Last time I was at a gas station parking lot. The time before that, I was out there toward close to Dollar General. A couple of different places like that. I'll just sit. I'll have a lot of times I'll probably take 2 at a time or something like that. Maybe 3 at a time. And And lately I've been doing. I was like, for the past couple of litters, I take all the females first, get rid of them first, and make sure I know I have them gone, and
Oh,
then
whoa,
and
that's
then
very sexist. Why is that?
because I don't want to be stuck with any females. I've got enough of them. I got
My God. Somebody coming in
seriously.
and knowing that we're not talking about dogs, or they think this is very
Yeah, I know.
strange.
But I'm just saying,
I'm
it's
sick
just
of females.
well, I mean, because I mean, I got two of them right now that are horny little bitches, and so they don't listen to me. They don't fucking abide by the rules.
Oh, let me ask you something. Do male dogs abide by rules better?
I don't have to worry about getting that. They don't get pregnant.
Well, this is, I'll just say as far as personalities with cats, I always liked male cats better. Of course, I'd get them fixed, but they always were sweeter and nicer. A couple of the female ones were really bitchy even when they got fixed.
Yeah,
It's like they got super mad at me because they got fixed.
right. Well, see, that's one thing that that can happen. Their personality will change after that. I mean, there is that possibility. And I don't know, man. Some people say, "Oh, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal." Blah blah blah. But there is that chance because I've heard stories of people saying that they've had them fixed, and their whole personality just was like it was like a whole new personality for some reason. And,
This is very true about my last cat, Snookums, but I thought getting him fixed, I'm not too loud, am I?
no, you're
Okay.
fine.
I thought that getting him fixed made them nicer and calmer, you know. But with Snookums, she was semi-feral. She was born in a barn. And I loved that part of her, but I got her when she was 5 weeks old from the Cat Adoption Society. And it was like I just everywhere I went, I carried her in a little box with a little blanket and a little stuffed animal, so she'd never be lonely. If I played video games on the couch, she was in the box next to me on the couch. She was always with me. And then she got older and I got her fixed and she just got dang mean and mad at me. She
What's
was
up,
not a
Joe?
lap cat.
Good to see you out there, sir. I'm telling you. I
What?
just noticed you and Joe was in the chat. Survival living.
Oh, hi, Joe. Hi, Cheryl.
He lives probably about 40 minutes away from me, man,
Oh,
which is kind of cool.
what?
Another
Well,
Florida boy.
come up on the panel. I'm sure
Yeah,
that
I mean,
Wingnuts
whatever.
already.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, the link is pinned. For instance, Joe, if you wanted to come up or whatever, you can talk about whatever. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Um, I mean, my favorite subjects are the taboo ones, politics and religion, and we can talk about that, or we can talk about whatever else. You know what I'm saying?
I don't mind the
And,
taboo subjects, but I'll just say survival that at this point, Wingnut's probably tired of me and I've only been up here 5 minutes.
survival, is that what you want? The topic you want to talk about, Snooks, is survival?
No, I was calling him Survival Living. That's his name
Oh,
here.
oh.
Hell no, I don't want to talk survival. You're the
Well, okay,
survivalist, not me.
okay, well, okay. Let me ask you, what kind of a topic would you want to talk about right now? I mean, is there anything on the that interests you? Like even anything from like metaphysical, spiritual, fucking rabbit hole, fucking whatever else. You know what I
Those are
mean?
all the dark sides of you that you talk about.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm
So
okay.
what do you want, like
Uh, uh,
butterflies and unicorns and bubble
no, I
wrap?
don't want to talk butterflies and you. God, you're such a. Okay, never mind. I swore I would not call you names tonight.
Is
Um,
that you did that really? I didn't see
yes,
your fingers to see if your fingers were crossed or not.
no, no. I made a promise to God that I would not call you names tonight. Actually, something I talk, I send recent news stories to this guy that I mod for on 5 different lives platforms, and so I find all the news in the morning off of YouTube, which of course you would hate. So there was two National Guardsmen shot in D.C. close to the White House
Yeah,
by
I
an
was watching
Af.
some of the live footage of them bunch of cops just standing around for like an hour and a half.
Well, there was a lot of conflicting stories whether the guardsman had died or not, and we still don't know, but it was an Afghan national. Now, does they say Afghan national? Does that mean they're an illegal or just don't know?
Uh, well, Afghan, that just means that their their nationality is Afghan or
Yeah.
Afghani. So they're not American. If that's the
Yeah.
case, they're just. I mean, I don't know if they're illegal or like there could be a way on student visa, blah 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 blah, whatever, where they can be legally here, or I
Mhm.
don't know if it's illegal. That's another thing too. I don't know what they're really gonna um release to the public, especially on the mainstream news. Man, I don't trust any of that shit, dude.
No, I
Um,
understand that. I just wonder when they put national, like if somebody's Muslim, they'll say, well, he's Muslim. They don't say it's a Muslim national.
well, because that's not a national. I mean, being Muslim is not a nationality.
No, I know. I just didn't
Oh,
understand the national part. Why they could, there's no name for Afghanistan, or
yeah,
I don't know.
Afghanistan. That's a country.
They're in
Or yeah,
Afghanistan. Well, I know it's a country. Just
okay.
wondering about putting the national behind it.
Well, I mean, that would be a nationality.
Yeah.
It's like Afghani is a nationality because like American is a nationality.
So if it's from Pakistan, they'd say a Pakistan national,
A
not a
Pakistani,
Pakistani.
yeah, Pakistani like national
Yeah. Well, see, that's where I get confused on some things.
if they're
What
from
would
there.
this is your conversation live. What would you like to converse about?
I have no idea, honestly. I don't know. I was talking to Joe Cool and New Guru last night on all kinds of different things, mostly about like it was getting into like the volunteerism versus statism and shit
Hmm.
like that. I mean, it went on for a while, and
Is that the moon?
what's that?
That white orb in the sky?
Yeah, actually, it is. Yeah,
Cool. All right. Sorry. Go ahead.
hold on, let me do something to that now. I think about it.
It's not a full moon, right?
No,
Okay. All right. Before we get into serious talking, you going to be with family for Thanksgiving, piling your plate up?
no.
No? God, you always show how piled your plate is and all the food. Wait a minute. Now the
What's
moon's
up,
lower.
Joe?
Microphone check, 1, 2. What is this?
It's 5 by 5, Joe.
It's
Cool.
Joe
Busy
Cool.
with the roughneck business. Hey, how are you? What's that?
Hey,
Like
Joe. How you doing? This is Snooks.
Snooks.
We've been up here
Nice.
before.
Snooks. Yes, we have. And all I remember was I was impressed by something you said. I don't remember what it was, but you said something.
It must have been something. One thing, the one impressive thing I ever said in my
You
life, and you
forget.
don't remember it. Well, maybe I'll impress you again. You never know.
For sure. For
That's
sure.
hysterical.
That's all to be important to me, man.
That's so funny.
Squirrel get a nut every once in a while.
Yeah. Even if he loses it and forget it, right?
I didn't hear what you said, but it didn't sound right, Wingnut.
I hear you. I
Was
hear,
that
well,
dirty?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
no.
Squirrel
Of course
gets a
not.
nut
I would
every
never say
once in a
anything.
while,
Would never say
even if he
anything.
loses.
So you're just eating by yourself tomorrow?
I would. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not doing anything tomorrow. I'm not doing
Okay.
anything.
Well,
Maybe.
Um,
that's
um, you haven't hit up a friend? I know. I used to hit up like 6 different family. Everybody's gonna get a visit from me on Thanksgiving.
you're gonna spread your joy all over, aren't you?
Right. I used to hit everybody. Yeah, yeah. Line up about 3 people. Well,
I'm gonna go here, and then I'm gonna go there, and then I'm gonna
yes,
go here.
it was the greatest day ever. And I'm in the city, so all the houses are in walking distance. I would hit everybody, bro.
That's funny.
Uh,
No, I eat alone. I'll eat here at the desk.
What's up,
So if
Joe?
oh,
I
that's so
okay.
sad. How close are you
Yeah.
guys
No, it's
together?
not
Because
sad. It's
you
not
need to go
sad.
over Anarchy Crib so y'all can have a meal together.
I'm not gonna drive 3 hours up there. He can drive three
That's
hours
not
here.
that.
I'm not driving 3 hours. If he wants turkey dinner, he could drive here.
If I
Very
got to
good.
drive
She
three
cooking the
hours up here,
dinner.
you better be making dinner.
Good
Well, I wouldn't be
point.
making turkey. I'd be making a chicken. I'm not that fond of turkey. So you are Joe.
That's
My
yes,
name is
survival living right down.
No,
Yeah,
wait a
Joe
minute.
Cool and survival
Survival.
living, or
oh
you know,
Is is
Joe.
his name Joe to also?
Survival. Your
Hey, what's
name's
up,
Joe
guys? Yeah.
as well.
Huh?
Yep.
Oh,
Okay.
we
All right.
have
I'll be
Joe
Joe
1 and Joe
Cool.
2.
No,
I'm
no,
Snooks.
Joe Cool. If you're gonna
Joe
do all
Cool.
that, Joe Cool and Joe.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna call you Survival because I thought it was cool when I just read your name.
Yeah,
And I also had questions immediately. What was it? Survival something? I don't want to zoom back in. Survival living.
yeah, survival living.
So immediately a bunch of stuff pops in my head when I hear that. And a lot anarchy we was in on a conversation yesterday and we talked a lot about something along these lines. I got a few questions if you'll indulge me. Uh,
Absolutely.
why? What is the purpose? Why survival living as opposed to that 9 to 5 grind?
Well, actually, I started off as Central Florida prepper when I first started my YouTube channel. And when I left Central Florida, I went to Northwest Florida. I had to change the name because I was no longer in the location. I teach bushcraft, outdoor survival, former military. So I went to survival
Excuse me,
living.
let me interrupt you, man. Oh
Can you
God, I
turn your
hate to.
volume up?
Yeah, I was gonna get closer to the mic. Is probably what it is. A lot closer to the mic. I didn't want to.
Well, I
Thank
have
you
my
for.
phone way over
Ah,
there.
that's better
So
already. That's
That's a little
much
bit
better
better.
already.
What
yeah,
is
let
bushcraft?
me move. Bushcraft is minimum skill survival. You
That's
take a
me.
knife. Yeah, you take a knife, go to the woods with your skill level after training, and that's all you need if actually necessary.
All
So
right,
that's
never mind.
basically
That's not
bushcraft.
me.
Well,
Why?
that's extreme. That's extreme bushcraft. Let's put it that
Extreme.
way.
That okay, when you say
Yeah,
minimal, I
extreme.
think, yeah, I can do minimal surviving, but extreme,
Oh,
no.
I got you. I'm gonna try to move my cell phone here so I still have the volume up. How's that?
Mm,
That's
that
not how
sounds
it
Still good?
works.
yeah.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
all
can
right.
bring the food and cook it. That's about it.
Well, years ago, I was a former train rider. I was out on the lam for a bad decision, and yeah, I used my survival training. And later on, when I created a YouTube channel, I started teaching other people. Actually, how to survive with near nothing in bushcraft.
I
So,
think
go ahead.
I made a couple of assumptions there. Survival living. You still live normal, and you just do the survival thing from time to time, or do you are you into the off grid or a whole different lifestyle?
I teach off-grid living. I actually done that many times before. Also, as a YouTuber, I actually lived out of a 6x12 cargo trailer for 3 years. At the same time, making solar generators. Sorry, using solar generators, solar panels, showing how people at a farm grow their own
Right.
crops, trap fish,
Very
the whole
good.
9 yards. But when I was in a custody hearing, I had to move into the cities. I actually do teach my own outdoor survival training courses. I've been to multiples. Actually, one of the bigger ones, Dave Canterbury's Self-Reliance Outfitters out in Jackson, Ohio. Got patched up there. Just walked up and took their classes and aced it. But I spent my whole life doing it. And survival living is where I changed the name because every day we survive.
Hmm.
Hmm. That was a good question, Joe Cool.
Well, I mean, what, I was sitting there thinking about when we were talking, when me and you talked with Joe, with Sam Joaquin and New Guru and stuff like that, and we were just sitting there, like, on basically this, I guess the difference between, or was it voluntarism and statism
Yep.
on that level, and
That that's what I'm thinking. Wait, not. I'm trying to hear where does he fall in that category? Just because he had survival limit living, I assumed he was really toward the volunteerism thing, but less so now. It seems like it could be status as anyone. I haven't figured it out yet. We're talking about you, survival living. Do you consider yourself a statist?
Unfortunately, unaware of the phrase status. I'm former
Yo,
military. I stand behind the Constitution in itself.
yo, what does status
So,
mean?
yeah,
Uh,
I'm unsure of that.
okay, you
I
want to
absolutely
give.
don't know. I'm not unsure. I don't know at all what it means.
So, guy, the person who believes the state and the laws they wrote down. The volunteerist would be the opposite of that. A guy who believes I'm allowed under God or nature to live free, and men don't get to tell me what to do. The statist believes in those laws and that structure, or else we all die. So those would be the two extremes.
Can't you believe in both?
I think we all do, because even the
Yeah.
volunteers who say they don't believe in it, they're in a car or jet or a plane, and they use the tools that are made by some statists. We came to that conclusion yesterday. There's no total extrication from it, so it's kind of a scale. And in my head, I was trying to see where my man falls,
Hmm.
and he gave me some good clues. You said that you were ex-military, yeah,
Former military, yes, sir.
former military. Fan of the cops? Can I assume that by the military comment?
Say again, Fed or
Are you a
cop? No,
fan of
sir.
the? Are you a fan of the police?
No. The reason being is because the overreach by the police department with the state fundings and also overreach by the government. No, I'm not a fan of the military as far as military police action in the United States as far as on our soil or law enforcement.
So you don't believe the National Guard should be out in the cities?
Only in a time of a massive riot, if we can actually confirm that it's against the constitutional right. It's one thing to say that you can. Well, hold on a second. It's one thing if
No,
you're
I
doing a
like it. I
protest.
like it.
It's one thing if you're doing a protest, because we do have right to have protests. There's another thing if you're burning down the cities. That's a different story right there. The National Guard should be deployed. If they have to pull down and bring in military forces using um, presidential waivers, whatever, and it's a sticky wiki, I
What?
understand that. But you got people burning down the cities, and if American citizens ain't coming up and dropping them, someone has to step up and clear out the city.
Well, I mean, I can see that, but even like when it comes down to the extreme part of it, on that end of it is those National Guard become the federalized instead of state run. That's where I
Yeah.
think the slippery slope can get to. You know what I'm saying?
Why? What's the
Yeah, it
difference?
can it can go it can go much
You're not
further.
supposed to use your
Absolutely.
military against a citizen. I think it's Posse
Exactly.
Comitatus Act is what
Yeah.
it's called. They get around
Yeah.
it by calling it a state National Guard. Clearly,
Right.
it's a military with military weapons, but that's their workaround.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, let me ask you all this. With Chicago being the way it is right now, with like bands of teenagers going out, burning, running their cars around, they purposely attacked a couple, beat up the guy, hit the woman. Do you not think the National Guard in Chicago would be beneficial?
Goodness no, because one, they don't know laws. They wouldn't know what to do. That was proven when they came in with ICE. They just had 646 arrests. The judge just weeded through them. 12 were justified. Not
That's
only
a
that,
Democratic judge.
okay, well, maybe you
See,
think the Republican.
I'm gonna disagree with you on some things. So,
Oh, I'm fine with that. And the fact I
and that's
prefer it.
okay.
It is
Oh, hush,
okay.
Wing. See, Wing's
I'm
laughing
fine with that.
already.
I
Uh,
didn't say shit.
You
okay,
don't
so
have to. You
and
laughed.
because I'm here, maybe you don't know, but I'm a bit of an activist, so I have to look into this. The stuff is kind of my job,
Yeah.
and we can get into it. How the judge that pulled him in, the Democratic judge that you're talking about.
Hmm.
I'll go through the steps. I'll take a little time and let me slow down a little bit. I'm like rushing. Uh, the guy who they put in charge, the head of the border patrol, his name was Gregory Bovino, and
I
he
know who
is
Bovino is.
very good. You're going to make this much easier. He's the one who told Trump that in Chicago, the 10 cars attacked a vehicle, an ICE vehicle, and some chick got out with a gun, so they had to shoot her and get out of there alive. The judge took a look at that because he had a lot of complaints and lawsuits. The judge took a look at that. Turned out he lied, and he's the only one who rammed somebody. The chick She did have a gun, but they didn't know till after when they found a lady. She did have a carrier permit and a gun in her purse, but no way they're not psychic. And even they admit they left that part out of the report. That caused the judge to call them in. Along with the other complaints, and ask him. And I got all the articles. In fact, I'm working on a video now for it, where he gave a testimony. As a matter of fact, it's all on the papers today. The second part came out the day of the testimony. Made it public. But he lied and told him, I was thrown. They threw bottles and bricks at him. He's trying to justify the uses of all these chemical weapons. Judge again, smart lady calls in, gets the tape and looks and calls his ass right back in. Play the tape in front of him. Oh, you know what? I misremembered. No one threw bottles and bricks. Judge says, I want every fucking video, blah, 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 blah. And they bring them in. They find out that all of them were lies. They shot at the protesters first. At the most, the protests, they tell them don't move, and they didn't move, and they think they can shoot them. Okay, now I said all that just so I can go on with the rest of the statement. The National Guard and none of these other agencies are gonna know the law that I can be on the sidewalk at this time, place,
Joe,
and
is this
manner.
going to take you 2 hours to
No, I
explain?
think that's the end of it. I was just
Oh
had to
no,
give
then
you the
keep going
background
because
because you.
it's interesting. I just wanted to
Yeah.
know.
No, the judge said I didn't even want to bring in. I was just trying to explain to you that I know that part is true. And he was like, "That's a Democratic judge," but I
Well,
got
I
the
knew it was
facts on that
Democratic,
shit.
but I don't think all Democrat judges are bad. I'll put it that
Of
way. But
course,
I'm much more pro-government than any of you are,
yeah. Well,
to a
that's a good
point.
thing. That's
To a
good.
point.
You might get a little uncomfortable tonight. Then.
No, no, no. I keep an open mind. I do. And
Okay.
Joe S., when you're raising your hand, is it because you want to talk or you agree and you're saying
I wasn't
amen?
even looking, Joe.
Yeah, I just had a little something there,
Go
but
ahead.
it's quite right. I wasn't trying to interrupt there.
No, I thought maybe you
Oh,
were saying amen and agreeing with us, so I didn't know.
no, no, no,
Well,
no. If you got something to
well, to
say,
an
definitely
extent,
raise your hand.
yeah, it just makes it easier on live streams. Just raise your hand and wait for the
Yeah.
next question.
I just
Uh,
interrupt.
I'm not even looking at the screen when I'm talking and shit. Don't help now.
well, I agree. I agree with a lot of what Joe Cool was saying to an extreme. To a certain extent. As far as military on the streets, I do understand that being former military, I don't like having military on the streets, but let's say Chicago, we're seeing a huge push on the population from government officials, and we already know how it leans a certain way as far as political structure goes. As much as I do not want to see U.S. troops on American soil because that is not their place, I understand how bad it has gotten to these locations. Even if we could just lock it down and clear out the political structures up front, because the overhead of it is so polluted and poisoned that it's filtered down to the police, it's filtered down to the firemen, it's filtered
Agreed.
down to the hospitals. That right there, even though against the Constitution, I'm real big on the Constitution. I do stop and go, maybe it's necessary, but then I still have to think. So I allow it in my mind to say it's necessary. So what happens next when constitutionalists, patriots stand against the government
Wait. Let me ask
and
the
they
question
turn
because
they
I
turn
was going
that
to go
on
there.
us?
Wait. Let me.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. So you might as well let me formally ask the question. What happens at that point? Because you're a constitutionalist, it is also your duty when the government corrupt to overthrow it and do what you got to do. I'm sure you know or of that. What happens then? Earlier you said that and the people are setting shit on fire and doing stuff and no one's stopping them. Maybe it's because they're right and it's time to overthrow the government. Now, what about the National Guard and shit? Are you, where do you stand? You just follow the authoritative figure or do you join with the people?
Wait a minute, let me intervene here.
Well,
Where do you think it's right? Where do you think it's right for a bunch of thugs to go out and burn stuff in a city just because they're bored and want to do it?
No, I said
I'll
because the
be happy to answer
Constitution
all
tell
that.
you
It's
when the
got nothing to do with
government,
the Constitution.
no, in the hypothetical I'm giving him, the government is have come tyrannical and the
Don't get
because
hypothetical. Let's get into real
no, no,
time.
no, no. I mean, he was going into this. So I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
formalizing the question. This is exactly what he was talking about. It is
Okay.
your duty as an American when the government gets out of line, which is what he was talking about, to take it down. And I'm asking him, that seems like a little conflicting. You're the patriot and you're taking it down, or you're the Coast Guard, a National Guard, and you're following the authority. How do you reconcile that?
All right, so you have constitutional laws that you do follow as former military, as military personnel. So as long as that falls into place, you follow those rules and regulations, foreign and domestic, when you are dealing with any type of order that actually deals with a city, personnel, civilians. But at the same time, when we say talking about people burning down cities and stuff, have you seen the constitutional holders burn down cities here in the last, I don't know, 80 years? I'll
What
answer
they
that.
got?
No.
I'm not sure
When
what they got
people
to do
are
with
when
anything.
well,
I don't even know what
let me
that
please
means.
finish. Let me please finish because when he said, when I see people burn down cities and stuff, what's going to happen there? Do I stand behind that? Well, I'm going to look at the constitutional right behind the American people. Are they burning down the cities because the politicians and government is going against our constitution, or are they fighting over transgender shit? Or are they fighting for the rights of American people underneath the Constitution? Now, if you're
Right.
fighting underneath the rights of the American people underneath the Constitution, I'll be right there on the damn front lines with you. But if you're screaming and hollering, I'm a boy, but I think I'm a girl, no, you need a mental
Well,
facility, is what you need, and stop
what
burning
if
down my cities.
you're part of your edict as a National Guardsman or a military who's been assigned to the city is to remove their guns? That's directly against the Second Amendment. Would you do it?
I mean, I start thinking about like Dearborn, Michigan. For some reason.
Mm.
All right, so with
Why do you have
Dearborn,
to go, wait a minute, why do you have to go with hypothetical? Why can't you just go with the real time what the hell's happening right now?
I could and I would next. That's the order of things. Next, in my head, I was going to ask them about the police who have the same thing, blah, blah, blah. But this is an order to things.
Okay, but there's not an order to things. Sometimes you just throw out one random BS and go with it.
Uh, uh,
Are you like very, I'm very organized.
I'm
I think you're
7 steps
over
ahead.
organized.
Yeah,
You're
when
over
I ask a
organized.
question, it's really for the fourth question down the line. It has nothing to do
I
with the
see
first
that.
question. Yeah.
You know what I like is that you and I can fuss at each other and we still like each
I
other.
listen. I am very for that. I mean, if we were in the same room and we literally wrestled because you threw your coffee cup at me,
I
the
wouldn't do
next
that.
morning I'm gonna make 2 cups of coffee, and it's a
You don't
different thing.
understand. That's a
Yeah.
man thing. They can fight and they're still friends.
Uh,
When girls go at each other, we're never going to be friends again.
don't bother me
sounds
at
like a lot of
all.
my ex relationships.
But that's women. That's how women are. You men, and I respect this, you can like be best friends. You get into a fight, you duke it out, then you're still friends
Uh,
afterwards.
Snooks,
Women
let me
don't do
ask you a
that.
question. And outdoor living, whatever your name is, I want you to answer afterwards. But Snooks,
Yes. And my
um,
name is not Joe. I just want to say
the only non-Joe.
I'm the only not Joe. Well, besides
um,
Wayne.
let's say you have a position of power. If it comes into play, we'll designate what that is later.
Hmm.
And you see police taking people's guns. What do you do?
Well, first I'm going to find out why the heck they're taking them.
What do you care? It's the Second Amendment. Let's assume they didn't just shoot somebody. It's just some average Joe. No, I'm not registering my firearm. I'm gonna carry it when I want. Blow me, officer. That guy.
Well, I believe in having permits.
Ah.
Just because it says in the Constitution you have a right to own a gun doesn't mean you should.
Survivor, what do you think?
Well, it depends on the situation. We just recently had one down here in Florida where I live at. Had an individual walking up Highway 231. He had an AR strapped onto his side, carrying no, I'm sorry, it was
Oh,
a
yeah, I
shotgun,
remember that
combat
story.
shotgun. Yeah, with a pistol on his hip.
Yeah.
Apparently, quote quote, he had pointed a rifle or shotgun at a passerby. Or I don't know how true that is anyway. But the video showed, and I did a story on it. Police come up, they knew his name, they had a background on him. He did have mental disorder a lot. And I looked into that myself. He's got a huge record of popping off, what I call it. Police made contact. The guy tried to grab his own firearm. Police officer at the time actually gave him like multiple times not to do it, even when the guy tried to pull his holster. his pistol from his holster and failed like twice. And then when the guy actually did pull his pistol and fired on the police officer after 2 shots, then the police officer returned fire. So when there is in my opinion, a
No, 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 no,
altercation
no, no,
as
no,
far
no,
as
no, 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 no. That was not my question. Thank you. This is why you use hypotheticals, Snooks. I told you he was a regular guy. You're giving me an example where a guy's lunatic crazy. That's an easy solution there. I'm asking you the regular guy walking down the street, the police are told to take his guns. What do you do?
what do you do?
Yes, you per se. You're in the
Like
military.
right at the moment.
Maybe you're just a regular guy. Maybe you're a congressman. What do you do?
All right, in today's society, I would stop immediately because I already know just I was trying to say in the video this conversation about the police coming up, asking and stopping this individual. You can't just grab your gun and start blasting because I believe that's actually what you want me to say.
No,
The
I
way
don't. In
society's set
fact,
up
you
right
can leave
now,
that out. I
you'll
don't
get
want no
mowed
one to
down.
blast nobody. No, I'm not talking about blasting. I'm just talking about a guy
We
pumping
have,
gas with a
we
gun
have,
on his hip.
yeah, absolutely. He needs to have the gun on his hip as our Second Amendment right to defend ourselves, and is also to keep a tyrannical government in place. We have a right to bear arms. Absolutely, we do. But I
If that
did feel.
police walk
I'm
up
sorry,
and
man. But the way
you know,
the question was, it sounded like it was a setup question.
it is. I told you I'm 7 steps ahead. Don't be afraid of the setup. Know that it's coming.
No,
Joe.
seven steps
Yeah.
ahead does not mean an actual conversation. When you're trying to entrap somebody in a conversation, when you actually have an alternative motive, it's not 7 steps ahead. It's called misleading.
It's what it is. It's called insecurity. The guy who calls it entrapment is insecurity, and that's me being nice. There's nothing for you to be afraid of. I'm just asking you simple questions, and I could be the other guy and say expressly, you are dodging him. I don't care why, because you're afraid. That's all I see. My question, which you still haven't answered, if the cops are taking guns off regular people who have them on their hips, walking down the street, pumping gas and shit, what do? I'm sorry that you see bad shit around the corner. It's an easy question to answer. She answered it. I'll ask again. What do?
As an American citizen, you have a right to bear arms.
Yeah. But see, this is the thing too. I was sitting there thinking about it. It's like, all right, when the government believes that it can suspend our natural rights, like in an emergency, it will create an emergency to suspend those natural rights. All right.
100%.
The thing is when they start enforcing that suspension, when they really can't do that, you know what I mean, legally or lawfully at least. Maybe legally,
Not
but not lawfully.
constitutionally, they can't.
Yeah, lawfully, not legal. You know, it may be
Yeah.
legal, but not lawful.
Right.
But anyway, you know, that's okay. And how do we know when that moment is? It's like, okay, when you start seeing those boys in the camo and shit come walking into your fucking area, you
Yeah.
know, if they're unarmed, that's a soft martial law. If they got a sidearm, that's medium. If they got a sidearm and a rifle, that's heavy martial law. All right, you'll know the difference depending on what they are wearing and what they got with them. But if it's at the point where they're carrying all of them are carrying sidearms and a rifle, it's pretty heavy. Supposedly.
Where do you fall, Anarchy, with that? A guy is walking down the street and he's got not only a pistol, let's say he's got his AR slung across his back. And the police tell him, you know, there's a law, ordinance, or even we just got to check you and make sure this gun is empty. It's legal for you to carry, but I'm going to take it from you for a while I make sure that you have the right paperwork. What do you fall on?
Wait a minute. Okay. Wait a minute. I can tell you what Wayne's going to say.
Ahead.
He's going to cuss at him like crazy and walk away.
Well, all right.
Sorry.
The first real thing that's gonna go through my head from my experience from being all over the country and shit, whatever I do, I don't want to get shot. All right. So, you know,
but you are against them taking them guns, the police taking them guns. You know, you got a felony here. You got caught with a half ounce of weed back in the 90s. You're not allowed to have a gun. You have an issue with that, right?
wait a minute. Say that one more time.
A cop walks up to a guy and says, "Oh shit, you got a felony. You got caught with a half ounce of weed back in the '90s. You're no longer allowed to have this gun." Would you take issue with that?
No, yeah. I mean, honestly, I mean, seriously, I mean, they can't indefinitely just okay. It's that suspension of rights, for instance, that suspension of this thing that we call rights. All right, the stuff that was naturally that existed before the Constitution was written. All
Agreed.
right, you know, these are things that
Even the Constitution say, "Under God, inherent, no man can take it from you. God has given it to you." Even the Constitution start off like that. What
well, that's
the
the thing too. It's like especially younger generation, it seems like, especially, everything from, just regular school up to freaking college. They're getting pumped in with this socialist type of mentality, almost Marxist type, even communist, and that's basically, I guess, part of that ideological subversion thing, basically, just switching. And then, like I said, on that Dearborn, Michigan thing scenario,
yeah.
it's like, and then, see, I don't have any problem with anybody worshiping whatever they want to fucking worship. You can do whatever you want to do.
Oh, the
But when
Dearborn,
it
Michigan,
becomes,
was that the group of kids?
hold on, Joe, when it starts becoming legislation and policy and enforceable, now that's where I have a fucking problem. You know what I mean?
What happened in Dearborn, Michigan?
Well, I mean, the Muslims and stuff like that are taking over the town, basically.
Oh, I
You
didn't know.
know, and
These kids that we were talking about that run
Wait a
in
minute, you don't
groups.
know what happened in Dearborn?
I don't. You could tell me though.
I don't know. Wing told you the Muslims took over
that's,
Dearborn.
I
yeah,
don't believe.
that's
I
the
don't
gist of
believe
it.
it. It doesn't make
That's the
sense.
what?
I. That's the
That's the gist of it.
gist. That's the
Yeah.
gist. He says. But I don't
The
believe
the
that
mayor
force.
is Muslim. They've named streets Muslim. They've got mosques. They do their daily
Wait.
prayers.
I
They do.
thought.
Yeah, they got so many mosques, and the same thing with like Houston. They got a shitload of mosques that popped up in the past couple of years.
Sounds like they're just living there. By take
No,
over, I thought you
No,
meant something totally different. If I go to a neighborhood, a lot of white people in churches, I don't say they took over, right? That's not something that you think. Just
this is
because
a
they're
Muslim. These are Muslims who took over Dearborn. They weren't invited. They weren't asked. And
well,
some of them are illegals.
not,
wait,
I'll just
do
say
they
this.
pay? Do they pay rent?
I have no idea what they do.
It's a free country. Who
I
has to
don't
be
care.
asked to come somewhere?
I don't want a religion coming over and taking over
It's a
my
free
small town,
country as
honey.
long
I
as you
told you
are.
I don't know what taking over means in your
Take it
definition. I
means
don't know.
there's more Muslims there than there should be.
So
I'm
you're
against
saying
illegals.
it need to be more Christians than Muslims? Is that
I am
what you're
totally
saying?
against the Muslim religion. You betcha.
All right, say
Yeah,
that. That's a better
like I said,
conversation
like I
anyway.
said, the line that I
I'll agree
draw.
with that.
Yeah,
Good. The conversation gets good.
it's like the line that I draw is when it becomes legislation and quote unquote law. You know what I mean? That's where I have a problem. When it starts becoming, Sharia law becomes enforceable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's where I have a problem.
Well, so
Yep.
far you don't have a problem then, but it sounds like you do.
I have a
I
problem
do
with
have,
them doing it in Dearborn. You bet I do. I've got friends that
yeah.
live there.
Because
They
not only
can't.
that, it could
They
spread.
can't come up with a Sharia law that goes against the laws they have
Look,
here. That's not a thing. That's when everyone who uses this Sharia argument, that's what they says. They're gonna do that shit. All that goes against the United States and the state that they live in. Law. They can't make a law that goes against the laws that exist now. So
Darling,
it's not a thing.
have you seen who
Uh,
the new governor, who mayor's going to be of New York City?
Yeah, I think it was a white girl with blonde hair.
No,
no, hell no.
It's Mad Dommy. That's who's going to be the mayor
Aren't
of New
you
York City
happy? I'm
now.
thrilled. I'm thrilled.
You're thrilled he's going to be the mayor?
Yes.
Lean down so I can slap your head. No, that's okay. I'm
It's been
above you.
so
I'm slapping your
bliss.
head now. Oh my God. They're turning it into a communist city, which it was already halfway there anyway. Are you
See these.
pro-communism?
These are words that we're gonna have different
Wingnut, hold me back.
understandings of, right? Because okay, here's
No,
what.
I'm not
Yeah,
asking you hypothetically. I'm asking you in real life. Are
am I
you
a communist?
pro-communism? No, are
Okay,
you pro-communism?
Okay, I'll give you the real answer, but you got to give me a little conversation afterwards.
Sure.
I am pro-communism, pro-socialist, the same way you are.
How am I that way?
You don't mind socialists, right? In fact, you appreciate
I absolutely
socialism,
despise it. That's why I joined the
correct?
military, to keep my constitution and keep my country free from that.
I mean, what do you think? Medicare, Medicaid, a post office, all these are socialist programs. You don't have a problem with socialism.
Now, there's a difference between a social
Mm,
program and a socialist program. Big difference from that. Huge
yeah, I
difference
would
from that.
agree with that.
Socialism and a social program to help people that is also underneath the funding fee of the American taxpayer and also federal funding, compared to you just sit on your ass while the American taxpayer pays bills and wealth needs to be redistribution while you do not do nothing, is a huge difference from a social program to help the society versus socialism that
You didn't say what the
reacts and
huge
wants.
decimal. It sound like that you described what the social program is to take society. You take my tax money and you decide to buy food and give it to other people. That's socialism under any definition. I think even under the one you just gave.
I sure as hell didn't say give my tax money to go pay for people's food. I clearly
That's what you
said
do
while you're
now.
sitting on your ass. I'm talking about a social program. It's called the structure of society. The federal government has structures, post office, airlines, all these things to make the inner web of these things to work takes taxpayer money. I'm not saying you sit there and feed and pay the housing of people not doing anything. That's socialism. Big
It
difference than a
it
social program to make sure the country runs versus
what
take care of all the people and they don't have to do anything.
that you're adding that they don't have to do anything on there. If a person is poor and struggling, even if they got a job as a waitress, they still can get food stamps because they don't have enough money to buy food. They're not sitting on their ass doing nothing, and it's still a socialist program.
Are you
You
Oh
know,
my
dancing,
God,
Joe
I will
S?
completely disagree with you and 100% on this. Besides being a certified welder, besides being former military and also certified mechanic, I
We know
struggle
you're former
every
military,
freaking
Joe S. You don't
day.
have to keep saying it.
All right.
I respect that. I want to tell you
Come
something.
on now.
Thank you for serving our country. I do respect you for that because my dad was in the Navy for 20 years.
It just ticks me off when I hear about socialism and communists when
Hmm.
you start protecting this country and you have people come up here and talk about how great the idea is and they stand behind it. Yeah,
who?
I
Yeah,
get
yeah,
sideways on it really quick.
But
yeah.
God bless you for serving in the military. I truly do. It's just that when you keep repeating it, it's kind of a redundant thing. And I'm proud of
It
you for
is.
being in the service.
And you went in the military and they didn't teach you not to be offended. You fight for motherfuckers' rights, and I can't believe you hop up here and say stuff like that.
Oh, he could
What?
totally be offended. He's a
What?
human.
He is. I'm curious because he's a man.
So
And
what?
listen, and my
I'm
points.
mad.
You're.
I didn't say I was mad.
I say you're offended, which is weird because you're a man. No offense was meant. None should be taken.
Wait a minute. You said that he's offended and he's a man. What's that got to do with
I
anything?
mean, he should be able to control his emotions. I don't get offended because
Oh,
someone
big deal.
says I like so and so. That's
I get
crazy. How
offended. I
dare
get
you say
offended
that?
because the country I served and loved, and I got people here, and not just you. I see it in society alone, where all the socialists and communists outspoke is in this country, built on this country for a constitution. You want to take over, and I get offended, and that's a problem for you.
No,
Uh,
that's baggage. You've assigned all that shit to me. I didn't say none of that shit. But that's
Actually,
your
you
baggage
did.
talking. No, all I
Survival.
said was
Hey,
three
hold
things:
on,
mail
hold on, Joe.
program,
This is
Medicare,
feisty.
Medicaid. You
Hold
added the rest of that stuff. And
hold
I'm
on,
telling you,
Joe.
Americans accept socialist
Y'all
programs. Did
just
I
don't yell.
misspeak? Okay.
Don't yell.
Did I misspeak? Americans have so. Hey, Google. Here, we'll ask Google.
It's just
Okay,
fun. This is
hold
not
on,
me
Joe.
being. This is not me that's doing this time,
Hey,
Wingnut. Go ahead,
Socialist
Wing.
programs in
Let Wing.
America.
Hey, wait, Joe. Let Wingnut
Hold
say
on, Joe.
something.
Hold on, Joe. All right, probably what
Social
was I going
Security,
now?
Medicare,
You're
Children's Health
making
Programs,
me
social
forget what the fuck I was
programs.
going to ask.
It's a
Joe.
bunch of
Joe, you're on.
socialist programs in
Joe.
America.
Joe, you're on Wingnut's live. He wants to say something.
He
Respect him.
said he forgot. I heard him. He said he forgot what he was going to say. I heard
Oh,
him.
well, maybe now he'll remember it.
Maybe.
No, well, let me ask you. Oh, that was what I was going to ask you. Okay. Let me ask you, all right.
Wait.
Um,
Can I clean it up with
no,
you? Because
no,
I
no.
mean no
Shut the fuck
No,
up.
offense
you
with you.
can't.
Let
Shut
me
up, Joey.
clean it up. I meant
Hold
no
on.
offense
Hold on.
with you,
Hold
bro.
on.
Oh
Hold
my
on.
I
God.
didn't.
Let me get it
I
Show
out
was
first.
not
respect.
trying
Let me get
to
it out
Show
first
be
before I
show
slick to
fucking
you,
respect,
do it.
bro.
dude.
That
Anyway,
is,
what I
that
was going
is
to say is,
respect,
all
dude.
right, when it comes down to um, your experience, do you think you were lied to about the whole the, the whole purpose and intent behind the military, or well, not say the intent, the whole purpose of the military, has it how it's gotten today? For instance, it's like, okay, all right, they're talking about putting boots on the ground over in Venezuela or whatever it is down there and that fucking shit, and
Right.
they're, you know, they
Blowing
get
up
involved with
boats and shit.
if they get involved with Taiwan, they're always, it's like we average a damn war or something every 10 years, you know what I'm saying? And they're trying to keep it in conflict. And all these boys are going out there dying, for what, really? Because these are like bankers' wars. But so, that's the reason why. Do you feel like, do you feel like that you got lied to?
That's to you, living.
Yeah.
That's
To
me.
survival. Yeah, to survival. Yeah.
No, I wasn't lying to you. I enlisted into the military because I come from a long military family and I believe in the core value of the country. Now, as
Right.
far as going to fight other foreign wars, and I've been
Right.
very outspoken about the administration and even this current administration, and I am a constitutionalist. I'm very outspoken about what's going on in Venezuela. I already know what the politicians are doing, and my belief, I should say belief because I don't have the facts on that, this is about regime change and oil as far as resources and stuff with that
Right.
country, same with
Right.
Iraq, Afghanistan. I do not believe the
Ukraine.
American people need to be sending troops overseas. Now, I do understand the need if there's a desperate threat that is being clearly against American people, as
Right.
against this country, we need to
Well,
react.
that's
But
the whole
no,
purpose
we
of the
do not
fucking
need to
military.
police. We do not need to police the world.
Exactly. I mean, it's not our fucking fight. It's not our fucking bullshit. It's actually
I
okay
agree.
because of the fat cats, the fuckers, the European government, the corporation posing as the government, making backdoor deals with all these other shits. And like I said, they'll create something. A lot of wars in the past was created and started by a lie in the first place.
We can
You know
be
what I
sure
mean?
that we haven't been fighting overseas to protect ourselves. No one has even threatened to come over here. All these wars that we're involved in now, even the Gulf War and stuff, we're in somebody else's business,
It's
right?
all
None of
about the
them was
money.
threatening us.
It's all about the money for the government.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the
I
thing
mean,
too. Like, okay, if we are okay, and it does come down to another root of the problem too, is the taxes. We're funding our own enslavement. You know what I mean? We're funding all this shit, all these flock cameras getting fucking everywhere in the damn country, watching us. All these goddamn everything going involved. You know
Right.
what I mean? It's
We're
just
funding
the
those
digital
police
currency,
that I don't like.
the ID. You know what I'm
You're
saying?
you're
So
funding you're funding even
we're
down to the level I
funding this
don't
shit.
the police who rather than being a protection agency with fighting for rights and stuff, they've now become revenue generators. We pay them to rob us. No way you owe $200 because you forgot to hit your blinker or something. That's just this crazy gangster mob stuff that we've come down to. For all of the extra money for all of the different taxes and permits and for your plate, your sticker, your windshield, and all of that shit is just to take your money, man. And we employ people to just rob us, hand over fist. It's crazy.
And
I
it's
would just
getting
like to
worse.
say I
It's
don't
not
pay
getting any
taxes.
better.
So there. But I do pay property taxes and home insurance, unfortunately.
Well, that's
So
just
I'm still screwed.
I would love to get
Um,
where you get though. That's everybody's dream. Those too hard to get around. But if you can get to where you're just doing that, most people would be super proud of you. Those volunteers, they would be lucky. They think you're on the right path.
Well, DeSantis is supposed to, and this is where he has a problem where he talks the talk and doesn't walk the walk, getting rid of property taxes. Quit talking about it, just do it, and then make us
Trump too.
happy.
Trump
Well,
said that too. He
okay.
said he was getting rid of
Well,
taxes and
down,
replacing them with tariffs. He gave
when it
you
comes,
tariffs, and still you pay taxes. You're paying double
all right,
bubble
when it
now.
comes down to it, right now, actually, there's like a whole bunch of politicians all through Florida that are trying to muddy the water when it comes to when it comes down to that whole property tax thing.
Yeah.
All right, it needs to be simple. All right, one like sentence or even two sentences long, and that's it. Only one choice. You know what I mean?
I
It
do.
doesn't need to be like 13 different choices, and it will never get passed.
Written
'Cause
in a,
they'll
yeah,
never, none of them will have a majority. You know what I
right.
mean? So what it needs to happen to be something like, for instance, they will not eliminate property taxes altogether because they would still have property taxes coming from the businesses and all these fucking snowbirds that don't live here. They just come out here to summer to fucking whatever, still property taxes from that. So there's still that revenue. It's just for
Right.
the people that live here, fucking get rid of that fucking property taxes because it's technically unconstitutional altogether anyway. You
Right.
know what I mean? It shouldn't
Oh my
exist.
God, I agree with you, Wing. This is a rare moment.
Well, I'm not as fucking stupid as like
You're not stupid. I would never say you're stupid. Never.
right on.
We just have a lot of different views. I keep my mind open and sometimes I'll agree with you, but I have never once thought you were stupid.
All right, let
Okay.
me ask you guys about the illegal alien shit. Then I have to ask.
Wait a
Um,
minute, are you legal or illegal?
are we live? Are we
I
live
could
right
turn
now?
you in and get some money, so don't answer.
We're live right now. No comment.
No comment. No comment. Allegedly, he's allegedly here
Allegedly.
on
Love
Allegedly.
that word.
Um, okay, I'm gonna give you guys a scenario. It's hypothetical. Don't beat me up and tell me what do you do? Is it okay? Uh, uh, I'll try and give a real life thing that's here. You got illegal immigrant who's been here for 40 years. Kids just graduated his first year in college, owns a business, all these things. ICE comes in, snatch him up, separates him from the family and all of that stuff. You never finish your paperwork, blah, blah, blah. What is the punishment for that guy? What's appropriate? The guy we just snatched up off of his job. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Libby.
I'm eating a honeydew melon.
Deport. The reason I'll say deport is because Wingnut actually does know me personally. I have a record besides this, my other military records. Yeah, I broke the law. I got separated from my family. I went to jail. I went to prison for 3.5 years because I broke the law. It didn't matter about not breaking the law 7 years after the original law. I ran for 6 hard years. Nobody knew who I was, where I was. Went to Mexico, come back into the country, started a family, and they still were more than happy to separate me from my family. So deport doesn't
So
matter. Broke the
I
law.
think I'm
That's it.
gonna
Gone.
straw man you a bit here, but I think you're saying if they were shitty to me, I want them to treat everybody shitty. It's a horrible philosophy. Uh,
No, I didn't say that at all. It's the law. Plain out simple. I broke the law. I knew I broke the law, just like they know they broke the law. It
right.
ain't about being treated shitty. That's just the way it is. And
Well,
I
let's see
still
if
stand
it's.
behind that.
Let's see. We're just chasing logic here. If it's being treated shitty, the punishment must fit the crime. I'm not sure what law that you broke that had you on the run, but entering this
An
country illegally.
18-month sentence. Okay, 18-month sentence. I ran for 6 freaking years. These people broke into the country, and it is breaking into the country. You do not belong here. You decided not to actually sign up
It's a
and become an American
misdemeanor.
citizen. No, it's
You
not a
said,
misdemeanor. That's why
sure
your
it
ass gets
is.
shipped out.
Entering the country illegally is a misdemeanor, like jaywalking. Are
No, it's
you
not. It's
telling
a
me
crime. Now, let me
the
ask
Jaywalking
you
is a
something. No,
crime
wait a
crime,
is
minute.
a
dude.
Wait, no, wait a
misdemeanor?
minute. Wait a minute, Joe.
It's not a
How about if
traffic
how?
violation.
Wait a minute. What
It's
if
a
you crossed?
misdemeanor.
No,
Why are you
Joe.
guys
Listen,
acting weird?
Joe. Quit yelling. Quit yelling. What if you're over in a foreign country and you cross their border illegally? Do you think you're going to get treated with kid gloves like they are here? No, you're probably going to get your effing head cut off,
What does that
okay?
have to do with anything that I'm saying over
I
Because
here?
got
I'm
You're
going
tons
you're
crossing
giving me
into
hypothetical.
his
Mexico.
you're giving me his philosophy.
I'm going
'cause other
hypothetical.
people are treated shitty. The U.S. should treat you shitty. Is that where this goes?
No, not at all. I'm saying this is the United States. Why do we have to support illegals coming in?
We have laws, and they say you can't do that to someone who did a misdemeanor. That's why Trump must go after people with real crimes.
It's not a misdemeanor once you cross that border.
It
Go
literally
ahead.
is.
Survival wants to talk.
Yeah,
He's about to
go
die.
ahead, survival. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry about that. A couple things. One, you say it's just a misdemeanor. We have laws to protect people against these type of crimes if you're an American citizen, for one. Two, when I went into Mexico, I got caught without a freaking visa, and they found out I was there. I slipped in illegally because I crossed the Rio Grande. Guess what? I spent 6 days in Mexican prison in Acuna, Mexico. Got the shit beat out of me by the police. So don't tell me about how badly people are treated when they cross illegally into this country. I got treated worse there than I ever did state prison for 3.5 years here in America for actually committing a crime too. So
I made
no,
no
you're
comment
talking
about
in hypothetical stuff without
no.
actually having any field training in any of this or been through the experience of.
First of all, you're telling me about Mexico. I made no comment as to what it's like in Mexico. You tell me how shitty it is over there and say, don't you tell me about how shitty it is over there. I made no comment about that. I was talking about treatment in the United States. Again, those are your emotions living. I'm talking
No, that's
about here
actually
in the United
facts.
States.
And which
We
I
have
also
Oh,
wrote a book on the actual facts of it because you like to say hypothetical. So when someone rebuttals you, you go, "No, I didn't
you're
say
rebutting
that."
yourself.
That's
You're not
what you
rebutting
do.
me, is my point.
That's what you do.
I was talking about
Yo, you're a
America.
victim now. Oh
You're
my
talking
God, you're a
about
victim. Okay,
Mexico,
got it.
right? You're
well,
talking
You
about
said
Mexico.
illegals
Wait,
coming in.
no. Don't let him out. He's wrong. He should have to face himself. I'm
How am I
only
well,
wrong?
talking about America.
Joe, you're calling judgment here when you're not a judge.
None of us are. Am I not allowed an
No, you're
opinion?
calling judge. You're talking about emotions coming into things with survival. I've seen nothing but emotion come out of you.
Well, I'm okay with it,
Well, it's
and
okay.
if you
See, but
ask me,
he can be okay with it too. That's what I'm saying.
yes,
Just because you're
yes,
a man
because
doesn't
my
mean you can't show
emotion,
emotions.
I would agree. My emotion is
Thank you.
excitement. His
Okay.
emotion is
Well,
fear.
okay, if
Fear?
we can
Oh my
definitely
God.
have the topics, all this stuff. Definitely, just bring the volume down. I mean, not the
All
volume, but
right,
I mean,
I can bring the
bring that a
volume
little
down.
down. Just we bring that emotional type
Okay.
of shit down a little
Well,
bit, Joe.
just
Just to be
Just a
okay. I
Joe.
understand that you're
yeah.
passionate about some shit. I get it. You know what I mean? Because I can get that way. I
Oh,
get
It's
me
that way
too.
when I get
Me
passionate
too.
about shit.
it's not that I'm
All right.
passionate. I am getting upset
I know,
because
but
I
he's.
am
I don't hear
asking him
fear. I don't hear fear with his voice at all. I don't hear
the
that
And
he's
and
in
and I
fear.
deflection.
and I
The
get it.
fact that he's
Okay. All
deflecting
right.
shows
Let
fear.
me ask you
He
this.
is
Put it
not
this way.
answering my questions. I
Hold on,
I
asked him
Joe.
what is
fully
the
answered the
speed limit
question
in
and actually
the
brought in
United
facts. So
States.
how is that deflecting?
Excuse me. I asked him what is the speed limit in the United States on Route 55. He's telling me, do you know what it's like in Russia? My question was never answered. That's all I'm saying.
No, that question was fully answered. You refuse to hear facts. When I actually bring facts of the whole situation from my perspective and actually having to deal with it personally, you did
I
not want
wasn't
to
talking
hear it at
about
all.
Mexico.
You said illegals, and I went through. You said, what if they come in here and how they're treated? So I told you
Here
exactly what I went through, the exact same thing,
in
and I asked
Mexico.
you, what's the difference?
You're asking me what's the difference when they treating people? I don't even know what that question means. In
I
Mexico, they
know.
have different rules. Every country they have different rules. I grant you that. I'm not going to argue that
Oh my
against you.
God.
I'd rather just talk about American rules. Is
No,
it true
But
I already
that we
know where
have?
you
that's
stand
basically
on
what he
Is
was
it
things.
talking
true?
about in a sense. That's basically what he was talking about because I mean, when it comes down to it, how people get treated here in America as it is now. Like for instance, if I don't know, a father and three of his kids, he's driving drunk or whatever. Yeah, they're going to take his kids away from him too. You know what I'm saying? And
This is my point. If the
the thing is,
guy,
like, okay,
I don't know why it's
and
so
it
hard.
doesn't matter what, like for instance, okay, in a way, it does matter in a way. I like, for instance, if I was to go into Mexico or any other country, without their permission or go through the port of entry, how I would be treated in those countries. And why should we be any more lax? I actually kind of agree with what
What?
Poland's doing. It's
Okay,
like
I
a
tell you.
zero tolerance fucking bullshit. You know
All
what I
right.
mean? It's like, come on now. I mean, in a sense, it's almost trying to replace majority of people. And then honestly, you don't know who all's mixing in there with it. I remember there was a story because these guys I talked to on the radio. I know a guy that lives out there on the border out there in Texas, and he was telling me this was years ago though. But there was these people that were coming through with like this highly contagious form of tuberculosis that they were infected with. So their sole purpose to is infect people here in America, kind of like a biological weapon, but they're like a suicide bomber type of shit.
I heard about
You know?
aliens that live underneath the planet. Not sure if you got a point there, or you got a
I'm
newspaper
saying
article or
though,
something. Someone
the
told me
thing is,
something one time.
the
Is
thing is,
evidence of nothing.
we shouldn't even be so lax that we are on our. Because I think it like this. Okay, like I said, I've had this discussion with other people too, and it goes, like the country itself, for instance. I've invested a lot into this fucking nation when it comes down to it. I've put a lot of my tax dollars, quote unquote, into it and all this other stuff. And I consider it like that. That border is like my yard. That's the fence line right there. All right. And you come into my yard, it's like, okay, well, even though it might be miles away from me or whatever, it's still,
Yeah.
that's trespassing.
Can we?
It might
Can
be a
we?
misdemeanor. It might be a misdemeanor the first time, but if I tell you to fucking leave and you come back, that's trespassing.
All
And
right.
then it
All right.
becomes federal, and I think when it comes down to that.
Wait,
What
I
But
want
can
to
we
anyway,
do?
Joe,
Go ahead.
I
Go
want to
ahead.
interject here before you talk.
Okay.
I'm going to say I have an issue. My issue is that I don't think you listen to what we're saying because because you're kind of like me. You feel like what you have to say is very important and
No,
you want
no,
to
I'm
get out.
still waiting for
Wait
an
a
answer
minute.
to my question. You
You're
guys
not
went
letting me
everywhere. I
finish.
should be disrespectful to you right now.
come
You
on,
won't
Joe.
let me finish.
Go ahead.
Okay, I've seen you on this panel before and not gotten on. You're like me, and this is not necessarily a compliment. We like to talk a lot because we feel like what we have is so important. We want to get it out there and we don't shut up and listen.
I want to be understood. You're not listening. Stop gaslighting me. Stop. Just listening.
Gaslight,
Every
are you
no.
effing kidding me? You do not want to play that game with me,
See
dude.
what I'm
I will
saying?
go so hard at you.
This is what I'm saying.
Quit
I can't
laughing.
really talk. Someone chews me
Bless
out
your
after I
heart,
get
Joe.
All
one
you're
word.
doing is
I
talking,
can't
darling.
talk.
That's
No,
all you're
I
doing.
not really.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
All right, let's try it again.
Okay.
But here,
I still
follow
like you,
this
Joe.
line.
I still like you.
You don't have to keep saying that. I still like you too. I'm not that
Okay.
guy. We're
You're
fine.
annoying you're annoying as hell, but I like you.
Yes, I absolutely am, and I hope you can accept this because every friend that I has accept this idiosyncrasy in order for us to be long term friends.
Absolutely.
All right. My question to the guy was, and I'm glad he's back, and to Anarchy now, since everyone's chimed in, is that if we have a misdemeanor here, we have appropriate laws to punish them. My question is where I was trying to go with it. If you do a misdemeanor here, our laws say, and would you agree that it is not okay to separate family over a misdemeanor crime? That's what I wanted to ask. And we ended up in Mexico.
Depends on if it's an illegal or not.
Ooh.
But I will say this, I'm very protective of children. I say protect the children first. Very much so. If you're here illegally, I don't care what crime you do, whether it's a misdemeanor or not, you're going to get your ass busted. That's how
But
I feel.
I agree. Even if you get caught, it seems to me that there is a lot of, I don't want to say that, I don't want to get yelled at.
I'm not going to yell at you. I haven't yelled yet. I haven't yelled
All
yet.
right. I don't want to inflame shit, right?
Go for it.
I'm chasing the logic here, and everybody wants to tell me, I don't care. This is how I feel. Okay, well, I'm glad. I guess I'm glad people are telling me how they feel, but do we agree that it's not logical or it's not the law, right? The law says that you cannot separate family members over a misdemeanor. This is why
Honey, law doesn't apply to
What
illegals.
law? What
The
law says you can't separate somebody from a misdemeanor from family? What law is that?
the laws that create that denote the penalties for misdemeanor crimes. Nothing says
You can.
separating family is on there.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, no.
You can still be arrested and go to county jail for a full year and be separated from your family.
You could for a misdemeanor, you could, but
Yeah.
that'd be I assume that'd be if you've done it 89 times or
Well,
something. That's the only time the
no, no,
judge will
no.
do that, not a
One
first time
misdemeanor
offense.
charge can hold up to 1 year less than a year jail time in the state of Florida before it turns to prison for one misdemeanor crime. So exactly what law do you say means no
The mis
misdemeanor? A misdemeanor will never separate you from family.
no.
Explain that to me.
I
What do you consider a misdemeanor?
well, first of all, I'd like to respond to this guy.
Okay.
When a guy gets one misdemeanor for one time in his life and he goes to court and he has a business and a kid in school, does he do the year or does it like jaywalking? He walks away. Which does we do? You're trying to steal man like if you do a misdemeanor, you do a year. That's not a thing.
No, it
Maybe
is a thing. I did almost a full year for a misdemeanor. So don't tell me it's not a real thing. Don't tell me it's not a real thing
okay.
because I did the time. You
Did
sitting
you
there do this and you shaking your head and all
did
this
you hear
stuff.
all of what I said?
It doesn't matter what you said. You just told us that if you do a misdemeanor, you won't do this.
I
No,
said the
you
first
will.
time with no other
Yeah,
crimes. I said
yes, yes. Yeah,
you
I
went
did
to jail for a
almost a
misdemeanor.
full year in county lockup in North Carolina for a misdemeanor because I
So,
fought the court. So don't tell me it can't happen because it does happen.
okay. All right. Well, I'll give you that. And I still don't believe it. And I'm an asshole and I love to
Well,
to
I'm not
dig
a
into it.
liar. That's the one damn thing.
Appreciate your opinion. I'll make my own decisions. Tough guy.
Joe, Joe, Joe's just an asshole sometimes. That's all.
I would agree with that. See, now we agreed again.
I think you're being
I mean,
disingenuous.
he can get it. Okay, hey, survival. Just heads up. I mean, if you haven't guessed already, in some way he can get into a troll mode. All right, he can get into that mode. He's a
All right,
sincere. I mean,
Roger that.
I'm being very
he
sincere.
can
I
get
think
into
so.
some deep and some intellectual type conversations too.
All
But
right.
there is a troll mode also.
You're right. My
So
troll
I have
mode is
to
kicking in.
beware of that. You know
You're
what I mean?
right. And I'll try
Roger
to bring
that.
it
But
back.
you know me, Wingnut. I'll call bullshit as soon as I hear it. I don't back
Yeah,
off from
no,
that
well,
But
either.
can
But
we
it's
go back
I
okay.
and
That's
forth?
understand.
fine.
We can
That's
go back
totally
and forth. I'm
fine.
okay with that.
Oh,
That's
I'll
totally
call
fine.
BS in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
Roger
see,
that.
I don't mind
Gotcha.
that shit. I
Yes.
don't mind
All
because
Yeah,
right.
honestly,
Wingnuts
I
used
mean,
to it.
but I'm just saying though, it's like okay, yeah, I'm totally cool with that,
All
because I mean,
right. All right.
you know, but like I said, I don't want to get anybody pissed off or anything like that.
Uh,
You know what I'm saying? Because I
well,
mean, I mean,
I have
well,
yet to be gotten mad. I
it's
have
it's
yet to
like
you're
start to
doing
be
well.
gotten
You're
mad.
doing
there
extremely
is
well. You're doing
there's a
very
lot
well.
of stuff
You're
that's
doing the
going
best on
on.
this panel.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on around, when it comes down to the world around us and stuff like that. And it's like, and it divides a lot of people in a lot of different directions. All right. And a lot of that is designed to keep us all busy and distracted and all this other shit.
Let's
So,
take
I
it to
mean,
God. Fuck all that anarchy. Let's take
well,
it to God. You say keep us divided. Let's take it to God.
I mean, it's like we're all paying attention to the circus that gives us a bunch of breadcrumbs. But the thing is like,
Let me build on your breadcrumb thing. Give me some room to work. Let me build on your breadcrumb. Um, uh, is there an evil
Wait
force
a
out
minute.
here?
No, wait a minute.
That's,
I had a question that wasn't answered a long
go
time
ahead.
ago.
Go ahead. Let's
What
do
do
it.
y'all consider? What is a misdemeanor that would put you in prison for that long? Like what kind of misdemeanors and separate you from your family that long?
well, drug stuff will do it. I know
It wouldn't
that.
be a
Oh,
misdemeanor though.
because I think of misdemeanors as petty things. Like
Yes,
how can that?
jaywalking.
Yeah, how can that separate you for a year if it's a misdemeanor?
That was the point I was trying to make. And if it does happen, it'd be the rare occurrence. We're breaking the law. We're doing immoral. I fuck the law. We're doing immoral things when we do this, and we allow it and we condone it. So at some point, obedience.
You're not telling me what misdemeanors are. Sir, Survival, you raised your hand. You're going, detouring off the road.
He
What?
froze. He froze. Go
It's a
ahead.
good thing sometimes.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
Survival.
Survival, speak up.
Go ahead.
Cutting four tires off a vehicle in North Carolina at a younger age is a misdemeanor. And when you sit there and say that you wasn't you, and you have to go to court and you fight your court dates, it lasts you up to almost a full year in county lockup.
Were you under 18 or over 18?
I was over 18.
Then you weren't a
Still a
juvenile.
misdemeanor because the tires were less than $400 at the time. I'm 46 years old now, so the price of tires was underneath a certain amount, was still considered a misdemeanor. It landed me almost a day to 1 year, because anything over a year in North Carolina is prison time. Obviously, I didn't win.
I just thought misdemeanors were less criminal type things.
Well, I mean, he pissed me off, so I cut his tires off the car. So, better than me beating the crap out of him.
Oh, so you acted out of anger. Maybe they took that into consideration and they were worried you might do it again.
No, they was wrote up because I destructive property.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you telling
under
us that.
$500.
Yeah. I got busted for a DUI and spent the night in the drunk tank, and then I didn't pay off the fine, and they arrested me on a bench warrant. But everything I did and I got in trouble for, I did it. I admitted it. I did it.
So do we follow?
I wasn't going to go down that long. I thought I would be smarter than them. Turns out I wasn't.
There is a place where we are.
Never admit to shit until they bring up video cameras.
Especially nowadays. Survival. Well, God damn it! Excuse me, Lord. I forgot my question that quick. I'm smoking. That's the problem.
You're high? I would never have known
what?
that.
This is what I want to ask.
Allegedly.
And you too, Snooks. Are you guys saying that
step away from the sandbox?
just because they write something down as a law, we should follow it? That's not what you guys are saying, is it?
Well, no, let me ask you this. You're
not going to let them answer my question first?
No, hold on. It relates to it. All right, for instance. All right. I've asked this to my family, because I got family that are in law enforcement, National Guard, military, all that stuff. I got a lot of family and a lot of different things. All right, and I've asked them this question. It's like, for instance, what if your boss, your superior or whatever, told you to come to my house and every house on this street and do a mandatory relocation and mandatory weapons confiscation? Would you follow those orders?
What position of power am I in?
You're just a grunt. You're just like, basically.
Oh, you mean I'm in the military?
Well, whatever.
If I'm in the military, I've got to do what they say.
You're either in the military or you're in the law enforcement. It doesn't matter.
I joined that job. I have to do what they say, or else I have to quit.
I love her answer.
I would probably quit. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. That's not something I'd do.
Well, I mean, I'm
she definitely answered my question.
I know
so
how many people. Right. I know how many people will just follow orders.
I would get a dishonorable discharge, and I would resign from the police department before I do something like that.
What about you, Survival? If you're in the military and your order is to go door to door and do a search for guns and something else, do you do it?
Yeah, like I said, I don't know if you heard me. It's like for instance, I got a lot of family in police department, law enforcement, all that, military, all that stuff. Anyway, I asked all of them. The question is like, if your commander or your boss or whatever told you to go to my house, which your cousin or your nephew or whatever, my house, and fucking do a mandatory relocation and a mandatory weapons confiscation, would you follow those orders?
What's a relocation?
No. Taking you out of the house.
Oh,
okay. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I wouldn't follow his order, and I actually would like to expand on that because this is something big on the prepping channels. A lot of things I cover. One, everybody wants to especially scream about military. I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do that. Well, with military, you're going to be sitting in Leavenworth after that for disobeying an order. Two, if there was going to be some type of major event as far as full blown military standing up and saying, no, this is unconstitutional, we're talking about it's going to have to take a minimum of 80% of the military to do this. This has to be set and planned way ahead of time with military personnel, because the fact is, when you are a grunt, basically the best way I could say this, as a knuckle dragger, you are not
Right.
privy to what's coming down on you. When you're in that day room and they come in and they tell you what those orders are, they're barking at you. You will do what we say, or you're going to go into military prison, Leavenworth, or whatever facility it is. So when you're younger at 18, just like me, I was in the mountains. You grew up in the mountains. Yeah, I wasn't used to that type of stuff. Here I am threatening arrest and stuff like this for breaking their rules and things like that. So most military today will fall in line with it in a heartbeat. For something
Right.
major to actually happen, where military is going to say, no, this is unconstitutional, we will not do this. It's not just going to be a select few that does it, because those select few will be taken down quickly.
Then I'll
We
go to
know that
Leavenworth.
now.
I don't, just a minute, I don't follow a sheep mentality. I never have since I moved out of my house at
I
19.
disagree. You're doing it right now. We got the military in Chicago, and you're justifying it. Sheep
Yeah,
mentality.
that's not
Bam.
sheep mentality. I'm not in the military.
Well, yeah. Well,
You're justifying that same
I'm
action you
not
just
justifying
described.
it. I'm saying if I was in the military, I'd go to Leavenworth.
Yeah. But okay, but
But
I
if
was
I was ordered to go,
extrapolating.
no, if I was ordered to go to Chicago and protect it, I'd go
Yeah.
protect it. There's a big
Yes.
difference
And yeah,
between going
the
to
question
house
was
well,
taking guns from American citizens,
and
not
relocating them.
supply. Yeah, it
yeah,
was, the question wasn't,
yeah.
going into Chicago to defend and protect the city. The actual
Yeah.
question was
I'm
going in
moving
and
the
taking
question.
guns away.
No, you
I'm
can't
about.
move
Yeah,
the
Yeah,
question. You can't
Sure, you
move
yeah,
yeah.
it.
you
can.
take
That
Sure,
was
you
take
can.
it was
pieces
Don't be
very
and
afraid.
specific.
make
This
your
is
own
what I'm saying.
narrative.
Y'all gonna say I talk a lot in a while. It's just y'all arguing me when I'm trying to say something.
Honey, I
That's what
don't
it's
live
gonna
my
be for the
life in
next
fear. I
5 minutes.
never have.
Okay, well, let me get this out. There's
Okay.
nothing to fear.
I
Uh,
don't fear you.
okay, but everybody seems to
Come
act
on,
weird when I
no,
try to
come
make
on.
a
What?
point.
Settle down, settle down.
All right.
Hey, I've heard that before from you. Hush up.
Uh, okay, so I think what we're talking about, where I'm moving it, is because the same philosophy applies here. The military is in coming here and do illegal shit. For instance, all that pepper guns and gas and people, all that's illegal. None of them are saying no, I won't do it. It's unconstitutional or immoral. They're
How is it
following
illegal?
orders.
How is it
Yes, it's
illegal?
illegal to
No,
shoot a
I'm
guy.
asking, how
Oh,
is it illegal? Because
you
there's actually new laws that was actually written in presidency before Donald Trump, because this seems to be the big topic on society today.
yeah,
Insurrection Act, where military personnel can go in to
Right.
take over the city and have protection. And if they're using non-lethal weaponry, which isn't actually a weapon, is non-lethal defense items to stop attackers instead of, blasting them,
right.
how is that illegal exactly?
Well, no one said anyone was an attacker, right? I am telling you that they are shooting people who are unarmed and done nothing to them and gassing them and pepper spray them. That shit's unconstitutional, immoral, and that's what they're doing. I don't know why y'all think
Well,
they're
where are
protecting
they
So when
someone.
doing
they
that?
throw a
No,
brick, that's
where are
not
they
an
doing
attack.
that?
To the
Where are they
protesters
where are they
everywhere.
doing that I've watched these protests, believe me.
Yeah.
I mod for people who show these protests.
Mhm.
I see those protests. I see what those buttheads are doing.
Yep.
I
They
mean,
Yes.
you
deserve
know,
to
like,
be
I'm talking about
gassed.
Violence. Don't
Antifa
stray.
or,
Don't stray. We're
Antifa and
talking
bullshit.
about attacking first. I bet you ain't seen none of them lies where it attacked first, because it would have made the news where a
Oh, I've seen the
Yeah,
protester
they
attacked
do
protesters
first.
attack
attacking
first.
first. I
As soon
have
as they
seen them
put a
attacking
hand
first.
on law enforcement or National Guard or any civil servant, that's an
That's an
attack. I
attack.
don't
They've
care if
never
it's a
done. They.
spit or
I.
not, that's an
Oh,
Yeah.
attack.
yes, they have.
Yes.
Yes, they
First.
have.
First. I bet you can't find
Yes.
a
Yes,
clip.
first.
I bet you
Yes,
guys
First.
can't
first.
find a clip,
Yeah,
and I could
if
show
I
It's
you.
had a
all over
way
the
to
freaking
share the
news,
clip,
dude.
I don't have a way to share.
I. Here's a little secret for you. I
Is there
am
any?
a I'm an activist, and that's what I do. I follow ICE. I'm like 6 different fucking groups that follow them and all of that shit. I film them.
Well,
I
goody
know
goody.
yes, but I'm saying, dude, it's like go look up a law. That's all I do all day, every day. In particular, it's about ICE. Had I not just switched cameras, I would show you the video of them shooting me and shooting everybody else, and not one person laid a hand on them. Not only
Not
that,
one person. Y'all were totally innocent. You know how I've heard that
Were
so
they in the
many
middle of
times
an
with
wait.
activists.
I said
Were they in
not
the
one
middle of an
person.
apprehension of an individual when they started
No,
shooting people
no,
because
no,
people rushed up on there?
no. This is outside of a
They
nice
just drove by
facility.
and it just opened up on people, huh?
God dog it, I'll show you
ICE.
the video. You guys are just
Uh-huh.
here. Let me tell you
Yeah.
what it is. This is what it is. Protesters are standing in front of them, calling them names. When they need a vehicle to come out, they spray indiscriminately and make everybody move to open a way for the
Yeah,
vehicle to come out.
because they're blocking the facility so they can do their damn
Well,
job. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
first, wait, wait,
the
wait.
thing
Let's
is,
not make assumptions here.
you get down here in Florida, you're going to
Let's not
become a
make
speed
assumptions
bump.
here.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. Let's not make assumptions that they're blocking the vehicles. That's an
You
assumption.
just said
And
they
Well,
blocked the vehicle so
wait,
they couldn't
wait.
leave.
Well, please,
You
this is
just
what I'm
said they
saying.
blocked the vehicle so they couldn't leave.
If you
So how is
if
that
you hear
making an
the whole
assumption?
thing, let's not make an assumption that they're blocking the vehicles. And we can
Well, oh
assume
no, no,
that
you
out
mean
of the
let me
excuse me,
retract
can
what
I
I
get out
just
more in this
said.
sentence? You can
Let me
retract it
just
when I'm done with
retract.
this sentence.
No, man, because you interrupt me and you backtrack and rechange what you say
You wouldn't know
to
because you
fix
cut
what
me off.
anybody
How would you
said.
know what I'm gonna say? I'll say it
Because I
again
repeated
from
what
the
you just
start.
said.
I'll say it from the start again. You don't know what I said. You truncated it and argued the first
I I,
point because it's easier.
No, I heard
I
what you said. You
truncated
said
it.
No, I
exactly what you
wasn't
said.
done. I
Okay, that's
wasn't
okay. Well,
done.
go ahead. Go ahead
Thank
with
you.
it.
I'll do it from the beginning. Maybe you'll understand this time. Let's not assume that they're blocking the road. We can assume that out of the 100 protesters, all of them we know are not blocking. So we'll give you that some are blocking. Let's say 2 are blocking. There are laws to get him to move. None of them are gas related. It is to say you move. If he doesn't move, you trespass him, and if he refuses, then you put him in cuffs and you take him away. Gassing is not an option.
Hmm.
All right,
Can
that
I
was it.
speak for? I want to speak for a minute. Thank you. Do you know what it is here in Florida with protesters who get in the way of us on highways? I can cha-cha their asses with my bumper.
I
Uh-huh.
always thought I
Yep.
would. Right?
Now, did you know that? I'm not
No,
saying I
it's the
would.
law.
You're saying
Did
it's
yeah,
legal.
it's no, it's
It's
legal.
Yeah.
fair. Good.
Yeah, but
I think it's fair.
but did you also know if you spit on a cop here and you're a protester, they can take your butt down.
But if a
yeah.
cop spits
We
on you,
want
it's
our
not a crime.
we want our police in Florida to be respected. We want our
Well,
law
Who is
enforcement
they're not
respected.
completely
who
respected.
is
I'm gonna
we?
tell you.
Who is
Yeah.
we?
We in Florida. We in Florida. The
I
Well,
think
majority of us.
Wingnut lives in Florida.
yeah,
Well,
I know they're not respected, but for
no,
one,
they're not. They're not.
they have that for good reason. I mean, shit. It's like they earn the hate a lot here in Florida, all over. The further south you get, it turns into Yankee land anyway. All these
Mm,
fucking assholes from fucking California and New York coming down here spoiling everything, and
mhm.
but still, I mean. Even some of these small town cops out here thinking they're fucking Barney Fifing around, all this fucking now they're running around with tactical fucking gear like they're in Afghanistan. You know what I mean? It's like, what the
Uh,
fuck,
Yeah.
dude? Even
I
the
don't
fucking
agree with that
wildlife
at
are out here
all.
with body armor on. You know what I mean?
uh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
all cops are
Militarizing police should not be happening, not in the United States. I
almost
agree with
all
that.
cops are immoral and lousy. Do
I
you guys
disagree
agree
with
with
that.
that? That's
No.
what I was asking. You don't agree?
No.
No, I don't agree.
Because
I
I mean,
think you have
honestly, I think the way I see things when it comes to, I even got family in it. I got I got a cousin of mine that's just become a cop. All right, and I asked him. I was like, listen, all right, I wanted to ask you a question. I was like, all right, we got a bunch of stuff listed under their Bill of Rights. The First Amendment has 5 elements of the First Amendment. Can you list all 5 of those? And he can only list 2 of them. All right. The thing is, man, I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, dude, you took an oath. It's not just some formality just to get the fucking job. It is an oath that you need to uphold And and if you don't know what the fucking rights are, how can you actually protect and uphold those rights? You know what I mean? And I see this in law enforcement and military and also shit because it ends up being nowadays like a formality just to get the fucking job. So they can have that steady paycheck and that retirement down at the end.
100%, 100%. The more
Yeah.
they get into it, the more willing they're gonna go along with any misbehavior. Because now I got a house, a kid invested. Of course, I'm gonna go along
Right.
with it.
Well, that's another thing too, because I know I got another cousin that he got mostly because he wants that retirement, because he wants that steady paycheck. That's the reason why he wanted to become a cop. That is the whole reason. It wasn't like for some noble, you know. So me personally, even for the people I know and people that are family, there are no good cops. If there were any good cops, there would be no bad cops. But we see the
Of
bad cops
course.
are brought in the whole fucking barrel. You know what I'm saying? There's less good apples in that fucking barrel than there is good rotten ones. And that's the problem, because it's like a gang mentality. My dad was a cop. He ended up getting out because he hated the fucking politics. It was like a clique. You know what I mean?
Yeah. My
And
buddy got out because the immorality involved. He didn't get out. He transferred to the downtown horse where they do parades and shit on horses because he didn't want to stop being one, but it was immoral to him. And they had him on the drug unit. Here, speaking of that, how do you guys? This is why I say they are immoral. If I sell, what does they sell? If I give Anarchy a bag of weed, am I a bad person? Surely, if a cop comes up and tells me I can't do that, arrest me, give me a record of any of that shit, isn't he immoral?
Well,
there's no
depends on if
victim
you
in
do
No,
that.
it
no,
here
I
in
was asking them, Anarchy. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but I'm asking
Oh,
him.
sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
depends on if you're in Florida. If you give it to him, it's illegal. But if he chooses to take it, that's on him.
The law decides morality.
Well,
Morality,
legality,
the
Right, I say,
law.
isn't that cop immoral? You're
Like
telling
I said,
me,
there is a
No.
difference between legal and lawful. Technically, there's no victim, so there's no crime lawfully, but legally, there's all this other shit that's stacked on top of the supreme law in land, and they make that more superior. They even fucking go for codes as
uh,
they're like really something or rules.
uh,
And
I think under God, if me and him are over there smoking a cigarette and someone has wrote on a piece of paper that no one's allowed to do it and they run over there and arrest us, that guy's immoral, not us. I think
But
that's clear.
Joe, you're not looking at the fact that that policeman chose to join the police department and follow those laws. It's the
That's
same
what,
thing as the military. You join the military, you're choosing to follow those laws.
that's
So
why I
he's
said
doing
all cops are immoral.
he's
If you
doing his
sign up
job.
for the
No,
job,
he's
you're
not.
immoral.
No, you're not. That's the
Well, is
job
it
he
immoral?
chose.
well, okay, hey, no, just to throw this in there. All right, okay, and this might be like some anecdote or whatever, but the thing is, like, I think of the Nuremberg trials, and where they were, the excuse or
Just following orders.
the defense, yeah, the defense that
It
they
was
had
a
was
job they chose.
I was just doing my job, I was following
Right.
orders. You know what I mean? And quite
It still
honestly,
was
in the
immoral.
long run, I guess when everything comes down to judgment, in a sense, no matter if it's either one way or the other, because honestly, man, it's coming to a head. We're waking a lot of people up to the actual reality of what's going on. All right, at least we're at least showing, the guy behind the curtain type of thing. All right, because honestly, there's a lot of stuff that's going on right now that's at play that's actually
It,
influencing even the way we think. Because if you sit there and
here's one of them. I'm looking
if
at it
you
on
watch
TV
them,
right
it
now.
depends
The
on how
two
you get
National
your
Guardsmen.
information.
You're
Excuse me.
interrupting.
I
You're
know I'm
Hold
interrupting.
on, Joe.
interrupting because
Hold
it's
on, Joe.
timely. The
No.
two National Guardsmen who was shot looks like he
Okay.
was shot by an
Yeah, that's all.
immigrant. I thought you
Yeah,
guys would
Yes,
want
he
to know
was.
that.
Oh,
yeah, we were
well,
talking about
is
that
an
earlier.
immigrant illegal?
Yeah, well, see, that's another thing too. So there's not enough
After
information, and
Afghanistan.
it's the public
Yeah, I
mainstream
knew that.
fucking pumping the information out right now. There's no independent shit. I don't really know what to believe because I don't believe anything that comes out of that shit anyway.
Well,
That
Seriously.
CNN
that
is
was my point.
pretty
You say it's a lot of shit
unbased.
at play to trick us. That was my point. There's a lot. You just said there's a lot of shit at play to trick us. This is surely
Right,
one of them.
But Joe,
right.
But go
you
ahead.
you try to put morals in with legality. you know, and I have an issue
I
with
think
that
you're putting
because,
legality in with moral. The conversation was
well,
moral,
I
and I
don't think
interrupted you,
so.
but I was I said, is it immoral? And you brought legality into it, not me.
Okay, but it's two different things.
So is it
Survival, man.
immoral?
I
Was my
really
question.
appreciate you hanging out, dude. I really do. This is fucking cool, man. I appreciate it, man.
I
Well,
know
I want
I'm
to
giving
know.
you a break because I don't want to be too offensive, so I'm
I
trying to
want
keep
to
it
know.
civil a
I
while.
want to know where my roasted marshmallows are. I was promised that.
That's
You
you,
ain't get
Anarchy, I'm sure.
smashed in between some chocolate.
Yes, exactly. I want my
Uh,
s'mores. But anyway, you have to separate morals from legality. You joined the police department. You can still be moral, but you're following the laws because you joined it. Let me ask you
so
this, and this is way off the track. Just a minute, Joe. If you
okay,
work
we'll get back to it.
for, let's say if you work for an animal shelter, but you
Yeah,
really love animals, but you're putting them to sleep because they're not been
right,
adopted.
right.
But it's the law of where you
Wait,
work.
wait, wait. If
Isn't that immoral?
if I'm putting them to sleep merely because they haven't been adopted, I'm an immoral
Yes.
fuck. Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, they do that.
Yeah, I
That's
used
I
to know
would
this
say
one
it's
guy that did
immoral.
that
What
for a
about
living.
the
And I'm gonna tell you
what
something.
about
He got kind of weird. He started giggling every time he see him squirm while he was giving them the.
Ugh, God, that's a totally immoral person,
He
okay?
was a really
that's
creepy
fucked up,
dude. You know.
yo. That's
He was-
really weird.
That's not following the legality of it. That's them joining
What
it.
yeah, that's a whole nother level.
what about some laws? Let's say the or whoever did something legal during slavery or whatever time when it was really fucked up in history. There was a law that said you can do that, but it still would remain immoral. And I would say
Yeah.
that the guy who signed up for that job, he's doing an immoral job. That's why I asked the
Okay.
question: do you
Where's the
think
line?
it's
That's
immoral
where it's at.
to?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Survival.
so
Yeah, no,
I've
that's
got a
pretty much
question
it.
on
Yeah,
this.
that's what I'm asking.
So
Yeah.
when the
Joe.
question was about the animal shelters and they have to put animals down, is it immoral? And the answer is yes, it's immoral. So is it also not immoral because the state funding for the animal shelter can't feed these animals for these lengthy of time? Is it not immoral that they just have to let the animal suffer and starve to death because they have a timeline to get animals out?
Why
Or
they
what's
gotta
the
let them
answer
suffer
there?
and starve? Why they gotta let them
Well,
suffer and starve?
where else are they going to? What I just said, they don't have the funding because I worked at an animal shelter when I was younger. I know about the funding, the state and also county. So you have a certain amount of funding come in, you can house animals for a certain period of time. Well, when
Right.
you don't have the funding and you start accumulating more and more, you are left with decision. You got to put them down. Well, like you said, it's immoral. So if you don't put them down, somebody's going to eventually starve to death.
Here's a where I see a problem in there, a little built-in fallacy. There are other options. If you can't afford to feed him, the only option is not to kill him. There are other options. I can think of one. If you set him outside in the wild, he's got a much better chance of living a better life than you shooting poison gas into his arm. You don't
Obviously,
have to
you don't
kill
know
him.
nothing about the outdoors if you're going to turn a pet that's been housed up and release them once they turn feral when they're with a pack and they start attacking other
They
people's
do. They
animals
attack
and
Right.
children.
people. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
No,
that's
I'm
And
talking
not
about
a
the
first of
animal
all,
argument
shelter.
at
I'm not
all.
talking about personally owning an animal. I'm
yeah,
talking
Yeah,
about
I'm
the
talking about
animal
actual
shelter.
the
I was just
veterinarian
throwing it out
shelter.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I was
mean
just
yeah.
that's a
throwing that out
great
there.
point. And I was just rebuttaling when they said it was
Wait.
immoral.
You're
Well, look at the what's the answer then?
wait. I just told you a better answer is to set them all free somewhere. Okay, a cat or two who was raised by a grandmother, never seen the outdoors. Well, guess what? 98% of them will find a way to survive, and they're not dead. That's better than killing them.
But Joe,
No,
cats do
your
not go
logic's
in
not there.
packs. Cats do not go in packs and attack people. We have feral dog packs in Florida, and they will attack other pets, and they have been known to attack people.
Yeah, they run deer
Well, I'm not
around
saying
here.
let them loose in the city. You would let them
they'll get
motherfuckers off away from people, obviously, right? You wouldn't set
We
them
don't
all
all
loose
live
in
in
the city.
cities down here. Florida is very densely populated, densely forest. There's a lot of rural
Yeah,
land here in Florida. People
Yeah.
don't understand it's not all beaches. We have a lot of
yeah,
pack feral dogs that run around here.
yeah.
I'm not saying that you don't have feral dogs. My point was that there are other alternatives to kill them, and I think that you're saying that no, if this particular place can't house them, we kill them.
Well,
No, just setting them free was just one of many freaking ways to
and
do it, right? It ain't just two ideas. Hold on a little bit more. You could possibly now, with the way modern shit is, you could set up apps or something. You could reach more people. You could facilitate a way rather than spending money on that on housing them until so and so happens. You could spend that money on advertising or something. Give them each their own little campaign, and they get adopted more. There are a million different routes to try other than killing them.
No, you're coming up with ideas, but that's not what's in place with society. I just said what they have set up now, the funding for the state and county, they cannot keep these animals that long. They
yeah,
have to
it
put them
comes down to
down.
the
So what would
funding. It
be
really
the
does.
moral?
That's the
Yeah, because
third
I mean,
time you
even
said it.
what
I'd
you're
agree
talking
with
about,
you the
Joe,
first time.
even what you're talking about, Joe, there's funding that's involved. It's like, where's the money coming from? You know what I mean? Is it going to come from the
Well,
taxpayers or is it coming from like private
well,
donations? I mean, you
in
know what I
that
mean?
case, wherever the funding you got that they were using, whether it be taxpayer or whether I don't know, they got some veterinarian, whatever. I am saying in this case, if the objective is to find a dog a home, and the system we have now, all it is, we house you for 3 months and kill you, then we spend that money in a better direction, whether it be when we find these dogs, instead of taking them and housing them, we put that motherfucker one by one out somewhere in the woods or wherever the fuck where they won't be running to no humans. You do that shit.
Well,
What
well, I'll tell
the
you,
ad
like I said,
campaign
you
shit?
know, like I said,
Where
where I'm at right now, I mean, you know, they're not all of them are feral, but you know, some of them are, you know, but they'll run around in like, you know, 6 to 8 and deep in a pack, running out here chasing
Mhm.
deer and shit. And you
Right.
know, and they get kind of ornery too. I mean, sometimes. I mean, I was out here. I just pitched a tent way out here in the back of the woods and stuff. And I had one of my dogs with me, but I had food, you know, I had just cooked up and all this other stuff. Next thing you know, I had this damn pack of dogs coming at me. And I mean, the lead dog sitting there, I mean, I had a machete in my hand, so I wasn't really that worried about it. I was going to slice his freaking nose off if you got close enough. But I ended up scaring him off. But I started thinking about it, you know, later on. And it's like, you know, these things, there's even coyotes out here, you know what I mean? And
Yeah, we
so
got
it's all,
coyotes
and it's
every
all kinds of different
everywhere
things
too.
out here when it comes down to it, you know, all the four-legged parts of it.
So fucking
And
cats
and
and
and,
dogs would just be
and then
another
if you
thing. No
start like,
big
you
deal.
know, because I've seen neighborhoods get overrun with cats. You know, there was a guy, buddy of mine. I don't know if it's like his neighbor or whatever. And next thing you know, they just let the cats just get like explode. Next thing you know, the whole damn neighborhood now it's like almost like a target practice, just shooting fucking feral cats out of the yard. You know what I mean? And you know that kind of shit happens. You know when it just gets out of hand. You know, but you know, next thing you know. Hell, if the
But that was
Vietnamese
the
don't give a shit, you know, they can go out here and fucking start cooking up some fucking shit or whatever, you know, and you know, some cats and dogs and stuff, you know. But, you know.
Are y'all familiar with this? Since we're talking about immoral orders, there's a video going around of 6 Democrats that made a commercial saying, "Remember, military, uh, it is you do not have to follow. What's the word? Please tell me y'all saw it because I'm gonna get it wrong. You don't have to follow unlawful orders or something. Here, let me find the commercial.
Yeah,
You don't
But
have to
I've
find
seen
it.
the
I've seen
video.
the video. I've seen the
I've
I
seen the
video.
know you. I
video.
was waiting for you to say it. Thank you. I
Yeah,
knew you had saw
yeah,
it at
I sent
least.
the video because I've been sending it to the guy I mod for, and
Very
I
good.
think it's sedition.
Yeah,
In what way? Why?
absolutely. Trump
Well,
has
Why?
not ordered an illegal act for the military to perform yet. Everything's been lawful by the Constitution as far as buying. Now, I don't agree with it, but it's still falling underneath lawful statutes to make it happen, so it's not illegal.
I didn't see nothing in the commercial that claimed Trump did something illegal.
it's not a
Why is the
commercial.
sedition there?
It's a YouTube
It's a whole
video.
message.
There's a bunch of videos on it. These are what
Yes,
congressmen or senators or just
I saw
congressmen.
nothing in the video. Yes,
One of them is
yes. They said,
ex-military who
remember,
also went to the
you
moon
don't have to
supposedly.
follow unlawful.
That's
Yeah, there's
sedition. That's telling
actually
the military they don't have to follow the
Where
laws.
is
That's
the
not up to them to say so.
yeah, there's actually two that are
no, no, no,
Congress
no,
that
no.
are
The law
veterans.
says
Yeah, that's true.
do not follow unlawful orders. Wait,
They're all, if
they're
an
telling
order
them
is
to
given to
follow
the
the law.
military, it's not unlawful.
Well,
Yes, they're saying if they give you an unlawful order, it is your duty not to follow it.
What
He in
is
the
an unlaw
military, he know that. If they
What's
give
an
you an unlawful
unlawful
order,
order?
he
What's an
should tell you.
unlawful
He would
order?
Well,
give
yeah,
me an
if
unlawful
it's if
order.
it
No, you brought up the
if
What's an
it
video.
unlawful
You
order?
say what the unlawful order is.
No, he's in the
yeah,
military. He's in the
Oh,
military. He's better suited. Give me some unlawful orders.
yeah,
I'm just
okay.
saying, if it is a unlawful order, yes, you do not follow, but you're going to have a lot
Dodge.
of repercussion. Well, let me finish. All right, you're going to have a lot of repercussion before that order goes through all the circuit courts, all the federal courts, before you get released from prison
military
because
tribunal.
you broke the order.
It would be a
So I
military
think the
tribunal.
answer is you cannot follow unlawful orders. Correct?
You're not supposed to. Correct. That's the oath that you take.
Wouldn't
Exactly.
an
They
unlaw
made a commercial saying you cannot
Honey, it
follow
wasn't a
unlawful
commercial.
orders.
It's a YouTube
Where is
video.
the
There's a difference.
well, they made a video, semantics. They made a video saying you cannot follow unlawful orders. Where is the sedition?
Oh, I know where you're going at. You're trying to figure out
Thank
why
you.
Trump has said this is a
Yeah.
sedition act, and that they
Right.
need to be
Yes. Why is it fall under
tried as traitors
sedition?
and stuff like that because they undermined his authority as the president of the United States and chief of command. Yes, technically in the video, and it's not a commercial, they did not pull any facts of any unlawful orders or said that Donald Trump committed any unlawful order toward the military. You're correct in that. But they also
All
stepped
right.
up and they attacked him to the form of sedition against the administration. Now, with that being said, I do not like government. All right, I question all of them, even Trump, Bush, freaking guy that falls down the stairs, all of them. I question all of them. This particular administration is a big power hungry, in my opinion, only because these are only my thoughts, and I
I would agree
question
with
him
that,
just like
though.
everybody else. So far, he hasn't done anything, and they did not say he did, but they went preemptive on it, and they said it was an act of sedition.
Who
But the
did something?
FBI is
Trump?
the FBI is investigating it. So is the
Uh-huh.
War
Are we talking about
Department.
Trump?
The
We're not
the
talking about
War
Trump, bro.
Department is investigating it, which
Can
I
y'all
wish
hear
they
me?
hadn't renamed it. Yeah, we can hear you, darling.
No,
What you want to say?
my. Oh,
No,
oh.
You're going
I
a
was
little
asking who are
robot,
you guys talking about?
so cool.
we're talking about the
All
people
right.
that
All right.
said don't follow. Wait a minute. Are you hearing us?
Jump out and jump
I
back
can hear
in.
you. Yeah.
You can
All
hear
right.
us?
I think there's a delay going on.
Okay. Yeah, there might be. That's been happening in StreamYard. Um, but I would say, would an unlawful order be like to shoot unarmed citizens?
Or even just Americans, period, on American soil.
Or Americans what?
Just Americans, period, on American soil.
Can you hear me?
Well,
Yeah.
that also falls into what is being played as far as Insurrection Act and things of that nature, which you got wrote in years ago. So let's just say, and I don't agree with this, but let's just get this going here. Let's say the Insurrection Act came in. They have to go into a city to lock it down because, let's say, massive riots, murder, whatever is going on,
Right.
major stuff.
Right. Right.
And U.S. troops have to come in and they actually have to draw fire on American citizens. Granted, though, in this situation, they're actually causing harm on other people, but now the U.S. military has had to step in and actually take these individuals out. Now we run into, is that an unlawful order? Because they drew guns on unarmed or whatever American citizens in that time of need, some major event.
Right.
That's where it gets into the sticky wicky on that. And
I hear
unfortunately,
you.
with the Insurrection Act, they can turn around and flip that on any American citizen, in my opinion. If
100%.
you go against the administration, if you're a prepper, if you're a constitutionalist, if you're
Right.
anti-government, they just say you're a
Somebody's holding the
domestic thief.
camera.
Yeah,
100%.
it's a very sticky wicky on that. some support it, and I can see the need, but I don't support it because of where it could lead down the road.
Yeah, because
Because
nothing's ever temporary with the government. It's always comes permanent. You
and
know what I
and,
mean?
I
and,
agree.
and
I agree.
increases. Yes, it becomes
I mean,
permanent
and
and
you know, there's
increases.
But
nothing
then we run
patriotic
into
about the Patriot
what do
Act.
we
You know
do?
what I'm saying?
Then we run
But you're
into
talking
what do
about
we do?
martial law.
Well,
Yeah.
but it still falls underneath the Insurrection Act. So let's just say it would happen in Chicago, where the police department like just throws up their hand and they really don't get involved with a record that we're seeing on criminal process and stopping crime. This stuff's going on. Then the government has to come in because they're not wanting to do their job, which they're being told not to do their job. Now we're into a whole new hornet's nest of what do we go from here? We just brought
No,
in the
wait.
military because the police wouldn't do their job, and now we've already got them unleashed. I mean, is that
There's a
is that
place
right or
before
is it wrong?
that it gets murky before you even get there, because someone has to decide that the people are doing wrong first. The police, let's say right now, the police have not thrown up their hands. But if the president, in this case, decides, you know what, crime is so bad in Chicago, it's an emergency. It's been like this every day of my life, crime every year about the same. But the president decided it's so bad, it's emergency. No one can argue that crime's bad in Chicago. He has a point. He can bring the military in by law suddenly.
Yeah. I will
As
say,
things
Well,
are now.
I mean,
I,
honestly, I mean, when it comes down to like, you know, like a presidential order or whatever, you know, that kind of shit, I have a qualms with that. I mean, this should
Me
go through
too.
Congress if it
100%.
I
necessary.
agree. I
I mean,
agree.
because honestly, just to making like some executive order type of bullshit. I
Right.
mean, you know, that's like, you know, that gets into that king realm. You know
That
what I
gets into a
mean?
Yeah.
dictatorship.
You know what
That's
I'm
why we
saying?
got all these
Yeah.
lawsuits
Because
right
we're
now
not. I mean,
against Trump.
this is not domestic terrorist. You know, this is not terrorists from another country. And what the military is only supposed to be really there for is to defend us from those type of things.
You know,
Um,
Trump said if you say Palestine, you support a domestic, not domestic, you support a terrorist organization. If
well,
you say
I could
free
say
Palestine,
I could say the
No, I
same
don't
thing
think
about the
that's
Muslims.
true.
you sure?
No, that
Yeah.
I don't think. I think if I went out there and said free Palestine, they're not going to arrest me.
I would agree. He only used it for illegal aliens. If they say free Palestine, they fall under you support domestic terrorism, and we can. I mean, not domestic terrorism, and we can deport you. Isn't that crazy?
Well, I
If
mean,
they're
well, you
illegal, if
start
they're illegal,
But
chanting
they're
they've already
illegal.
committed their crime.
yeah, yeah.
They're already
They
criminals.
Wait,
just spotlighted themselves. That's all.
Yeah, but you guys are dodging really fast. You
No,
went
not
to
dodging at all. You
you
just
went
said
to
We're
illegal.
dodging
illegal.
anything.
No,
Do
you
they
just.
support a terrorist organization? You didn't answer that before you moved on.
Well, let me put it this way.
You're gonna dodge.
Most of those protesters out there are paid actors. They will admit it. They get paid to protest. They don't believe in that crap. They're
Yeah,
just getting paid. It's a
I,
job.
that's a great conversation. After you answer my question, you guys are
What?
disrespectful. He walks away and you don't answer. You talk
No,
I
about something else.
I did no. I'm not being disrespectful. I don't remember your question.
Yes. Um, are the aliens supporting a terrorist organization by saying or wearing a shirt that says "Free Palestine"?
Yes, but they're
Oh
getting
my!
paid to do it.
Wait. Well,
Well,
forget
I'm
all that.
answering your question. You want an answer. I'm giving you my
Who,
honest
well,
who gets
answer.
who gets
when you
paid? What
start
are you talking
if
about? You're
you start
adding stuff.
chanting like, you know, death to America, I take that a fucking like a threat. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I
but
said a
what?
guy says
You
free
never heard of George
Palestine on
Soros?
campus. Listen,
Exactly.
you and your
I take
friend,
him as a fucking threat.
you and your friend who you've known for 30 years are walking down campus. Both of you guys have free Palestine shirts.
Mhm.
People walk up and you find out she was undocumented the whole time. Did she support a terrorist organization the whole time? Or only because you just found out now she supports a terrorist organization?
No, she supported it the whole time. I just didn't know about it.
Very good. Do you support it because you wear the shirt?
I wouldn't be wearing the shirt, so you're asking me the wrong question. Wrong
If you
person.
wear the shirt,
Wrong
what?
person to ask the question.
Dodge. I love the deflection. Let's
I'm
put
not
someone
You know
else.
what? You
Let's
can't
put
take
someone
somebody
else
being
in that shirt.
honest.
Let's
You
put
can't
someone
I'll tell you right
take
else.
now.
somebody being
Let's put someone else
honest.
in that shirt.
I'm wearing a
No, no,
Macca
no, no. Don't let her
sweatshirt
off the
because
hook.
I
I'm not a
support the
fan of that. I
pool.
work
If
too
you're
hard to
wearing the
corner
shirt, you're
people. Y'all
supporting it.
keep letting them out.
Whoa, you're acting like you're on a pedestal putting me in a corner. I don't think
That's
so.
the fear that I was talking about.
I don't
No,
have
it's not
fear.
Yes,
disrespect. It's
because
nothing about fear.
we just spent 2 minutes talking about something other than my question because it makes you uncomfortable. That is
No,
fear.
it doesn't. I
Okay, that was
answered you
deflection.
honestly. I know it wasn't.
Let's take you out of the shirt and put someone else in there. Let's call it Carol. Carol is some white
Well, I
chick
mean,
from Maine.
well,
Has
okay,
she
you put
been
it this way. Are
This
supporting a
is
you?
terrorist? Hold
insanity.
on.
Oh
Has
my
she been
God.
supporting a terrorist organization the entire time because she wears a free Palestine shirt?
Not if you just forced her to wear the shirts. That's the whole
You know, you
hypocrisy
didn't
you just
force
presented.
her. Stop adding
If she's
stuff. Carol
No,
really
you just
means
said you're
it.
going to take her out and put her in the shirt. Now, does she still support it? If she
No, no,
put the
no.
damn
I'm
shirt on,
saying
she supported it.
very good.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm taking Snooks out is what I mean, and I'm inserting Carol.
Thank you.
Carol's wearing the shirt. That's all I meant. So to make it easier for
Oh my
Snooks,
God.
it's someone else,
But
not
I'm not
her.
fearful. You got the wrong woman here. I am
Answer
not
my question.
fearful.
Does Carol support a terrorist organization for wearing that shirt?
Yes.
Anyone. That means if
No,
I say free
so a
Palestine,
terrorist
I support a
organization,
terrorist organization. Yes?
Yes.
I don't
Thank
see it
you
as a
for being
terrorist
honest.
organization. I see it as a ideology. But as far as I know, there's no terrorist organization that's actually called Free Palestine. So now she supports an
100%.
ideology.
It's just free speech. Why would you call it supporting terrorism? That's
You just did.
crazy.
Oh my God, I just repeated you. Dude, you
No,
are
no,
so
no.
freaking
He's
Not
not
hot right
you.
support.
now.
No,
Not you.
I can
Her.
say because I can say what I want to.
You
Yeah,
can, but
that's
I'm
not a
saying, why
domestic
would you
So I
terrorist.
have
said
such
it.
an opinion? You're allowed it. I'm not trying to say it. I'm wondering what takes a person's brain to it's okay to say that they're terrorists when something is demonstrated as what I clearly see as free speech.
Because I can say it and I just did and I'm very opinionated.
I wasn't questioning
Well,
your right to say
yeah,
it, baby. You
that's
can say what
basing
you like.
that's basing on assumptions and presumptions altogether instead of no proof altogether. You know, when it comes down to it. I mean, if somebody just got out of bed and the only shirt that was fucking clean happened to be the Free Palestine shirt, you
Up
know what
there,
I'm saying?
a
That's,
roommate,
you
Oh,
know,
right?
but I mean,
no, no.
whatever. You know what I
No,
mean?
no, Wing. I'd be going out in my bra or I just wouldn't be going out.
Well, I hear you, but I'm just saying, I mean, you can't assume a book by its cover that, or whatever, I mean, but the thing is, um, um,
Do you
when it
not
comes
judge a
to
book by
their
its
actions,
cover?
I judge people by their actions, all right? Not what they tell me, I judge it by their actions, you know what I'm saying?
Well, no wonder
And
you think so badly of me.
uh,
What if I had a shirt that said "Go Israel"? Do I support a terrorist organization?
oh god damn, I would be really, questioning why you're wearing that shirt too. You know what I mean? Because honestly, you think about it, man, in a sense, it's like bumper stickers, what you have like written on your fucking shirt. It's like a bumper sticker, you like this stuff or you support it or whatever. You throw a bumper sticker on your fucking car or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, you know what I mean? It's the same thing with the shirt sometimes too. I mean, I have a random collection of shirts. I didn't buy them, I mean, it's stuff that I found in like a goddamn thrift store or whatever because it was in good
Right.
shape. It's like, it's not like I went out and I'm like, oh, I think this fits my personality, you know what I mean, or
Oh,
whatever.
the shirt you had on yesterday working on the leather fit your personality perfect. I even
Yeah,
commented on
well,
it. TMI,
actually,
TMI.
I'm still wearing that shirt as we speak now.
It does.
Yeah,
It talks about peeing outside. Okay,
yeah,
it's so
right.
you.
It's wonderful peeing outside. That's what
I
it says. Yeah.
it's just like I saw that T-shirt. I'm putting TMI, TMI in the chat in capital
Well, I
letters.
mean,
Not
I'm gonna tell you
not that
something.
he reads the chat.
That's one thing I like
I
about
heard that.
where I'm at right now. I can walk out here in the yard, butt naked, take a piss, and shoot my gun off and holler, and I wouldn't bother a neighbor. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'd have spotlights on my house so I could catch that Kodak moment.
Uh,
How
That's a
nice is
Kodak
that?
moment.
Wearing nothing but a cock ring.
Oh my God, Wing, you didn't have to say that.
Glinting in the moonlight, right?
Yeah, there you
Twinkle,
go.
twinkle.
Blinded by the lights. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. So I mean, but that's another thing too. It's like, okay, if the things start to pop off somehow, like a shit, the scenario where the grid goes down or something like that, cell phones go down, and there's
Yeah,
no, in like, no time frame when it's actually going to come up again. You know what I mean? It's almost like it's like an indefinite type of thing.
then
After a couple of weeks, man, I'm gonna tell you something. When we went through Hurricane Michael here. You
yeah,
know what I mean? And it's like I was out of power for 2 weeks, or close to 2 weeks. And
right,
I mean, people are already starting to get kind of itchy, you
right.
know. And I was like, oh shit, if it had been off for a lot longer than that,
I live in a
I mean,
city. You're making me think, man. If it's 2 days, we lose our fucking mind. I don't even remember it being more than two
right,
days. You're making me think here.
right,
Uh,
you know what I mean?
uh,
You know what I mean? Because I mean, because there's all these possibilities. All this stuff is getting so fucking fragile for some type of a spark. Or if I was to imagine just a stack of dominoes, all it needs is
right,
that little nudge to get them going. You know
right.
what I'm saying?
It's some
Or a
political
spark.
nonsense, but I think it was under the Obama administration. I'm pretty sure who did that shit. I think it was to Iran. They were coming up with nuclear shit. they had some whiz kid write a code that they can implant into the centrifugal machine at the plant, and just make it go off just a hair, and it would wobble and fuck up their shit. But those fucks are smart. They trace it. They even had video of the computer. It just happened to be somebody filming it because it was a big event, and they saw one of the lights go on in the back of the computer, and it's only supposed to go on during certain times. There's an intrusion, blah blah, and they tracked it to us. And then suddenly they just started attacking us. They felt, in my opinion, now they felt open to everybody. We opened the door to that cyber attack shit. We started it with that moment. When we got called and it came out in the press, now everybody just started cyber hacking.
Well, I
I would
mean,
just like to say I finally agree with you, Joe.
well,
Ah.
and
Way to go.
we're very vulnerable on a lot of levels. I mean, we're in, and probably in a deeper sense, they're all connected somehow. But
Yeah.
there's also the competition scenario, like who's
Yes.
going to try to be the top dog of the AI scenario. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? And robotics and cybernetic. Hell, now, unless we're like a plumber or a welder or a fucking carpenter or something like that, for now we got our jobs, but I mean there's a lot of jobs that are going to be phased out by robotics and AI in the next couple of years. You know what I'm saying?
Seems
But,
like it. Everybody says so.
well, I mean, you think about it. Like for instance, if you were like a legal assistant, for instance, well, you can get an AI do it a lot fucking faster and cheaper than a regular hiring a person to do it.
So
You
what
know,
if the government had, let's say they got good enough with robots where they could farm their own farm, and they can do everything alone. And I do believe the government would take over all the land and call it theirs, and they'd give us whatever food. There wouldn't be no farmers. They take over things, and everybody
well,
would be unemployed because of the fucking robots at the businesses, man. And
yeah.
we'd be peasants, and they treat us like dogs.
Well, they're already talking about that universal basic income. They're
Yes.
talking about that, and
Yeah.
they have to implement the digital ID and the digital currency for really to have that kicking in. You know what I mean? And that's just
That's on the way
the
too,
trap
though.
right there. That's the digital prison. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
It's on the way.
I mean, in reality, as people that want to be free, and that's what our ancestors fought and bled for.
Right.
Well, if we have to actually get off of this fucking system that's in it. But I mean, it's like it's a $10,000 question. What do we do? What do we do?
All right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I mean, honestly, resistance can take many different forms. It doesn't have to
It
be violent
should take
unless
many
it's in
different
self-defense.
forms.
Because self-defense can be very violent, and and violence can be used for good.
Right.
And but
There are other ways,
otherwise,
Gandhi, Martin Luther King. There are other
well,
avenues, right?
that's another thing too that irritates me because all the people that through history, even if they go back to Jesus and shit,
Right.
all these people through history that tried to lead people to freedom, they end up getting murdered. So but I
Yeah.
think that trend needs to be reversed, in my opinion. But that's the maximum type of opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, isn't that interesting, man? That is interesting. That is interesting. It made me think of the Charlie Kirk shit. A week after he started speaking out against the small hats, he got took up. I'd say a week and a half, maybe. And now if you watch Candace, and sometime I do because my ex does, which means I do. Uh, she put out, a bunch of the texts and shit between them where he was like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go and speak out. And him and his guy had a conversation where he was like, "Don't do it," and he was like, "No, I'm gonna do it." And this is, and you gonna lose all your funding. No, I'm going out there. I'm setting up a date, and I'm gonna take Candace with me. Oh my God, for the Lord of God, don't take Kansas with you, please. And she showed all that bullshit. Then he went out, and she went with him, and he was like, Israel is bogus, man. They committed wholesale genocide, which was just 180 degrees from, what he was. And then he did that shit for about a week and a half, and he got popped. Some conspiratorial shit for you. Man, where is everybody at? You're muted, and I'm talking to myself. Oh, he's gone. You're muted, Snooks. Should have known something weird was happening. Can y'all see me? Hello, hello. Okay. Hey, can you hear me, bro? Survival, can you hear me?
Yep.
What the fuck? Snooks, or she's muted, and it looks like Anarchy dropped off.
I had to do a be right back. I just didn't put in the chat. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right.
That's
Look
a
like
ladylike be right back.
I
What's
was.
up?
I don't look at the screen. I was talking my ass off. I turned around. You were
Of course you
muted,
were.
gone. Anarchy was gone. Living was gone. Oh, what the fuck happened?
I
I
do
had to
mute
step
every
out,
now
use
and
the
then.
restroom.
I just mute every now and then. I drink a lot of water.
Yeah.
What
A lot
happened
of
to
coffee.
Wing?
I don't
Yeah.
know. I looked away. And I was like, "Well, we got
Did you
technical
make him
difficulties."
mad, Joe? I
It
swear.
was not. One of you guys said he was gone.
He's
No.
Uh,
probably internet probably dropped off in his location.
Or his
yeah.
phone is dying.
Give him a minute to work it out. A lot of people do that shit, and most of them can pop back up and be like, "Yeah, my computer went out." I'd be like, "Wow, that's." I'd assume the whole show would have crashed, but
Yeah,
apparently you
he'll
can
be
get
back
back
on.
in. You probably would know. Yeah.
No
All
what?
right. You know him enough.
Oh,
You're
there's.
around enough
Oh,
where you
no, I
know
was
if he'll
lagging. Is
pop
Wing
in.
back?
Uh,
No,
um,
he's not.
bu-
I
bu-
was
bu-
in
bu-
the
bu-
YouTube part, so it's lagging there. It always lags in the YouTube part. Anyway.
Religion, God, we didn't get there yet.
This is going to be good. Okay, do you
is,
believe in
is
God or
it?
don't you believe in God?
Me personally, I do, but I'd like to get my definition at some point. Do you guys believe in God?
I have a very strong faith in God,
Very good. Living.
but I don't shove my religion down anybody's throat. It's up to
Okay.
whoever. If they want to, if somebody wants to believe in God, that's up to them. If they don't, that's fine with me.
I might shove a little bit. Living. What do you think? Is there a God?
Oh yeah, I'm a born again Christian. I believe in God, but I don't force my religion down people.
All right. Very good.
People's walk is their own personal walk,
All right. I'm
in
going to
my
try and
opinion.
be more tactful, especially since Anarchy is not here to keep stuff cool. I'm going to tell you beforehand, I do believe in God and Jesus Christ and these things. But the questions I follow, that just mean I'm going to ask you some questions. I don't want y'all to think that I'm a Muslim or whatever weird shit. I believe in God and Jesus is a huge fan. He certainly has saved me, blah, blah, blah. Okay. With that said, I'm going to shit on Christians a little bit. Well, I want to ask questions. And I think anyway, uh, do I understand Christians believe that no other religion can move on and is saved or go to the afterlife? Only Christians. It seems
Depends on what
antithetical
depends
to
on what
me.
denomination. There's
Of
multiple
Christianity.
denominations in Christianity. Yeah, there's multiple denominations in Christianity. Gnostic Christians and stuff. I mean, each denomination has a different aspect of the Bible, and some don't even believe in the whole Bible. So it just
Yeah,
depends
it
on
gets complicated.
which one it is.
You know how many it is?
What's a Gnostic
Offhand, no.
religion?
Gnostic believes in
45,000.
reincarnation and stuff
Well, yeah. I don't
compared
know.
to like
Christian is,
traditional Christianity is you die, you go to heaven, or you
yeah.
get judged, you go to hell. So there's different types of belief in Christianity. So it just depends on what denomination it is.
It's
Gnostic, I've never
45,
heard of that. It's
40,
interesting.
45,000 different denominations of Christianity alone.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow, 45,000.
Wing, you're
a
back.
little over
Yeah,
actually.
Joe
fucking
took
A little over.
over. It was
yeah,
And I
terrible.
was
It was
nice.
awful.
Wait, I was nice.
Hey,
I
hey,
did
It
brother,
was
the
terrible.
apocalypse is upon us. Joe
It
just
was
took
it was
over,
it was
man.
terrible.
well, dude, I think the NSA was listening or something, had to shut me down because I was talking too much fucking truth.
Joe
I had
called the
to
cops
restart
on me and I
I
didn't
had
do
to,
Right,
anything.
I had
Joe
to
was calling the
restart the phone
cops.
and everything. You
He's a Fed.
There's a 50-50 chance I did or did not do it. I'm just saying it.
know? I didn't do it. You can't prove a thing. That's my story. I'm sticking
I'm
to it.
sticking
Yeah,
to
you
it.
did it all.
But now, on that line
Anyway,
of
We were talking
questioning,
about the God is
believing
in
in
a God.
God. I already know
Oh,
what
Yeah.
Wingnut
okay.
thinks. We've talked about
and
religion, but it's interesting.
Okay,
And I
go ahead.
don't I
I
don't think
think
that somebody can say that they're a Christian is such a broad term. I don't believe in organized religion.
there you go.
okay.
That's what I was going to say.
And I've said this many times. I believe that wherever I am, God is.
Very good.
So I don't
Now
believe in
that
churches. I don't believe in organized religion.
I could get behind that person because it leaves room for other people across the globe who live righteous lives and stuff, not to have a damned end. At least I think it does. You know, I mean, every fucking Buddhist, Hindu, and non-religious, and Muslim, and Jew, all of them just can't be damned to hell for some reason or another. Not all of them. I've met some of them. It just seemed like me.
Well, see,
I
that's
don't
the
think
thing. Too.
Buddhism is bad. I have a problem with
No,
Islam and Muslims.
well, no, I'm just sitting there thinking, like, even on the biblical end of it, I mean, I've had this question. It's like, let me ask for the Christians in the room. Um, do you do, do you think Adam and Eve went to heaven?
Oh, I never thought about it. I read the Bible a few times. Yeah, I think they would have. Yeah, yeah, 100%. Yep.
Well, my I never really thought about it either, but since it was Old Testament biblical terms and my belief in Christianity, so there's a huge difference on that too. They would actually have to fall underneath the certain laws underneath old religion, the Old Testament, as far as sacrifice and forgiveness and stuff, because Jesus Christ wasn't around at the time for an intermediate to go to heaven. So since it wasn't written
Hmm,
on what happened, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, because I
that's
mean,
interesting.
even their children, Abel and Cain, the first murderer right there from their offspring, and then supposedly we were basically born in sin ever since then, according to that story, anyway.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, it just depends on which one you read. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm
yeah,
going to say this. I'm not Bible based. I have never read the Bible. I'll probably never read it because it's just, I can't get into reading it and I don't
It's
want to force
incredible.
myself to read it. So when it comes to scriptures and stuff, I'm not there.
But it
But
seems
I,
like you got your head screwed on right there.
yeah, but I've given my life to Jesus Christ.
Uh, what was
Now that kind of goes to what your personal belief is. Me, I don't
right?
fall into the whole uh, organized religion. I was raised in it. Mother was a missionary's daughter. I got put in Bible school at a very young age. They wanted me to be a preacher, and I was not going to be a part of that. It just was not for me.
Mm,
When it comes to my own research, and again, this is my own personal beliefs. I do not want to stray anybody from their own personal belief with God Himself. I believe man has altered the Bible. I believe it's been altered for many, many centuries. And as long as you keep a personal walk with Jesus Christ and God Himself and try every day and ask for forgiveness, and you actually do try, yeah, you got a
I
huge
like it.
shot at getting up there.
Your mic's a little low again. If you could do something, but we did hear everything you said, and I agree with everything you said.
I don't think the Bible's been
I turned my
altered.
fan on. Let me turn it off.
I think it's written and that's what it is. I don't think it's been
Well,
rewritten.
it has been altered, and also it has been retranslated and reinterpreted for centuries.
Well,
Because the
okay.
original text of the Bible, I guess, there's even books that are not even in the Bible. There's like 20 or more books that are not even invisible. The only one that's included in the Ethiopian Bible is the Book of Enoch. I mean, these are stories and stuff and other fables or whatever you want to call them and all this other stuff, or even real life events recorded. It could be some of it,
They
but that's
found
not
the lost books, the Dead Sea Scrolls,
right.
and so you could compare the Bible to the original, and we know it's been altered. But we knew
Yeah,
it before we even found the Dead Sea Scrolls because we knew that King James, he used the version that his mom had, and when they brought it to him and said, "We're going to give it to you in your name," he said, "I need some things changed." And they brought it back. He was like, I think 17 times before he was happy with what he brought back. So we knew it was changed already, and her version was different from previous shit. We knew it was changed.
yeah,
And like he said, there are a bunch that didn't make it in. The Council of Nicaea is where a bunch of stiff religious people who no one trusted, by the way, which is why they hid books that we found later. But they decided which one are worthy to form one book that will give all. And a lot of books that the regular people like, they left out. And that's what you got, we call the Bible. But there were a host of books, and I can tell you that these books are great. One of them is Mary Magdalene, not Magdalene, the one, whoever it was that Jesus liked. There's great stuff in there when the disciples talk about, you and him are so close and y'all talk all the time. He tell you stuff that he don't even tell us. Can
Whoever
you?
Jesus Christ liked.
I mean, there's a whole
One little
there's a whole
berries.
section of his life that's not even told to you, like his
Yes,
teenage years and his early
they
20s. You know
they
what I
talk
mean?
about his childhood and stuff in those other
Hmm.
books. They talk about Adam being one of the prophets, therefore he would have made it to heaven. They talk about him and doing shit in them other books.
Yeah. Well, like you
Yeah.
said, I'm not Bible based, so really I shouldn't have an opinion on the fact that it's not been rewritten. So
Uh,
I
Well,
will
I mean,
defer from that.
I can see where you're coming from on Snooks, because it's like faith based. You know what I mean? In a sense, more than the knowledge of what the word actually says because you read it.
Yeah. Yeah,
You know,
thank
I
you.
mean,
That's a good explanation.
but
and see,
you,
and I'm weird about things like that. When it comes down to like hope, faith, and you know um, and belief.
What are you
you
weird
I
say
about
you
it?
wear it. Yeah, you thread my
I'm
mind.
I'm weird about those things because I mean, I see them as kind of like empty concepts. You know what I'm saying?
I dig it, but
Mm,
I
no,
give
it's
you
an
some
emotional
pushback on
concept.
that.
That's emotional concepts for me. Of
Well, I
course,
mean,
I'm all
I
emotions.
well, it's like, well, I can't. There's nothing to hold on to, in my opinion. There's nothing. There's nothing tangible. There's nothing there. It's just it's like a wish. I wish upon a star type of thing in a way.
All
No,
right,
it's
Um,
what
let's.
burns inside of you. Faith is what burns inside of you. It's to me, it's an emotional thing.
okay,
But
I hear you.
I'm not disputing what you're saying.
No,
It's
yeah,
okay to.
yeah.
It's okay to dispute it. I'm thinking of ways in my head to dispute it, give them a little pushback, and
You go for it, Joe. I'm not
it's
going to
different.
dispute it.
It's difficult to he's obviously got the stronger ground because all of this is we're talking about ethereal things that you can't see, but as proof that they exist, would you agree that love is a thing?
Absolutely.
You can't see it, can't touch it,
Well,
can't say it's over there, but
It's a
you know it
well,
feeling.
exists.
It's a feeling.
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, because love. I always associate pain to come along with it. So
Yes.
there's a lot of both of some of pure fucking ecstasy and joy
Right.
and absolute pain, and it comes
uh,
both together.
right.
Well, but
So
that's okay. I mean, you don't have, I mean, you can't fear love because you're going to fear the pain.
well, that's what I'm saying. It's like I mean, if you can tolerate the pain, you know what I mean, or whatever, I mean,
Well,
if
I'll go
that's
for
the
the
kind of,
pain. I'd rather love
well,
and
I mean,
have a
there's
broken
different levels.
heart than to never love.
Like I said, I've said this
No,
before,
20 bucks
Snooks.
is 20
Like I said
bucks in
this.
Vegas.
in Vegas.
Well, I've said this before, Snooks. I think all
Mm.
women are crazy. They're just different levels of crazy. All right, you know what I mean. So
I'd
I
rather
mean,
not know my level. I know it's high.
Every chick seems to be high. Khalil Gibran,
Probably
the
a
prophet,
seven.
the prophet wrote about that
like,
very good about the two
where do you
sides
scale?
of love. He says, deeply as you love, that's as deep as the hate will rise. He say, picture yourself on a ship, and you're out there and your experiences all this love above deck. Understand that the dark times are beneath want their time above deck too. In fact, they demand it. So he is saying, if you love hard, what's going to come up from deck when it's time to come up on top of the deck will be just as hard as you love hard. Hard times,
Mm.
difficulties be just as hard.
Did you say that was Khalil Gibran?
Yeah,
I know
that
who
dude's
that is.
he's
I love
cold,
his
right?
writings.
But then you've read the Bible. I mean, you can't
I haven't read the
distinguish the
Bible.
two. His shit, if you read his shit, you cannot. The
I
prophet
only
in
have a small
particular,
book of his sayings and stuff.
yeah, yeah, it's indistinguishable from that. He was so proud of it. He carried the prophet with him every day, and that's the one that had that love part in it.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to it, I mean, because I mean, uh, if you want to believe in or whatever this idea, this experiment of this nation, and it was basically, there's a lot of Christian values that were put into the making of this government and all that other stuff. All right, how do we hold these people accountable that are not obeying the very document that they say
Well,
that is?
that's the first case. You and survival would be put in the forefront of this because the first thing you'd have to hold them to the Constitution. That would be the first thing. All of these laws and ordinances have strayed so far from what's good. The Constitution would tell you you can't even stop a man's movement unless you have probable cause and evidence that he actually did a thing. We got it where Terry V. Ohio says I can just stop you and go in your pockets and weird stuff. We've strayed from the Constitution.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, well, okay. These are the problem reaction solution scenario. They created the
All right.
problem in the first place.
I
You know
agree.
what I mean? And
Yeah.
their solution is just like, okay, we need more government to fix this. We need more agencies, more fucking, you know, little round
Yes.
table and meetings and shit and fucking talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yes. 100%.
You
We're gonna need more government agencies and more laws to save you.
that's their
And
solution to the problem they created in the first
yeah,
place.
to the threat they
So,
created in the first place. Like for
well,
instance, what was it that they used to bring in that wire where they just examine all our shit? God dogging them, so I can't think of the name of that act. Where
Act.
Patriot Act. Yeah, what did that come under? Some terrorist so and so. And that thing just let them get it, just change the fucking world. That Patriot Act bullshit.
Yeah,
It's
that was
just
after the Twin Towers.
the Twin Towers, what it was. There you go.
well, I
I
mean,
have to say,
well, no, I
I
was going
for,
to say they didn't do any better with the damn, the shot in the arm shit either. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? What's the
Uh,
next one that they're going to fucking pull on us? Because, like I said, they'll create an emergency to suspend our natural rights if they want to.
yeah.
well, they've
So,
already
100%.
created them.
The ICE shit, I hate to go back to that shit because it
Oh,
was a
that's
bit
okay.
controversial, but that's
It's
what they're
okay.
doing when they tell everybody that they're out there attacking the people. And that's how they justify and get people to go along with bringing a bunch of military in, which is a problem, reaction, solution shit.
yeah.
I did want to ask this because I have totally forgotten what the Patriot Act is. Patriot Act is.
It's someone else want to do it better than me. Here, let's see. Let's Google it because I'm going to get
Well,
really
I'm pretty
shitty.
sure Survival could
What is
say.
the Patriot Act?
Yeah,
I
so
would
the
have thought.
basic breakdown of it is actually much longer, and they reacted. They added to the act later on. The original one was that they could actually access emails. They could
Sur-
monitor
sur-
cell phone. They could go
surveillance and
after one.
investigatory powers.
Yeah, they if they suspect that you might be involved with something, they will also investigate the person that you know or who you've called or have you dealings with
Monitor all your
electronically,
communications, all that shit
monitor
that needed a
them.
warrant for from a judge.
Wait, we're going to have two people telling it or just one?
I thought you hear both of us. We're saying the same
I
shit.
was hearing both of you at the same
I
time.
think
Yeah.
he's got. I think he's got the Google. I think he's got the actual Google up, so he'll
Yeah.
break it down more in depth for you.
No, I was just saying that added them 2 words. And you were saying the same thing, surveillance. Here, I'll read it. All right. The Patriot Act, U.S. law enacted in 2001, expanded the surveillance and investigatory powers of law enforcement and intelligence agencies to prevent terrorism. Wink, wink. It was passed in response to the September 11 attacks aimed to strengthen the tools. Oh, this shit is really twisted. Against money laundering and terrorism by expanding the government's ability to monitor communications, conduct sneak and peek searches. That means go in your crib without warrants and access certain records. The act has been controversial, with its critics arguing it weakened privacy rights. But
And
surveillance, all that shit,
Okay. They're doing
You-
all that right now. They did all that before he enacted the Patriot Act.
of course.
I
they
can't
did.
even
Well,
say
there
that
was
word
there was
together.
a
The
lot of
NSA,
stuff that
of
was
course
sitting
they
in the
did.
law, just waiting for that to get enacted. You know, there was a lot of
Yes,
stuff that was
yes,
kicked in that was
yes,
already sitting there that they had done ahead of time.
yes.
That was
And they
part of
had
their
to,
part of their pre-planned solution,
and they
sitting there
needed a way to
waiting.
bring it into law so that everyone would
Exactly. So
agree with it. How do you agree with someone surveilling themselves? You create a threat. Only
right,
we can solve it.
right.
Can we all
Well,
talk just one at a time here?
I thought we
well,
were. I got a delay or something.
Yeah, you delayed yourself. I need to put a delay on you.
I mean, because like I said, you know, it's like, okay, you know, that's a whole rabbit hole conversation of the Detroit Towers in the first place, building 7, blah blah blah,
Yeah.
whatever. But that's like that's an event that they can say, well, we need this because, you know, hey, quite honestly, they probably created the problem in the first place. Even if it
100%.
was even if they was there that they dropped the ball and they got these guys came in and they are like, you know, whatever, you know, or they were in on it, one or the other. It doesn't matter. Both ways, they still what happened was, you know, enacted these things that are already sitting there waiting. It's the same thing with like when Trump the first time declared a national emergency when the COVID crap. That never
Right.
got rescinded. That's still in play, dude. And that kicked
Right.
in a lot of policies and shit like that
Right.
that wasn't ready to be kicked in until that was uttered into public realm. You know what I
Right.
mean? Those words in the public realm enacts a lot of shit, and none of
Yeah.
that stuff's been repealed. It's still
Yeah.
in effect.
I got kicked out of City Hall years later, and they used the COVID Act to it. I'm like, nigga, COVID was 4 years ago. Well, those are the rules, you
You
know.
got kicked out of some places? What a surprise.
No, a
But
lot
I
of
do have
places.
to say this. I'm sorry for cutting down your activism and demeaning it. You know, I think it's great that you do that, that you're passionate about that kind of thing.
Good,
So I respect that.
good.
Um, yeah, if you're in a Discord, you're being spied on.
100%. All of that, right? I mean, I
Yeah, because I'm in
assume
Discord. I come out of Discord. What I have spoken about with somebody, I'm getting an ad about wherever I go.
exactly. They had a couple who saw it with Facebook and they went to prove it. So they went outside, left the phones and shit in the crib, and they say, let's see if this is real. Let's come up with something and talk openly about something we never would normally. And they didn't have a dog they came up with. I bet the dog's hungry. So they go
Mhm.
back in and say it a couple times, and then dog food ads start popping up on their phone.
Well,
Exactly.
see, and that's why I was going to the flock camera stuff, man. I hate seeing those things popping up all over the place. You know what I mean? These things right now, they're supposed, you know, these just basically tag readers or whatever, but they got
Right.
AI something that can be broadened to the point. Next thing you know, they'd be watching people walking down the sidewalk with facial recognition and shit like that on them.
We
You know
got
what I
that
mean?
now in Chicago. We got more cameras than any
But
other
I'm just
city in the
saying, though,
world. Which
I mean, honestly, this flock company anyway, they partnered up, they bought out and partnered up with Ring cameras now, so that's part of their
right.
surveillance technology, you know.
Right.
And
Well, I'm saying you're talking about it as if it's a futuristic thing. We have
no,
more.
I'm not talking as a
Okay.
future. I'm saying this is now.
Yes.
This is why I say, okay, listen. All right, a lot of these municipalities and shit like that are either getting paid to do, to put them up, or they're getting some kind of convincing, you know what I mean, to get these things put up. Because I'm going to tell you something, man. This is all part of that surveillance state scenario, and this is a third party that we don't have any control over the data that they collect. Because even the cops, all they do is just basically take a request and can get the footage from this company. All right. But this is like, this is an AI scenario watching us, tracking us, surveilling us. It's like every camera you pass, they'll know where you were, what vehicle you were driving in, who was in the vehicle with you. You know what I mean? And it's already became. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But
Sorry,
I was
Robert,
just
go ahead.
thinking. Oh, go ahead. I didn't see the hand. Go ahead, man.
Oh, I was just going to piggyback on what you said as far as tracking and surveilling. You guys remember the Cybertruck explosion there in Vegas? They were able to use the flock camera systems, and they openly admitted to being able to track city to city using these things and other cameras in the system to see exactly where the vehicle traveled, where it came from, before it ever arrived. So if they ever want to say, hey, you happen to be somebody on our list, doesn't matter if it's domestic tea, doesn't matter if it's an actual political rivalry, whatever, they decide that we want you, they can just start looking at the system where AI set up.
Right.
It will track right through all that system.
Right.
Yeah. And that's the thing too. It's like, because I mean, this is not like, they can make the securities for you safety type argument. Like, okay, we're trying to find bad guys, but they're doing it to everybody. This falls into like Fourth Amendment violations, man. You know what I mean? And I mean, and they're just, it's basically, all right, the Supreme Court is basically 10 years behind, modern technology when it comes down to like regulating some of this shit. And this stuff is not, and this stuff is just being rolled out basically against our consent and against our permission and all that stuff. I don't think anybody really, wants to be surveilled the whole time they leave their house. You know what I mean? I'm speaking generally. I don't know.
China has, I think it was
There might
China.
be some people out there that want to be watched all the time. I don't know.
Yes, some really fearful people probably, or voyeurs or whatever the hell, I don't know.
I
But
don't know.
China just announced, I think it was China or Japan, I think it was China, that they have 100% of its population's citizens covered at all times by cameras.
Dude, they have, the children when they go
That
into
would be
school.
China.
Yeah,
China.
in China, the children in China, when they go into school, they have to do a facial recognition thing just to get entered to the schoolhouse.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's
Is
coming.
that what we want? Is really a communist fucking type of
They kind of decide
turning
what
America
we want.
into China? Is that what we really want? Just to stay and competing with fucking all this other shit?
The next thing will be
the
it
fuck?
was Muslims. Now it's the immigrants. The next thing will be the gangs. They are domestic terrorists, and they all be labeled domestic terrorists. That'll divide the shit again, and that'll be the threat that ushers in all of the reason for all this surveillance. Everybody will agree they're gang members. It makes sense. They got to go.
Well, let me ask you, Joe. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Let me ask you. Do you believe that there's any group that's a terrorist group?
If you could name them and point to the exact membership, yes. But
Well, I'm talking about the Muslims.
No, God, no.
Okay.
I know a few. They're not terrorists.
I'm talking about Antifa. Let's talk about Antifa. You're an activist.
Antifa. Yes, I think I'd be labeled Antifa. I do believe Wingnut is be labeled Antifa.
No, I'm not.
No, he wouldn't.
But under the definition,
I love that.
No, but do you support? Wait a minute. Do you support Antifa? Do you not think they're a terrorist organization?
I don't even know what Antifa. I just had this conversation. We Googled it, and there seem to be two different definitions. One is it's a group, and one is it's a philosophy. It's just a group. You can point to them, tell me what they do, and I can make a decision. But most people say it's just a philosophy of anybody who disagrees with the government and blah, blah, blah. You are called Antifa.
I will tell you it's both.
Well, then, no, I don't think Antifa is bad. I think
it's a group of people.
You disagree with the government.
It's a group of people with a philosophy.
Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, that's it. It's a group of people with a philosophy.
A screwed up one.
I mean, it's like, but yeah, exactly. It's manipulated. It's actually controlled. All right, this is the same way that fucking Stalin got into fucking power. All the useful idiots out there, like these little liberal bastards, all these fucking porkers and fucking, and furries or whatever. These
Just
Right.
say how
useful
you
idiots,
feel.
usefully, all the ones doing the Palestine flag, all this fucking bullshit. All these useful idiots are those same ones that got Stalin into power. But guess what? As soon as he got into power, all those useful idiots were not useful anymore, and they were first ones lined up against the wall and shot.
Yeah,
You
I
know
was
what I'm
about to say
saying?
they were going to be the protesters, but you ain't protesting against Stalin. You're going to get shot. Yeah.
But let me
I'm
ask
just
you
saying.
something, Joe.
Once they got him in,
Do you
once they
not
got
believe
him in,
sorry,
that's it.
Wing.
Go ahead.
Do you not believe in Soros and the Rothschilds and other you know families
Yeah,
that have gone back generations that have been supporting all those
Not
groups?
only do I believe in it, I could probably tell you a lot of stuff about it. Yeah.
How do you think those groups survive?
Mostly by military industrial complex, and they've been funded by wars. That's exactly how they started with the
No,
Napoleonic
no,
Wars, blah, 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 blah.
no. They're funded by the Rothschilds, the Soros.
that's
God, there's so
But
many other
that's how the
families.
Rothschilds got their money through the funding of the wars. That's how it started.
Well, that is, yeah, I could agree with that.
Yeah.
It kind of all goes together.
Yeah. And yes, a bunch of these people are funded by the shit. I always like to say Black Lives Matter. I love to use that one because it was clearly funded by some lousy people and set up for some bullshit, but it was taken over at some point and it was turned into an anti-government movement. It wasn't about black and white. In fact, some college did a study, 80% of the crowds were white. I was out there at all of them that I could go to. And every race was out there in the crowd, and I could also tell you that
Yeah.
almost all of them were peaceful. And the
Well, yeah,
ones that weren't, go ahead.
yeah, well, I just want to interject. This is what I say when I interrupt politely.
Okay.
I just want to interject this. I
That's
watched a
beautiful.
lot of the protest over the years, and I watched the Black Lives protest, and the only time there was any violence was when Antifa mixed in with them
Yes, that or
and
when the
caused the
police
violence.
pushed too. I would agree. I got on video on my channel one where we were nose to nose with the police in Wisconsin. It was the day Kyle Rittenhouse shot that dude. Them dudes.
Oh, that'd be an interesting conversation. Was
Yeah.
Kyle Rittenhouse right or wrong?
Sorry.
No,
A bit
sorry,
of
because I
both.
saw it happening live.
The guy who he shot had just watched Mace out of my eyes. I was there.
Oh, you
Uh,
were there?
yeah.
That is interesting.
Yes. But that the way all that shit kicked off is we were nose to nose with the police, and they were behaving, we were behaving, and someone in the mask who you would certainly call Antifa, and even I would agree, threw a brick right in the center. And when everybody flinched, the police just started shooting. It was just everybody was behaving to that moment.
I'm not talking about police. I'm talking about Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh, I'm saying what you were just talking about. Antifa always fucked up the BLMs.
Yeah,
That
they
was a
do.
protest, and it was Antifa who did that, who fucked up and kicked that off.
But was Kyle
Oh,
Rittenhouse right in shooting
uh,
that guy that tried to hit
Oh
him
yeah,
with a
for sure.
skateboard? We didn't try to.
Oh
He hit
yeah.
him. He went to hit him with a
Yeah,
uh,
skateboard.
there was another. There was the guy that he actually shot in the hand or whatever. Man, he actually had a gun in his hand.
yeah.
Yeah, he
By
did. I
then,
saw all that.
yeah, by then, absolutely, he was saving his life and all of that
Oh yeah.
shit.
Okay.
But I go back to how it began, which if I was arguing the shit, I would have argued that. I don't know why you'd argue that. He's clearly running for his life and he saved his life. Blah blah blah. You never win that in court.
Okay.
However, the way it began in the parking lot with the guy who was arguing at him and all of that shit, now you got an argument. Especially, it looks like when he shot the first one, when he heard a bang, it startled him, and he went on and shot dude. I don't think he shoots dude without hearing that bang. I think it scared him. They should have investigated that shit.
Yeah. Well, see,
Yeah.
now we're agreeing again.
Uh,
This could become a bad habit.
it is right. I like to disagree with shit for some reason.
Yeah, bad habit. You know, I mean, I
It's-
watched the trial and everything. It was like, my problem was is that he was only 17. Why did his mother transport him knowing that this was probably going to go down and have him with a gun? Like
that was
being
my
a
first
mother,
issue. When you
being
asked,
a
is he right? That
mother,
was my first thought.
being a mother, I would never have driven my son into that kind of a crap. Or if I
Uh,
did, I would have been there next to him.
Someone could argue that that is the origin. When you asked me the is it right or wrong question, that was the first thing. Was under the conditions under he went there was kind of shitty. I'm gonna go and save the neighborhood from these
No, you're
folks, and
saving a relative's shop.
yeah.
Yep.
But the fact that his mother drove him there, that's who I'm really mad at.
I'm at that little racist fuck thinking it because he's gonna keep my safe from these niggers. That's what he thought.
I'm just saying, as a mother, you go into protective mode and you don't take your son to a protest with a gun, thinking something's going to happen. You're going to stay there
Yeah.
with your son and you're going to have a gun too.
If you can't talk him and dad out of taking them, that's the first thing mom's
Well,
gonna
dad
do
wasn't
is
even involved.
well, mom's just way out of pocket
I'm just saying,
anyway.
you come after my son, you're going down.
If you got your gang, you take your son to Crips neighborhood talking about, you know what I'm saying? You guys are gonna act right. Then mom's a little weird. You took your son into that environment?
Yeah,
What the fuck?
yeah, I'm just saying that's
And
not
it
good
was
mothering.
crazy. Look,
If he'd
hold
been
on a second.
18, I still wouldn't have
Hold
driven him.
on.
Why?
Not you. Oh, that's my sister. I'll be right
Yes,
back,
sir.
y'all.
Yes, sir. I
Matter of
will.
fact, I'm gonna jump off for a second. I gotta go help my mom out. I'll be back. It ain't gonna take 5 minutes.
4.
But I'm gonna say just to save the battery, I'm jump off.
I mean, I don't care if well, I am a bear. When it comes to my son, I am a total bear. You just don't want to mess with him. And he's 6'4", he could take somebody out, and I'm a little under 5'4", but you still don't come at my son. After
Well,
God,
you
that's
know,
the one person I
ev-
love the most.
every woman's got a different way of raising children. You know what I'm saying? And I was riding around on dirt bikes and doing some really stupid shit when I had a really early age. You know what I mean?
Well, if you were
Um,
my son, I would have let you go.
well, see, that's the thing. It's
I'm
like,
kidding. I'm kidding.
I think there are women that are like that though. They shelter and coddle their kids, and really, I think they grow up to be some really weird people.
Oh, let me tell you something. My son is all man and can take anybody down. And you know why? Because I taught him how to fight. His
Right on.
father didn't. I taught him. I taught him how to play basketball, football, baseball. I taught him everything. My son is very well rounded. Was I overprotective? Yes. Did he break out of it? He sure did.
Yeah, it's like that's one thing that I think is pretty cool with you, survival. It's like you getting your kids involved in thinking about and at least getting their hands dirty on some of the survival type techniques and stuff, and
It's
like
good.
what like getting them out and camping or whatever, and anything, and just to so they have those life experiences. They can those types of things. You're creating memories also with your children when you do that. These are
Yeah.
things that'll stick with those kids for the rest of their fucking lives. You know what I mean? So that's what's
Oh, well,
cool. I think it was awesome.
the ex took the son camping with a whole bunch of men, father-son camping trips, but all the men would get drunk and the kids would just run around at 1 o'clock in the morning. They could have been hurt doing anything. So, yeah, he was really good about that. Okay, I'm sorry, Survival. Would you like to talk?
No, that's all right. A couple
Please
things.
do.
So I can see your point as far as Kyle Rittenhouse. His mother, shouldn't have let a 17-year-old go there. I can see that point, but I also look at, as a parent myself, I wouldn't want my son in that situation just because he hasn't been properly trained to handle that type of situation. But I don't know what he's been through as far as any type of training. As a parent, I wouldn't want my child in any type of harm's way. But with that being said, I look at my own life. I mean, at 12, I was doing solo campings out in the middle of nowhere. Um, so, I mean, I pretty much had full reign. I was raised in the mountains of North Carolina. as long as I was back home by a certain time, they knew my destination and plan. But I had somebody that taught me and was always there when I was younger to show me these things. So I don't know what's the age limit to stand for what's right.
According to 18, according to government.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
pretty
hold on,
much.
hold on. Hypothetically,
Um,
it makes me wonder about that. I mean, I wouldn't want my child there, but at the same time, I would want them to stand for what's right too. But yeah, I mean, it was a very bad situation in that,
but see, you just said it, child,
yeah, yeah, he's
not
under
an
the age of
adult,
18.
child. It's good to stand for what's right, but you don't take your son and dump him into the middle of it when he's got no buddies with him, nothing, and has a gun in his hand, and say, "Here, you can deal with this. This is fine." Wasn't thinking. And
Oh
why
yeah,
didn't
no, I
she
mean, I
stay
don't
there? She
agree
should
with
have
her.
stayed there with him. Like I said, if my son's going to go into battle, on something like this, I'm going to be there right with him. He's not
Yeah,
going to go alone. That's just the way I feel.
yeah.
I mean, I may
It's,
be very
and it's not
ladylike and
wrong.
petite, but I can be a very much of a badass.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not wrong in thinking that at all. I'm just, thinking about my own life, and at the age of 17,
Yeah,
yeah, my mom definitely would not have been out there. Uh,
yeah.
I mean, so yeah, I guess it just really depends on how they're raised. But
Let me
when I
ask you
say
something. Were you raised in the country?
yes, it was.
Because I will say this about boys and men that are raised in the country. It's a whole different thing. It's not like we were raised in a city. We live in a small town. But he wasn't out there deer hunting. He was never gun trained. Basically, it was just fishing and the camping trips. So it's a different thing when you really live in the country and that's a way of survival.
Yeah, yeah, and that's
So
what
I,
I'm
I look
saying.
at that
I don't know
differently.
what his training was before he ever walked out there. I mean, was he training for service or anything like that prior? I mean, ROTC training or anything of that nature. So it makes you kind of look at it on case by
Well,
case. I mean, in
I,
my
I
opinion, anyway.
he did seem kind of competent doing, what he was doing at the time. Because I mean, honestly, I mean, there was a couple of guys, I can't remember their names right offhand, but I was watching live streams. They were live streaming a lot of that shit. Even that footage that of him shooting that kid, defending himself from that kid. Um, that was from a live stream. That was off of somebody's, and somebody just independently filming it. And
Yeah,
so I mean, there was a lot of stuff that was leading up to it, but there was a lot of people. It's like, okay, it's almost like that herd mentality. It's like, once one person smashes a window, then everybody's like, oh, now we're doing this. Okay, next thing you know, everybody's fucking smashing windows, and it's kind of like it ends up going like that and gets heavier and heavier and stuff. And some of that can be manipulated too, because you got people that are they're just trying to get people to get into that mode. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
It could be totally innocent and peaceful, as they say, until that one person that might be an instigator, might be one of the paid type of people, or it could be just somebody off random that just fucking was stupid, decides to do something like bust a window, and now everybody's like, oh, now we're busting windows. Okay, let's bust some windows. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
that's how it
It
ends up
won't take
happening too.
yeah, it won't take much to actually take a peaceful protest into an angry mob, into a
Yeah.
violent mob. All it takes is just a quick second in actions of one or two individuals, and it escalates quickly. Yeah,
Well, see, that's the thing too. Is like, I mean, I think a lot of it when it comes down to the destruction of the neighborhood and all that stuff. I'm like, honestly, if you had a beef with the police, wouldn't you go after the police? You wouldn't just tear up the fucking neighborhood. I mean, honestly, I mean, to me, I think it's just a lot of people. They just want to start, just destroy shit. Honestly, that gets involved into stuff because I mean,
oh yeah,
That's
you
because
know,
they're
yeah.
not
What
intelligent and they're thinking out of anger instead of using their brains.
yeah, they're just like, I
why
want to destroy
why go
everything I
trash
get
the
a buzz.
7-Eleven and rob the Walmart and the sneaker store when you're mad at the police department? I mean,
Right, exactly, exactly. You know what I mean? But I got to get some new kicks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know, well, dude, it drives me nuts. Actually, I mean, you know, I can see that, but I've noticed and I observed human nature. Even Hurricane Michael out here. All right, what is it down? I think it might have been. Oh shit. Was it off of Cherry Street or whatever? Out that direction. One of the dollar stores. The whole front of the store was just shaved off. All right. Within a day, if not, probably got that. You know, people were going in there and just grabbing whatever. You know, it's like, you know, people coming out of there with baby dolls. Oh, my baby doll got a birthday coming up. Mama gonna give me some, you know, um, you know, and that whole place was cleaned out. I mean, a lot of it was destroyed because of the hurricane, but what else was left in there was cleaned out within days. You
Oh
know what
my
I mean?
God. I was just thinking about that. What about the looting that happens? Like it happened down south after hurricanes, and this crowd, I'm not going to get all races here, but this crowd in an apartment complex across the street broke into a sneaker store
Right.
and started stealing just hundreds of sneakers and running out with them. What people don't think about when they live in neighborhoods, you destroy your stores, those stores are going to move out. Where are you going to go for your stuff?
Absolutely.
Fine. I mean, Amazon. I think that's part of that's part of the
You
whole
can't
thing
afford
too.
it. You can't afford it.
No, I mean, you know, but I think that's probably their try and push toward that, you know, getting rid of the brick and mortar and just go straight to like online shit. You know what
My
I mean?
son lives in a town up in, well, I call it the elbow of Florida. Um, and they get hit by the hurricanes pretty badly, and their town got totally devastated several hurricanes ago. And people in this small town were looting the stores where
Right.
you'd never think they'd be doing it.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, you know, when it comes down to this whole preparedness, I'm just being observant of what the things are going on around us. If everything was to shut down, our power, our fucking, you know, our electrical, our fucking cell phones, all of it's just shut down and just stay off for a long period of time. And you think about how fast those grocery stores, that dollar store, or whatever, be empty once people start thinking, "Oh, shit, this stuff's not coming back." You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You
canned
know,
foods would be gone.
I mean, you know, you think about that, you know what I mean? What? Yeah, see, this is one thing I've tried to talk to a lot of people when it comes down to it is our communications. We've got to be able to communicate with each other. If we can't communicate, we can't coordinate, we can't find solutions or remedies or whatever. You know what I mean? And even if everything goes to shit, how are we going to communicate? You know, there are other avenues. You know what I mean? You know, me coming from an old radio background, but you know, I think you know part of the way we might have to combat this digital prison crap is through analog stuff. You know, go analog again. You know, I mean, there's certain things that we can't really talk about here on the public realm. We can only talk to each other about it face to face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And even then, we got to keep our cell phones in a damn fucking Faraday bag or
Faraday
something.
cages.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So I mean, you know, but that's the thing, though. That's another thing too. It's like we, you know, we shouldn't, and we should not put it this way: our grandchildren, our great grandchildren, whatever, they're going to grow up in a world where they didn't even know they haven't had rights. You know, they're gonna grow up in a world where they think normal, all these fucking AI fucking systems, robots walking amongst us and fucking, you know, cameras watching your every fucking move. Like George Orwell come to real life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
1984 fucking I mean, make 1984 fiction again if you know what I mean? I mean, I don't want
Well,
that from my future generations.
No,
now that's as
no.
simple as like when I had my sons up here and I was taking them to Walmart. You know, the door greeters. Stop. My son, at his age, he's young and he just froze, terrified. And he honestly thought he was being accused of stealing when he's asked, I need to see your receipt. My response, no, you don't. Keep walking. You're not stopping me because I haven't committed a crime. I told him, you haven't committed a crime. You keep on walking. You have a right not to be detained, not to be questioned. You're the one paying for everything. They see what you got. You keep on walking.
Right.
And what happened? Did anything happen?
No, we just walked on out. Now, personally, I have been kicked out of 2 Walmarts trespass, and I got kicked out of a Sam's Club once. But Sam's Club's
Way to
different because,
go!
yeah,
I think
Sam's
that's
Club is
good.
different because it's a private organization compared to
Yeah.
public Walmarts. I had made the mistake to stop and argue with the door greeter on why I won't give my receipt, and law enforcement was called. Law enforcement did agree with me that yes, they cannot legally stop me. Then they turned around and looked right at the manager. Would you like him to be trespassed? And I was trespassed off property.
Dude,
So
Whoa!
yeah,
dude,
don't stop. Just
when they were trying
keep
to
on walking.
enforce the mask in Walmart back in the day, I was basically double dog daring motherfuckers to try it. I was like, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
go fucking ballistic on your ass if you try and tell me
Mhm.
different. You know what I mean?
Do you
And
know? I know. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. Go ahead, go ahead.
I know a number of people who have had that issue with Walmart, and they do the same thing you do. They basically say F off, my receipt's in the bag, it's all paid for, and they walk out.
Right.
Yeah, usually I say no thank you and keep on walking.
You
But
know, I know
yeah,
people
there's
who
many
just say
times.
F you.
Yeah, well, usually it's a lady or something like that, and I'm not going to be completely rude
No, and
because
that's
she's doing her
nice.
job.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I just say no, thank you, just keep on walking.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's, I agree. Like, it's all bagged up. What they think you did, you took a bag from the end of the register and then
They
started
don't think
shoplifting.
anything, man. They're just trying to enforce some policy that the corporation of Walmart was like, because I mean, honestly, when they do that, it's actually an accusation. They suspect you're shoplifting, but even though
Yeah,
they have no proof whatsoever, or even they're just doing it to everybody. You know what I mean? And it's not just like kicking people out. I think but even then, it's like I mean, shit. You just saw me went through the damn line, fucking do all the ring and all this stuff. Now come on now. Um,
yeah. The
I'm
second time I got kicked out of one, I actually stopped. I had a whole buggy full. I don't know if you remember my weekly preps years ago when I filmed them. 2
right.
shopping carts, and I'll stop. I said, "Yeah, right here." Oh, it looks good. No, no, no. You need to check each one and make sure it's on the receipt. I made them do that, and they actually kicked me out of that store. That was the that was the Callaway Walmart. That was the Callaway Walmart.
You just you're just a really bad man.
I know
You're
I'm
gonna have
horrible.
you're gonna have your
Absolutely.
you're gonna have your picture up on every damn Walmart wall.
Don't let
Well,
this man
luckily
in. He
they
won't
don't
let
go
us.
after
Go
they
ahead.
won't go after every Walmart, just that store.
They won't let us. He won't let us check his receipts. Watch out for this man.
They're gonna have private
Yeah.
memos, sending in fucking fax machines in every Walmart around the country. Don't
I
you
don't
forget
just. I don't go into Walmart because it's so depressing. Because they've changed it so much. I don't like the cement floors. I don't like the warehouse feel. I don't like the aisles are jammed together. So I just don't go in there anymore. I just don't want
I
to do it.
think I rarely go to Walmart, but I mean, they are getting rid of some of the self checkout stuff now. So I'm just like, that's
Oh,
good.
they are?
Yeah, because I'm like, dude, I don't like the self checkout. I hate it
Then don't
altogether.
use it.
I don't, but there was a time, man, that was they phased out all the cashiers. They were doing that to dollar store also, but now they just closed down all the self checkout in the dollar store. They're back to cashiers now,
Oh,
which is I like that better. You know what I
yeah.
mean? Personally,
You
you
saying at
know,
Walmart they didn't have a single cashier, it was all self-checkout?
all self checkout for a while there. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, okay, that would, yeah. I don't do that kind of stuff because I'm not good at math and I'd totally screw up.
Well,
I mean, they be
I'm
paying
just
me
like,
to leave.
if I gotta sit there and check myself, if I gotta check myself out and all that other stuff, shouldn't I get a discount? Because I'm not doing a job, right?
Yeah, no. That's just not good.
Yeah.
Well, that's
I'll
amazing that
be
they put
I'll
all
be
the
right
cashiers
back.
back. Okay, that's
No,
amazing they put all the cashiers back. Like I said, I just don't buy from them anymore. In
no,
fact, the only
they're
thing
not
I
all.
do is I go grocery shopping at Publix because they have good buy one get one free deals. And for the most part, I just order everything else online. Clothes, or I go to Goodwill.
Yeah,
Love
well,
Goodwill.
um, there's like I said, I'll probably go to Walmart once a month, maybe. And that's about it.
Oh, and
I
that's
try to
okay.
I try to stay away from. I do a lot of Dollar General is the closest thing to me, and it's like the most convenient when it comes down to a lot of stuff. So
Well, no, I understand that. I also understand that for Thanksgiving, that Walmart and Target, even Target, which I hate even more than Walmart, and they're a nice store, were doing really good with turkey. Lowered the prices a lot.
Not even thinking about it. Actually, I think I got a little bit of turkey in there. See, the reason why I'm not going to be doing a whole lot of stuff is because I've already basically done Thanksgiving already. You know what I mean? Okay, put
Yeah,
it this way. My uncle came out, was it this past weekend? And while he was here, he cooked up ribs and some like cornbread and baked beans and all kinds of
nice.
stuff, man. And that was Thanksgiving dinner.
Well, that's good.
We had dinner over on his porch over there. All right, that was this weekend, this past weekend. And Monday, my mom came out here, and and she brought some food with her, and
And Monday, that must have been a good food day.
well, I ate good, and there was leftovers. So I mean, there is that. That was Thanksgiving with my mom. All right.
Absolutely. Well,
Well,
anytime your family is a
so,
thanks.
but the Thanksgiving holidays don't mean shit to me because honestly, I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to sit right here in the yard with my dogs. That's what I'm going to
Yeah.
do.
You
You know.
know, I actually don't like turkey that much. Now, I did buy a single turkey breast today because I'll get like two or three sandwiches out of it at Publix. And so that was fine because, the prices were down on it. But I would prefer chicken anytime
Well,
over turkey.
my when my aunt was alive, she's
I
from
remember
Korea.
you talking about your aunt.
Yeah, she's from Korea, and I'm telling you, man, she made some really good food. And when we had Thanksgiving, years ago, she would have a lot of food out there too, and I just loved her cooking.
So
So
you
I
had
mean,
Korean food.
I had Korean food for Thanksgiving. Yep.
Cool. Well, I like to be non-traditional, so sometimes on Thanksgiving I like to have a prime rib roast or a New York
Yeah.
strip roast. I
Right.
don't want to always go with having to have a turkey when I didn't even like it, but I had to cook it.
Yeah.
That's what the ex wanted, so I cooked it.
I had ribs this weekend, so that was my Thanksgiving
I haven't had
basically.
ribs in a long time, but that's okay. I don't miss it.
And then they were done right here in a smoker, right here in the yard, that kind of thing. I mean, it was good, man. I'm gonna tell you, that
You
was
still
some
gaining
tender.
weight?
I still got bones in the refrigerator just to give to the dogs for fucking like treats or shit.
You
You
still
know.
gaining weight or you losing any?
Well,
After a rash.
I'm trying to keep my weight back to where it normal. See, I've been around 185 pounds for a long time since eighth grade. Put it that way. Pretty much around 185
You've
pounds,
been
somewhere in there.
180 since
And
eighth
I
grade?
probably gained a little bit of weight just because I'm not doing a whole lot to keep my weight down. You know what I mean? So I mean, I
I'm just
wouldn't
kidding. Wait a minute. You've been 180 pounds since eighth grade?
180, 185, somewhere
How
around there.
tall were you in eighth grade?
6 foot.
Oh, well, that's not bad then.
I'm six
You,
one. You know, I
yeah,
mean,
you've stayed the same weight all that time?
yeah,
That's just
I've
abnormal.
maintained my that because well, I'll tell you this, man. I told uh, I got people that might find me if I got into like a 400 pounder type of thing. They got orders to go ahead and put me out of my misery. So,
That's terrible.
so I have that. You know what I mean?
Okay, if I ever get to 400 pounds, you have permission to come and take me out.
I have done that. I've actually said that. I'm like because I'm like there. I've got honestly, man. I don't think that. I think that's just going way too much. You know what I mean? It's not healthy. I don't give a shit if you want to blame it on glands or whatever. I don't care.
Well,
You know?
if you have a thyroid issue, you can gain that weight, and it's a true thing. It's a true thing. And bringing that up, I have a problem with Trump, going all out there for Ozempic. And I've had a lot of people disagreeing with me. I think that by offering that at a lower price and promoting it as much as he did with RFK Jr., basically says, okay, now you can take these shots. I think it's only in shot form, I don't know. And you can lose weight fast rather than trying to maintain a better diet or exercise.
I completely agree with you on that. I saw an advertisement today on TV for is an injectable, and I'm looking at them like for weight loss, take a shot or
Yeah.
but down between no, I will say this: some medical conditions, there's a different aspect of this.
Yeah,
So
there
like
is.
me,
Yeah.
I gained 20 pounds since I had to go through surgery and stuff, and I got
Yeah.
cleared by the doctor. The weight bench is waiting on me, so right back
Right.
at it again. Making choices and stuff, but having that magical injection. And you don't have to change your lifestyle. Yeah, you lose weight, but the damage of the nutrition going into your internal organs is not good.
Yeah, they didn't talk a whole lot about the bad side effects.
They never do, right? Class action,
No.
10 years.
Yeah. I was really ticked off about that. And then some people were kind of coming at me in chat saying, well, some people just need to have that. I said, no, they don't. They need to get off their fat butts and not be so lazy.
All
Well,
right,
I
dude. I
mean,
already love her.
I mean,
Agreeing with that for years.
I'm a high energy person, and so I'm not like hype or anything, but I'm high energy. And the reason I'm high energy is because I keep that going all the time. Like this sitting here is unusual for me. I mod a lot for, streamers, but I'm up and down all the time, even when I'm modding. Because I've got a
oh,
house to take care of. It's not going to clean itself. I've got laundry.
so what are you
Right.
saying?
What am I saying? You
So
sitting
what are
on
you
your fat
saying?
butt?
I'm holding you hostage in one place, keeping your ass in a fucking chair. Yeah.
No, this is good relaxing time for me. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how to relax. I'm not good at relaxing.
You've been wanting to hang out and talk for so long. Talk. I mean, because
I've
uh,
been talking.
I hear you. But it's where it's like I was saying. It's like on the solution scenario. Okay, we're so fucking deep. It's like 300 years of this shit has gotten us where we are today. It's like, okay, all
Oh, we're
right,
not talking about weight loss anymore.
well, we're gonna have to trim some fucking fat. You know what I'm saying?
I just want to say when the ex left, I lost a lot of weight, and then on my own, I lost 57 pounds because I wasn't having to cook the ginormous meals that he wanted.
Well,
And
I
I was
mean
able
that
to
is.
finally eat the way I wanted to.
I don't have the luxury of having a woman cook for me. You know what I mean?
Well,
That's
you cook
probably
good for
that's,
yourself.
that's probably why I don't get as fat as I could probably get. You know,
Well, I
if I
see. I
if I
don't.
had a woman that can cook, boy, I'll probably gain some fucking weight, boy. I'm gonna tell you.
Well, just because I'm a good cook doesn't mean I'm going to cook bad stuff. I don't fry food.
Oh, come on, you fucking Florida girl, and you
No,
don't
I
fucking
don't
do fried
fry. I do
food.
not fry food. I bake it, or I broil it. I don't have a grill, so I don't have a barbecue grill, which I love barbecue food, but I don't fry anything. Um,
What, you
yeah,
don't
I
like
just,
it? What, you just don't like fried food, or you just don't like
well,
frying
no,
it?
actually, I love fried chicken, but because I backed off from eating it and didn't have to cook it anymore, I don't have that craving.
Oh, yeah.
So
Well,
when you
you just
you
haven't
back
had
off,
some good chicken. You haven't had any good chicken lately. Some good fried chicken lately.
When Dixie has the best fried chicken.
I don't know.
They have the best fried chicken. The ex used to do fried grouper. He'd go out in the Gulf with his friends and go fishing and catch grouper, and I would eat fried grouper, and that's great. But you eat a lot of fried food, not only is it bad for you, I just don't want, I didn't want the weight anymore. I was overweight. I didn't want to be that. But and he said, "Well, it's okay. We can just do meat and a vegetable." And then I'd serve that and he goes, "Is this all I get?" And I'd go, "Look, you're not going to starve to death, okay? It's all right." I quit making the side dishes because he was okay with it. I had to go making side dishes. So then, of course, I'm going to eat it. So it's all his fault. And now it's not anymore
uh,
because I eat the way I want.
I drink too much beer. That's why I gain extra weight.
That beer will put the weight on you. I drink
It will.
maybe one beer every 2 weeks.
I got to dial mine back down. Since being surgery and everything, I got back onto drinking, and yeah, there's that weight.
Yeah, it will come
And,
on, but you will get it off if you choose to.
well, see,
Oh yeah,
that's the
absolutely.
thing too. It's like I've been smoking cigarettes or tobacco, for a long time, and I don't breathe as easy as I used to either. That's another thing that's bothering me. because I really, I know how to exercise. I used to do it. I used to do a lot of stuff. I mean, I practice martial arts and stuff like that. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I used to do that I know how to do, but it's just like, God dang, man, doing a couple of push ups, I'm out of fucking breath, man. It's just like, God damn, I got to get right back into shape. And, because honestly, man, I mean, cardio might be the big thing. Who knows? I might, I have to run faster than marauders or whatever. I don't know what's going to happen in the near future.
Faster than
I mean, I might,
marauders.
I might have to fucking deal with fucking Terminator coming down my street. I don't fucking know.
Faster.
Um,
I like the marauders.
and if I can't fucking run, I'm like, God dang, I'll be caught. So I
You
gotta,
know, you're too young to be out of breath. This is what I say. Put on
like I
music
said,
and dance by the fire.
I've been smoking tobacco since I was like almost 16 or 14 or 15, 16, somewhere around there.
That
And
doesn't put on weight. I thought that kept weight off.
well, no, I'm not talking about that. It's just my physical fitness. You know what I mean? I try to stay thin because I want to stay. I want to be able to bend over and touch my toes. You know what I'm saying? But then also, I also I'm trying to be a little bit more fit to where, like, for instance, if I had to make a damn dash down the yard and hide behind a tree for some reason, I want to be able to do it without fucking killing myself. Give myself a fucking heart attack or something.
You're
So,
kind of a survivalist, but yeah, you do need to be able to run.
well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. I mean, I do have survival skills
Yeah, you
when it
do.
comes down to it, you know what I mean? But the thing is like, if I can't, escape or evade if there was necessary for some reason, you know what I mean? You know, I won't get very far. And that's the
I
problem too, it's like, I need that cardio back, you know, stamina, that kind of thing. Yeah.
yeah,
Cardio is overrated, brother. With his son up to Mill Team 6.
Yeah.
sign up for
Tell me,
what?
dude. I don't know. I don't know because, like I said, if I was to do like a cold turkey scenario, oh my gosh, man, and do
You
something, oh, I'd probably
you
die, dude.
die. Yeah, I was just gonna say you die.
I,
You
I'd
fry
probably,
everything.
I'd fucking die. But I
You're
mean,
just
I
gonna
would love,
die.
I would love to be able to get to the point where I could actually do something like that. Where like I had like one of those training type of things where you can go through the exact same thing that the special ops do and all that stuff, and then go through all that, and because I mean, I'd like to get my movements, even shooting pistol and stuff like that out here, just getting a little bit better at handling it and be more comfortable with it and all that stuff, or whatever, you know, um, whatever else might. Because I mean, it's not a fashion statement to carry a fucking weapon on you. You know what I mean? It can be a tool, and it can also be something
I
very
disagree.
useful.
I think it's a fashion statement.
Well, I mean, I kind of wish it would get normalized to the point where it would be a fashion statement. Then everybody would have them. You know what I mean? But it's like they keep on going all this gun control crap, all these gun lobbies and stuff. They're trying to take away our fucking means to defend ourselves from the criminals, which hold a badge, and some of them are just criminals. You know what I mean? And so it's
Quite.
messed up. I mean, it's like I'm glad DeSantis has gone this far when it comes down to the open carry. But the thing is, it's like that's just it shouldn't have been an issue in the first place. You know,
Yep.
The open carry thing, I gotta tell you, it scares me. And this is why. I was not raised around guns. I don't have a gun. I don't know how to handle one. When the ex left, he left a gun for me, and I just called him and said, "Please come get this," because if I don't know how to shoot it, I could end up killing myself if somebody breaks in. They could take the gun away from me. So,
isn't
seeing
that the
guns,
answer then? Isn't
huh?
that the solution? Is to actually learn how to handle it and how to use it and
Well,
know you're gonna to actually use it when you need it. You know what I
well,
mean? That kind
it
of thing.
boils down to this, and you won't understand it. I'm not sure if I could actually shoot somebody and kill them.
Well, put it this way: if they're wanting to fucking kill you or rape you, what would you want to do?
Well, now if they want to rape me, I'm going to put up a hell of a fight, but I may not win if they have a gun at my throat.
What if you had a gun to their throat?
Um, I don't know. It's really hard for me to put that in that scenario, to think of myself killing another person for whatever
Well,
reason it is it's I can't fathom it.
I get that people can't fathom because it's never happened or it's never even come close to happening. So
Yeah.
you don't know how you would act in that situation
No.
in the first place. But if you were competent enough to actually know how to handle a gun,
Yeah.
and you knew you were a damn good shot, and somebody was wanting to do that to you, I mean, that's the equalizer between you and a stronger man.
Does that
For
make a
instance.
difference? Like if you think if somebody takes training and so on and so forth, that it helps to get them over that fear?
Yeah, because I mean that's what's holding you back in the first place is because you've never been around it and you don't know nothing about it. So that creates that fear because of not knowing. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Until you've actually held one and then you've done a lot of a lot of practice with it and you know
Yeah.
how to handle what you have and stuff like that and you're comfortable with it you know. But then you also have to have that thing. It's like, okay, how far are you willing to go if somebody was to come over to harm you? Are you willing to pull that pistol out and use it? Like, just imagine that instead of having a butcher knife in your hand, you got a pistol. Now you can get them further away from you.
Yeah. Well, I have a
And
machete. I think I'd use it. I'll put it this way.
uh,
If I was with my son and I had a gun and somebody came after him, I'd shoot him. But then when it comes to me, I guess I just can't fathom it.
I hope that. Well, if I was to use the word hope, that would never be in that. You'll never go through that type of
I
situation.
know. I know.
You know what I mean? But
Hope, see, the word hope can be used for many different things.
Well, I mean, I just there have been women out there that actually, for a number of different reasons, they weren't armed, and that would have been the equalizer. And I mean,
Yeah.
it's like this, you think about it when they do any kind of gun legislation or gun restriction or anything like that. That's just for the common people. The criminals, no matter if they're just average Joe criminals or the fucking people that are in government that are criminals, they're the only ones that's going to have guns, you know, and that's just not how how can we protect ourselves? We just become more dependent on government to protect us.
But no, also back on touching what you said that you didn't know if you could actually use it. That
Yeah.
is definitely you're adding a tool. Let's say the individual breaking into the house doesn't have a weapon, which happens a lot actually, uh, and you have a pistol, but psychologically ways you not going to use it, and they overpower you, take it from you. I'm a big supporter of less than lethal. Obviously, you don't want to take less lethal to a gunfight in a lethal situation,
Hmm.
but that type of scenario there, I mean, even less lethal launchers, trust me, they hurt. Um, it's an option, but yeah,
Yeah, I've thought
I
about
can't
that.
I
I've
can't
Yeah,
say you I can't say you have to do this because no one can tell you, hey, you're going to go take someone's life. It's got to be a personal thing. So
yeah,
uh,
I agree.
yeah, I've got a pepper spray. It's just that I keep forgetting to take it with me in the car.
yeah,
I'm not a flight person. I'm more of a I'm going to stand my ground and fight you. It's just that I wouldn't have the weapon to do it. But I
Yeah,
tell you, I can throw a good punch.
yeah. I was about to say, shouting a bunch of nasty words ain't really going to stop a whole lot.
Well, I don't swear either. I was,
That's
and
that's,
I've
screaming.
told Wingnut this. I was raised with parents that never swore,
that's
and
when you know she's
so
really pissed off.
yeah, when I start
She's
swearing,
screaming,
then
God bless you, why she
yeah,
knocked you out.
Yeah, I
yeah.
know.
Well, and also I don't raise my voice anymore. I yelled a lot in my marriage, and when the ex left, I didn't have to yell anymore, so I don't yell. But I'm pretty sure in that kind of a situation, there'd be froth coming from my mouth along with swear words. So I'm pretty sure I can do it. I just don't usually do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think because I mean, things could pop up anywhere. You
I
know what
know
I mean?
that.
It could be in a grocery store. It could be anywhere. You know what I mean? And I think that we have less of a chance here in Florida. I'm not saying it won't, but there's just like too many damn rednecks and Waffle House cooks that are crazy enough to fight back to these, you know what I mean? Because I mean, you're not going to see that shit that's happening up in uh, all the Antifa crap happening down here because they'll get your ass run over. You know what I mean? And so I mean, but it's possible that something could happen.
Yeah,
Even
no,
out here even out here where I'm at, it's kind of rural in this area. Even something could happen out here. You never know. You
no,
know,
I know, I know.
somebody might come from the big city thinking this is an easy mark, an easy fucking deal. There's hardly anybody in here. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And I started looking at those videos of those flash mobs. I'm just glad that that doesn't happen around here because there'd be too many. There'd be some people shot. I think. You know
What
what I
was the
mean?
flash mob thing?
These people that are coming in there like 20 people strong, coming in to rob stores and shit. You know?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't think I've seen that here in Florida except during the hurricanes when there's no
Yeah,
power, but a
yeah,
lot in Los Angeles.
yeah. That's what I'm saying, though. I mean, you see it here in the hurricanes, and people aren't even that desperate. You know what I
No,
mean?
no. And the cops didn't do a darn thing. They never even showed up at the store. I can't believe watching this video, and I think the hurricane was still going on. It just wasn't that bad, maybe, and the cops never even showed up.
Hey,
Now your
see,
dog, he's barking at something again.
yeah, I think there's deer walking around here or something because I mean they've been going on so often.
Let me ask you, when you have deer on your property, do you ever shoot one for like, and I believe in culling the deer herds. I don't like animals being shot, but when it comes to deer, I understand that because people who shoot them, the herds need to be culled and they do shoot them for the purpose of eating them. So I just wondered if you ever do that, or
I
do you prefer
personally
not
haven't.
to say?
I personally haven't been hunting in a long time. But yeah, we hunt deer out here on the property and stuff like that, and but it's
Okay.
all for food.
Well,
You
I know
know, I
that.
mean, um, well, I do have some family that do get into the trophy type scenario, which I don't agree with.
What's the
Because
trophy cut?
just kind of like you going out and trying to get a big rack off of a big deer, and that's the only reason you're not using it for food. You're doing it for a trophy to hang
So
on
they
your wall.
just leave it out there?
Well, no, I'm just saying it's like that. That's not the purpose of them going hunting. They want to put a trophy on the wall. That's what they want to do. You know, but but uh, but
I
there
think
are
Joe, well, Joe can go up and get the StreamYard link. He just wrote in here, darn, totally forgot about you cats.
he probably got stoned and fucking forgot about it.
Yeah, that was a long visit with his sister or talk or whatever.
I got stoned and I missed it. I got
Yeah.
stoned and I missed it.
And then I thought he was talking to me when he was talking to his sister, and I was saying, yes, sir, okay, all right. Oh, he wants to make
And the
tea.
link is pinned. It is pinned up there at the top.
Yeah,
So,
it's pinned up there at the top. You know what I've noticed up in the panhandle? Y'all are a lot more southern than we are when you talk.
well, sometimes. I mean, I grew up in Orlando, so I mean, I got a kind of neutral accent as it is. Period. But
Oh, no,
I
you
do,
don't.
I do get kind of get that kind of in the area I'm in, and I mean, it also just depends on where I live. I mean, honestly, when I lived in Santa Fe, New Mexico, man, I had a Mexican type twinge to my talk. I started talking, "Hey, what's up, Vato? We're gonna go cruising over on the strip, man." And so, you
Oh,
know,
that's funny. My daughter-in-law was born where she lives with with my son, and she has got the most southern accent I have ever heard. Instead of saying library, and tell me if you ever heard this, she says library.
Oh yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And instead of saying laying on the floor, she says laying in the floor.
Right.
Yep.
Hey, hey. I mean, us Southern people, man, we just got a way of talking. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Um,
Come
they lived with
on back,
us
come
for
on back, come on back, come on back.
They lived us for a while, and I'd go to the stores with her and stuff. And I swear to God, she had somebody ask her if she was from Europe. And I said, "Why, yes, she's from Paris, France. How smart of you to notice." And she has the thickest Southern accent. You could just cut it with a butter knife.
Well, I mean,
It's like, "Are you from Europe?" Are
Well, I
you
mean,
stupid?
like I said, I mean, I grew up in Orlando, but I've been all over the country and stuff now. I mean, it just depends on where you at, what kind of a natural dialect will come up. I'm gonna tell you, you go up in the Appalachian where all the hillbillies live, you start talking different too.
Oh, yeah.
Hey now, not all Appalachians hillbillies. I came out of there. I'm a redneck.
Did you really come out of Appalachia?
There is a difference between a redneck and a hillbilly too. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Did you come? Are you from at the Appalachian area?
he walked away.
Oh,
But no,
well,
I've lived
I
up.
didn't
I've
mean to
lived up.
insult him.
No, he just walked away for a second. I've
What's
lived up.
different? Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was just saying I've lived up that direction. So I mean, I've had a firsthand experience with the people who live out that way.
What's the difference between a redneck and a hillbilly?
Oh
Say
well,
it nice.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say it.
You don't know how to say it nice?
Yeah, I'm not sure how I want to say that yet.
Okay.
But there is a difference. I'll just give you that.
Okay.
Maybe
Because
somebody
my
in the chat.
daughter-in-law will say she's proud to be a redneck.
Oh
It
yeah,
just means
you know.
like you worked out in the fields and your neck got red. So it's not really an insulting thing here in Florida.
No, I mean honestly, they're trying to make that the hardworking people. You know what I mean? That
Yeah.
it's kind of like try to put a negative and that's stupid too because that's the same thing they're trying to do with the farmers and stuff. You know what I mean? You know, turn around and make the farmers the bad guys and all this stuff. And next thing you know, we're eating all this processed fucking meat. Pumped out of fucking 3D printers and shit, made out of bugs. What the fuck, dude? You know.
Oh, they came out with, oh God, I sent a good video today. It was a Campbell's Soup vice president, an executive, and he was caught swearing and talking about how they make the soup for Indians and for poor people. And it's just, man, it's just lab meat. It's all lab meat. And I'm thinking, I've been eating this chunky soup and, loving it, and it's biomade.
Yeah,
Now, the
dude.
dude has been fired, but I mean, this is Campbell's Soup.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and dude, it's hard to trust anything that's being put out there right now. It doesn't have some form of poison or something in it, and that's all done by design. You think about the FDA is the one that approved all this shit too. You know.
Yeah. It was a good video. I mean, he was telling the truth, and he was really upset that that's what they're doing. But then he got fired because he was telling the truth. So now I'm thinking about, ditching my chunky soup, which I love. Or since I've been already eating it, what difference does it make?
Well,
I've been eating it all these times, so I mean,
yeah.
that's one of those buy one get one free things, and their chunky soup is really good. Of course, if I go with potato soup, which I really love and have, that's just potatoes.
Well, that's the thing though. It's like, I mean, I'm not having a lot of luck on different plants and stuff because I gotta have everything in pots or in raised like planters. I got nothing but sand where I'm at, so I can't put a whole lot of stuff in the ground. All right, unless I, you know, condition the
Import
ground. But
dirt.
yeah, put some organic material for it to grow in. But I put everything in pots, and I haven't really had a lot of luck with different types of stuff. But I'm not fully self sufficient when it comes down to like I don't have to go to the grocery store anymore because I got everything I need. I'm not at that point yet, which I would like to be able to get at that point because I mean it'd be nice if I had everything that I like in a salad all growing out here in my yard,
Hmm.
or a lot of herbs and stuff, or whatever that are good for like different medicinal uses. I want to try and start my own apothecary. So I have a lot of different spices and herbs and whatever that have a lot of medicinal uses and along with it. So I can use that as my medicine cabinet. You know
Well,
what
you
I
know who
mean?
Wildlife is, right?
Yeah, I know.
You should talk to him. He grows amazing in container gardens.
Yeah.
I mean, just prolific.
Hold on, I'm googling apothecary.
Oh God, did you let Joe back up here? I'm not in. I'm in the YouTube part.
I'll let,
Snuck right in.
yeah, I'll let anything fucking come in, man, as long as they
Yeah,
flip
I
me
know.
50 bucks at the end of the table,
Ah, which I want to say, if you ever want a leather wallet from Wing, I bought a checkbook from him that he had made, and it's the most beautiful piece of leather I have.
I saw that knife thing he made. Sheath.
Oh, dude, I gotta redo that. I'm gonna have to redo that whole thing because I saw all the mistakes that I did in the original one.
Uh,
So I'm just like, I gotta redo the whole thing. I'm gonna have to draw it up and make me a template and a fucking everything, man. I'm
what
gonna do
did
it
you
all.
not like about it? I got there at the very end. I'm like, oh my God, it's incredible when you kill the
Well,
stream.
okay. There's a couple of things that I are.
Just watch his video. All he did was bitch about it.
Yeah, I was sitting there. I was like, about halfway through, I realized I fucked up, and I was like, well, instead of redoing it, I'll just go ahead along with it and fucking
Right.
it works for now. But I'm gonna redo it all together. I mean, it's the same day basic design, but like the way I folded the leather, I need to fold it in the opposite, in the other direction that I did.
Okay. Yeah.
I also want to add a couple more things to it, like for instance, the belt loop scenario. I want
Right.
to I want to make that a little more robust
Right.
and have that all one
Bust.
piece instead of having that sewn on. Because
All right.
wherever I put a stitching, my knife might come up there and start cutting the stitching just by putting my knife in and out. So I
I,
want to
I
make all
love
one
it.
piece.
I love it. Right.
So I mean, I want to. I'm gonna end up doing a live stream probably just when I redo the whole scenario, but
Oh,
it might be
goody.
one of those things where I'm actually,
Another bitch
it'll be
session.
like it'll be like one of those long ones where you're gonna sit in there, you'll sit there, watch me draw it out on a piece of paper, and then no editing and all this, all straight live stream. Where I draw it on a piece of paper, and then I sit there and cut everything out, and then build it and stuff like that. And then it's like, okay, this is how it's supposed to look,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Because I
This
mean
is what
that
he
was just
does.
me,
He'll do a
and that
6 hour. Go ahead. No, I'm
well,
going to
no, I'm
finish
saying
now. I'm not going to let you
my
go ahead.
my
He
my,
does.
Yeah.
He does a 6 hour thing, and I don't sit in there the whole time, mind you, but he
Right.
ignores the
yeah.
chat, okay?
Right.
He's
Right.
working on this thing for 6 hours. He's talking to himself, and on one of them, he had StreamYard music looping for almost 6 hours.
And
And
he's
I kept
just doing
saying,
his work.
I was
He
saying,
ain't
at
paying
least
no
turn the
attention.
music off. And then he fusses at himself.
Right.
It's
Well,
like,
okay. Put it this way: that last one I did. All right, I was realizing I was doing all kinds of stuff that I didn't want to do. My original plan. All right, and that was what was getting on my nerves. And I'm just using that as like a template of my how I'm going to do it the right way the second time. It's like I was just flying by the seat of my pants in the first place. And plus I was, I don't know, I don't know. Fuck it. It was I saw all the flaws after I got done with it, and I was like, "Ah, shit! I need to
that's
have to
right.
do this again."
We
I'm like,
taking it easy on you. We was criticizing it too after it was over with. We was still
he
typing in
said
the
that. Look
chat.
at that
Oh my
picture.
God, that was a
Yeah, he
piece of
ain't doing that.
garbage, yo. That was
You know,
horrible.
goddamn, it's gonna fall apart in a day or
That
two.
thing won't last 2 days.
He did talk to me at the very beginning to yell at me. He said,
Right.
attention, attention, attention. You want attention.
That
So that was my greeting.
was it for 2 hours.
Oh my God. I was back and forth because I was actually doing other stuff and I just dropped in every now and then. And actually, Lady Campion came in at the very end. I don't know if you saw her comment. She had fallen asleep taking a nap and somehow you were open on her YouTube. Wing, did we freeze?
No, I'm here.
I think Wing froze.
Oh wow, yeah, his fire is now moving again. So
Yeah, she
hey,
had fallen asleep and taken a nap while he was on, and she just came in. She said, I might as well come in and say hello. I fell asleep and you were on my YouTube, you know?
that's
And
pretty
she
cool.
never comes in here. It was so funny. He didn't even notice that.
Right, right.
He just doesn't like to interact with the chat.
That is wild because when he do his little fireside shit like this, all he do is interrupt. Well, so you would think that he have a few words for a motherfucker, rights and freedoms and principles and shit. And by the way, fuck the police.
Yeah, he didn't
Something.
even rant, you know. He was so
Right,
focused
that's
on
it. Right,
doing the knife holder the wrong way.
right, right. They're so distracted. I understand how that is, though. When you make a mistake, that's all you can see through the rest of the fucking project. So I feel like I
Yeah,
totally
that's true.
understand.
That's true. Oh, by the way, Joe and Survival, I did find your all YouTubes and I was able to put them in the YouTube part.
Well, thank you.
Oh, awesome.
Make,
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
yeah.
y'all do a lot of videos. You do a lot of videos, Survival. You did one, what, a night or 2 nights ago. I hope I got the right
Yeah.
Survival.
I guess I've been doing it for 6 or 7 years now.
Good.
That's about the same. That's about exactly how long I've been doing this shit, man. Of course, we're doing different shit, I guess. I do got some friends though who would love to meet you, man. These cats, Joe, what would you put in your go bag? I mean, they run around they got go bags and all of them. Even if they got a crib, they got a camper or a van or a bus or something that's hooked up, run off of black diesel fuel with solar panels on the top of it. And they have really prepared, man. And they got like saws that in them bags that you pull them out and unfold them a couple times. You cut down trees. They got all sorts of. They serious into it. Knife sharpeners. Yeah.
No, that's awesome. I like
Yeah.
hearing that people are set up like that and prepared for it.
Yeah.
Main thing is actually training with the gear.
Yes.
I would like to say I got a handheld chainsaw and I adore it.
Okay.
I feel very bad arse about it when I have it in my hand, and it's just helping me so much with my flower beds and cutting back stuff and
That
limbs.
was my next question. What the
It's
heck are you
great.
doing with that chainsaw?
Well, I'm cutting back a bougainvillea, and then eventually I want to dig it out. And
Ah, that's
so, like, my
racist. You
arms
can't
get
just call
stretched.
them a bougainvillea. That's
It's a
racist, bro.
bougainvillea. So I've been cutting that back a lot, which isn't
Wait, what the
easy.
fuck? I'm guessing I gotta Google it. Bougainvillea.
Yeah,
Hey
and then I
Siri,
have to deconstruct the
what
limbs and
is a
cut them down.
bougainvillea?
It's a big thorny plant, and it
Is
grows
it
and just
one?
like
Is
it's
it a
just too
tree or a
big.
bush?
It's not a tree, it's a flowering vine type thing. Do
Yeah.
you know what it is, Joe
They
S?
just they didn't show me a picture. She told me the description of what you said. It's a big flowery, bushy thingy, but I
But
don't
it
know why
has
she couldn't just show
big
me a
thorns
picture.
on it.
Uh,
You're talking about the thorns are about an inch to inch and a half long.
that's
They're,
insane.
they seem like they're much, much bigger than that. And I don't,
Bigger than an inch and a half?
well, and I wear
Real dark in color.
I wear a shirt, I wear what I want to say, one of those moisture wicking shirts, so my arms are
Hey
bare, and
Siri,
if I don't get
show me a
scratches
picture
on
of
my
a
arms or
bougainvillea.
legs, then I haven't done the right work.
Oh,
So,
they're gorgeous.
yeah, but they overtake everything.
Oh my goodness, they're pretty.
Yeah, well, mine was huge, huge.
Oh
It's not so
my
huge
goodness.
anymore.
Oh wow.
I'm pulling it up here. I've never seen one of these.
Well, see, I
Yeah.
also have banana palms. They're
Looks like
small,
they got a
small.
purple.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's the purple one.
Okay. Yeah, I've never come
No, it's
across
the
one of
red
these
one.
out in the woods.
Yeah, actually, I have banana palms, and during a freeze one year, I lost 20 of the mature ones, and I had like 9 bunches one summer. So now I've got pups, and this bougainvillea kind of comes over to one of the pups and scratches it. So I would prefer to have my banana palms.
Hey, do you think
Bougainvillea has to go.
Oh
you
my
think we're gonna
God,
get
that's
snow
good
this
too.
year like we did last year?
I never got that snow. You did.
Yeah, I know.
That was funny. And I wanted you to build a
He was
Snook
so
Snow Woman, but he
excited.
didn't.
I remember that. He was so excited.
All I
I
heard was
was
him
not
fussing about it.
excited.
He was fussing about it.
He was like, Joe, it's snow. I can't believe it.
It's like
Fucking
goddamn 6 inches of that
See?
shit, man.
See? You fuss about
Telling you.
everything.
Well, god dang, man. That's why I
See?
live in Florida. So I don't have to deal with that shit. You know?
And did this shit last or did it disappear in a day?
It lasted
Well,
for a couple
it was
days.
most of it was gone in a day, but still,
Yeah.
I didn't get my Snook Snow Woman.
Right?
You got a little tiny snow thing with like 3 balls high, and that's all you got.
I don't even think I saw it.
That's one more than the
I
last
think
one.
I made a picture of it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I kicked a bunch of snow together and called it a snow.
Yeah. And then he kicked it as soon after he made it. So there you go. It's okay.
It scared the shit out of my dogs. I've never seen that stuff before.
I can see your dogs out in it.
It literally scared it. I mean, on a literal sense. My fucking big girl wouldn't fucking come out of the damn house, and so she took a shit inside the house because she was so
Oh,
scared that she couldn't go outside.
We already got snow today. It didn't stick, but it's first snows today.
I'm glad. I just don't want snow this year.
I hope you get snow so I can get my
I,
snow woman.
I hope we don't see snow for another 20 years. That's how I see it.
God, I'd love to have snow here for a day. I've lived in snow, but just having it for a day would be fun. It's not like you're going to die.
God, it'd be like a blizzard up here by the time it got to you.
Oh, no, it wouldn't.
You go to Colorado or some parts of California, in the same day, it can be t-shirt weather and you can ride up in the mountains and it be such conditions you got to pull a car over.
I lived in
same
Virginia.
day.
I had snow there.
Yeah, no. I got jaded, man. I was in the blizzard of 95, man, in Kentucky. 9-foot fucking drifts, man. I was like, no, I'm not.
that's
Fuck all
serious,
that. I am not
Blizzard
going to
of
get. I hate snow.
95.
Yeah, it's the
Right,
blizzard of
like
95,
it's
by God.
worldwide or something. Like everybody
I'm gonna
remembers
die.
that,
I'm
right?
telling you, man.
You remember Joe? Not really.
Yeah,
No.
come on, man. I was
See,
living in Kentucky. I was living in Kentucky at the time, and all we had is these 9-foot fucking tall snowdrifts wander through. They made tunnels through them and shit. Had a little town underneath the snow.
Kids and old folks dying off.
oh my
I'm
God.
telling you, man, they were dropping like flies.
Dropping like flies in the great blizzard of 95. Damn it.
I'm telling you,
Wing's gonna die if he gets any inches of snow on the ground and can't have fried food.
Well, okay, I'll tell you this. Me personally, all right. Now, I don't mind like the weather when it's actually snowing, when it's coming down. The weather's not too bad. It's nice and calm. It's just that all that slush and mud and all this other shit and ice. I can do without.
It does get, especially here in Chicago, that slush can get just ridiculous.
Wing, you walk around in your yard barefoot all the time. God knows what you're stepping in.
Well, I'm
And you're going to worry about snow?
trying to stay grounded. Man.
He's probably immune to every disease by now. Then, if that's the case,
that's
true. Shit, he's probably the greatest immune system ever.
Oh my God.
Well, what they say back in the day is like God made dirt and dirt don't hurt, right?
We said it.
I didn't know
Oh
God
my
said
God,
that.
this is the best tea ever, bro.
Oh, I had
Damn,
no
I'm
idea
mad.
God said that.
Absolutely, he did.
Oh. So let me ask you, Survival, are all your videos on surviving?
No, not all. I cover some news, prepping, the snow.
But you live in Florida. Why would you cover the snow?
That one day.
He's like 40.
What day? That one day of snow.
That one day, you remember?
That's why.
Yeah, 4 videos off that day.
I just want to say, and I hope I'm not cursing myself, 4 more days till hurricane season is over.
Oh my God! Don't jinx it, Snook.
I'm not
Next thing
jinxing
you know,
it.
a damn Category 5 will come popping up out of the damn Gulf somewhere.
I don't see how y'all do it, man. I mean, I guess you ain't got no choice, but holy fuck, that shit's horrible, man. Them hurricanes.
Well,
Damn.
he has it a lot worse. My son has it worse. I'm more in the center. So I've got kind of a buffer going on. I think the longest I lost electricity last year was 2.5 days. And it was livable. I cooked food that I could eat cold beforehand. I had
Right.
water. I didn't lose any food. So,
See, I didn't think of that shit. You guys, because you go through it, you'd be better at it than we would.
Well,
I wouldn't have
yeah,
thought of
some
that
aspect,
shit. Listen
you
to
know,
what you're
you
saying.
Yeah, you think about like people that live in Tornado Alley. Same thing with people that live around hurricanes
What
all
the
the
fuck
time.
can they do? They're
I
just
mean, you think
victims,
about it,
right? What can they do?
you'd be a little bit more prepared than the average Joe. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just
Because
picturing
you're
everybody
dealing
in
with that all the time.
maybe this is just bogus on my part, but I'm picturing everybody in Tornado Alley living in trailer houses for like 5 states or so. I know I'm wrong, right?
I'm terrified of
Well,
tornadoes and luckily haven't been through one, but I made rice with chicken in it and that was really good cold with just some black pepper
Right,
on it.
right.
So,
But just to
I
that's a
ate
think of
huge
that
fine.
is
thing there.
crazy, man. To think that, I might be out for a few days. I'm going to make my, most we'll do is have a drawer full of candles because it's just going to be hours overnight if it's really severe. Who thinks of make meals and get water and shit?
I always have water and I got electrolyte drinks and so that was good. And I had oil lanterns, which now I've moved beyond and come into the future and I got Coleman hurricane lanterns. Which are wonderful. I gotta go. Sorry, my phone rang.
Scared the shit out of her.
Landline.
I got a buddy, right, who
Like
has,
survival, you're frozen for some reason on my end. I don't know if it's just me or not.
oh shit, I
It did
just
freeze
noticed
for a
it.
minute for some reason.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. All right, as long as you can hear us. Your picture's still frozen on our end. As long as you
yeah,
can
No,
hear us.
I probably have to log out and come back in.
Oh no, the pictures
yeah.
is
That's
fine.
fine. Yeah,
You're
like I said,
fine.
the
We can
link's
hear you.
pinned. It's pinned up at the top. If you need to go out and come back
Or if you
in,
want to, yeah. If it's that serious. I had a
Well,
buddy,
I'm using my cell phone.
Tonic, had moved in with this chick in Florida. I don't think he was there a week before a hurricane hit. She left and stayed with her friend or something. I don't know. But and the water got like 4 feet high on him. I was thinking that he was from a place that never even seen no shit like that, right? It's
right,
like
right,
me. And he ended up scaling the tree and hopping onto the roof, and it got really bad. So that shit, I don't know. I
Well, I
got
mean, like, let me ask you this, Joe. I mean, I assume you carry something in that fucking car of yours with just in case you get like stranded on the side of the road for some reason. I mean,
You'd be
you got
surprised. I don't even think I got tools in that motherfucker. Now that I think about it, I bet you I don't. I just have a spare. That's Wait, yeah, I got a
well, that's the
spare.
thing. It's like that's part of being at least prepared for like something
Yeah,
unexpected. Because I'm gonna tell you
yeah.
something, man. Getting stranded on the side of the road never happens at a good time.
I
Yeah,
know. And in the worst weather,
yeah. It's
uh,
always it's never at a good time.
it's never. I
Um,
would tell never in a good place. It's always fucked up. You're right.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I mean,
It's
at
never
least
when
have
you're with three
yeah,
cars of friends and y'all together, in a familiar environment. And one of the cars died. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll go get you some gas. But no, it's always when you're out and something away from home. You ain't looked at a street sign. You don't know where the fuck you are.
right. You know, just
Uh,
basic tools in there to work on the car for one, and then the
right.
knowledge on how to do it if you needed to, and then on top of that, like for instance, what if you had to leave the car behind and keep on walking? It's like
Right. Then that happened to me one time, and I kept to this. I remember I was just going. It was maybe less than maybe 10 minutes at the most into the suburbs, and I thought it was cold as fuck outside. But I thought, hey, I'm in a warm car. I got a t-shirt on. I put like a jacket on over it, and it was super cold. Just to run to the car, showing up, the car fucking breaks down. And I froze, and I was like, I'll never do it again. Now I don't do that shit. I don't give a fuck if I'm going to the corner store. I put on layers.
right.
All right, hold on. Let me take this shirt. I was getting hot. I ain't gonna be able to hear you.
Yeah, I had to take the view of the fire away because actually my phone went dead on me because I ran out of battery. And I was like, "Oh shit! I didn't even notice I
Yeah,
was
they
getting
get
low on battery." So I had to come
hot
in the
as
house and put it on charge and shit. So
yeah. Let's see if
I
my
ain't got
shit
I
charges.
ain't got the image of the fire anymore.
Right.
It
I
was
ain't
nice sitting out
noticing.
there. I like sitting out there by that fire, man. It's nice.
Out there at Colorado, we did a lot of that too, and we had a lot of times when we would cook out there too. A lot of times we cook, or just sit around a fire pit. My first S'more was I don't know, a few years ago in Colorado. I never had one. Everybody was tripping. It was at an Airbnb with all the auditors, Tom Seaver and them. Laura Sharp is the one who made the s'more for me. Laura Sharp did.
I
She's
still
like,
got
what?
some deer sausage in the freezer to cook up.
Ah, love that shit, bro.
I'm
If you
telling you,
make
man,
it
it's some
right,
good.
that shit's
I mean,
good.
yeah, because I mean, what I was doing is like mixing in with my spaghetti sauce and stuff like that, and it's good.
Right. I know there's different ways to season it and make it taste different. I don't remember, this was years ago, but man, this chick at breakfast had every kind of sausage and chicken wing. I was like, oh my God, you went all out, and what kind of meat is this? She was like, it's all venison, except for the chicken wings. I was like, and they all tasted different. I'm like, are you shitting me? She was like, yeah, no, seriously. She said, did you see that deer head in the garbage? It wasn't a garbage, in a, what do you call it? 55-gallon drum, whatever she would have called it. It wasn't used for garbage. But yeah, it was an antlered head up there, sticking out the top of the drum. That's what she'd call it, a drum, probably. Yes, they had actually, shot it, cooked it, dressed it, cooked it, and made all sorts of different shit up out of it. That was just normal, man.
Hey, yeah, and Survival, I mean, I know you do a lot of fishing and stuff, but do you prefer the saltwater versus the freshwater?
No, neither. Both the same to me. I get more of a haul doing saltwater fishing than I do
Yeah.
freshwater. Freshwater is just, you got a small area compared to saltwater. Everything's coming in and coming out with every tide. So like,
Yeah.
Are you
So I
saying
gotta-
you fish for numbers in some way?
yeah, as a prepper, I stock up my deep freeze and
Okay,
we eat our food and stuff, just
I
like
got
hunting and
you.
everything else.
Yeah, you
So
so you,
I
you
don't
I
fish
get it.
for fun.
I get it. I get it. I get it. All right.
Yeah, I mean, sitting out on that damn bridge all fucking night, I'm telling you.
I love it.
Sometimes
I got
it gets cold here in Florida, believe it or not.
it does. I just left there. It was freezing. Well, a couple months ago, before the last trip with you, Annika, I was down there in Galveston, and man, it had got super fucking cold down there, man.
No,
And
yep.
and we was on the beach every day and every night. It got like super cold. I was wearing 2 hoodies and shit.
Shoot, if it
Yeah.
gets below 60 degrees, I'm starting to shiver, dude.
Yeah.
That's just the way I am, though.
I'm the same way, man. I can't stand the cold, man.
I don't. I like it to be a little cool out there, so I don't have to sweat when I'm trying to sleep. You know what I
Right.
mean? And plus,
That's
I don't.
perfect, actually.
And
like that.
I've been in these 100-degree weather. The
Yeah.
sun being down on top of you.
Yeah.
That's not no fun either. I'm gonna tell you.
You can't sleep. You can't sleep when it's hot. You can sleep when it's cold, as long as you got enough blankets or whatever. But
Yeah.
when it's hot, it's just too uncomfortable.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, are we supposed to get any snow this year? Do you know
I
anything?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, I can't believe Snow even brought a
But
conversation.
this is Florida, brother. There's no telling.
You'll probably get
well,
some sporadic here and there.
Goddamn fucking, there'll be like I don't know, like a cold freeze come from Canada all the way down here. I'm
Well-
like, dude, I don't want any of that snow unless you just put it into my freezer. That's it.
Where
Yeah.
are you on the Florida map? Are you north, south, east, west? Aaron?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm in Panama City, which was just east of where I saw you in Pensacola.
So
I
you're
mean,
north.
I'm only 2 hours
Wait.
away.
You're north then, in the northern
No,
part of
I'm
Florida.
east. I'm east. If you go straight east.
North and east then, because Pensacola is the top.
Yeah, I'm
Then
in the Panhandle. I'm in the Panhandle. Yeah.
All right. And Snooks she says she's in the center.
Yeah, she's closer. She's like the northern part of Orlando, out that direction.
Now, there's something I didn't think of, but I guess it makes sense. That the closer you are to the shore, the worse you get it. But how bad if y'all got hit by the same hurricane over they're traveling across land? How much would it dissipate if you're close? I'm assuming you're closer to the shore.
It depends on how big it is and where it came through. I mean,
Right. Sometimes
my
it
buddy-
goes across
my
the
buddy
whole
John,
thing.
his place. Okay, basically his single wide trailer ended up in the neighbors fucking on top of their house. And
Jesus.
you know, so I mean, and where I'm at now, I got a lot of wind. I have a lot of
Right.
damage from trees falling over. A lot of the pine trees, most of the pine trees in the back forest back there are all snapped like midway and twisted around because when the wind came in, when it came in, it was going one direction, and then when it passed over, it started the opposite direction. So it
Right.
just like it spinned everything in two different
If
directions.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to get an idea how much it breaks up over land. Let's say it come in from the eastern shores and start going over land. At the shore, I'm imagining it's the worst it's going to get, and it dissipates as it goes across. Will it go across the whole state and fuck shit up, or will sometime normally will it dissipate over the state once it leaves the water? I assume it loses its strength.
It depends on the storm itself, just like the one that came up through and tore up North Carolina.
Oh,
That
you're
was the
Yeah.
right.
same
That ain't
storm,
nowhere
and
near as yeah. That was total. That
I
was
was sitting
really
there
bad.
thinking on that level, I was sitting there thinking, well, maybe if it was helped in some directions, it could do all kinds of crazy shit. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
And now we got all the tornadoes that tear off when it goes across the state now, like when it hits Tampa, moves over through Orlando area, all the tornadoes and stuff tear through Ocala and stuff like that now. So
Yeah.
a lot of different things. It just depends on how large it is and how strong.
'Cause I mean, I know there's some bad actors out there fucking around with our weather. You know what I mean?
I knew that's where
So
you
I
were
mean,
going.
if it gets influenced or manipulated, like it's strengthened the storm and pushing is different. I mean, these are things that's a I mean, even that was the Air Force. They admitted in one of their things they will own they will own the weather in 2025. All right, so I mean, I kind of take them at their word. They've got some technology sitting back doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
It said that happened in Saudi Arabia when it had that ridiculous storm, and then they put on their news and they put it out that they had used the same weather modification we shit. They overdid it, and I mean it just flooded everything. And then I don't know, months later they changed it to it was no longer anything to do with weather manipulation. That was interesting.
Well, I mean, if you could do that, who do you blame? It's like, oh, the fucking weather kid took out my house. It's like, who do you blame? You can't blame it if you don't know who's actually manipulating the fucking weather in the first place. If that's all covert, because I'm going to tell you, when the whole so-called shutdown of the government, I didn't see any of those damn streaks going across my skies the whole time. And
Yeah.
then as soon as they reopen, the next thing I know, I start seeing them in the sky again.
I had my ex looking for that. I told her about that shit, and we were only seeing them sporadically. I didn't see them, but she took a couple pictures because I had told her about it. It was like 3 crossing each other as opposed to how it normally light up. And then, sure enough, once it ended, she called and she was like, "Yeah, they're all over the place now." She's in Ohio.
Well, I mean, technically, as far as I know, DeSantis like put it in some kind of law where they wouldn't do that here in Florida.
I think I may have dropped out again.
Yeah, you did.
Oh,
But
we
you,
can.
I can
Oh,
hear
we
you
can.
now.
We can hear you now. Yeah, and see you. Damn.
Or you dropped out. But yeah, I mean, but yet I still see these things in the sky. But the whole time the government was supposedly just shut down or whatever, I had blue skies the whole damn time for weeks.
Yeah, I was looking too, man. I was like, can that be true? I was looking. I was telling other people, man, you notice that fucking chemtrails are gone? So how do we end up doing this, Anarchy? Had me and you alone gonna save the world and stop the hand of oppression. Yeah.
We're gonna single-handedly
Just
fucking
us
save the
two.
world right
Yeah.
here on this live stream, right?
Just
Goddamn it.
us two in the next few minutes. How we gonna possibly do it?
It's all gonna happen, man.
Yeah, we gotta call
So,
Jack Talcott. He'll have an idea. Do you even know who Jack Talcott is? Do you know who Jack is? Yeah, Jack will have some ideas. You gotta talk to Trump, man. We gotta get him on the phone in the next 2 hours if you want to end wars.
Man, see, that's the thing too. It's like, it gets back to that statism scenario. Is it's like that's why I say voting is like insanity, because I mean, it's just doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. That's
Right.
exactly what you're doing when you get down to voting and stuff. All right,
100%. In my entire lifetime, there's been no real difference in real change or anything. And when it's been left and right have both been in charge, no one's giving me my gun rights or changed anything.
I mean, and we're heading straight toward this fucking Agenda 2030 shit, this fucking New World Order crap. It's like, and I mean, seriously, when we were talking about the cops and all that stuff and the National Guard and all that stuff, if it ever got to the point where the cops couldn't take care of it, the fucking National Guard couldn't take care of it, even military help couldn't take care of it, the UN steps in. And if it gets to that point, it's going to be
crazy.
bullets
We
flying.
got UN here, motherfuckers here. By then, I imagine the people that took over. If you got to bring the UN here,
it'll definitely
be killed on the streets.
There'll be some lead being traded for sure if it got to that point.
I see some motherfuckers in Little Village, it's a Hispanic neighborhood where they be stealing a lot of people, but a lot of them game controlled areas and blocks, they won't go down. Even ICE don't fuck around, and then they be talking shit, throwing up gang signs and shit where they sell, but they'll go after some square who's at the job. All right, but you're not gonna go after all the thugs. You're like, fuck you, mother, throwing up the gangs. Fuck ICE.
Well, those motherfuckers, man, they got fucking triggers and shit like that, but they can't fucking hit nothing. Motherfuckers don't know how to shoot a fucking gun. They just sit there and fucking just spray everything. You know what I mean?
I think the contest is how quick you can
bullets
empty
fucking flying and only 2 of them hit. You know what I mean, or something.
I think it's how many you can shoot, not how accurate they are. I think that's
I
the
know
competition.
that, but I mean,
how
that's
many you can dump apparently, because they ain't going for accuracy, bro.
I know, but like for instance, if the UN soldiers started coming in, do they really even have a fighting choice, even though they got fucking triggers and shit? You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, honestly, you got somebody that's a little bit more trained, a little bit more precise. Fucking laying and spraying ain't going to fucking solve nothing if you don't hit nothing.
I absolutely agree with you. But I'm assuming, shit, man. Once the UN make it here because it's desperation, I think we got the numbers. So I don't know. You give them 20 groups, groups of 20 or 30. UN don't travel thick like brigades and shit. Those motherfuckers are gonna have 200 bad aim niggas shooting at them. They still gonna lose.
That's the problem too, man. It's like like I said, that question I asked earlier about if your commander or your boss told you to come to my house and fucking do a mandatory relocation and a weapons confiscation.
Right.
Now, my blood family that I know that are in this military and police department and all that stuff, I've asked them that question. Now, there's 2 answers that it's in my mind, it's either yes or no. Like, will you obey those orders and follow orders and all that shit? All right. It's either yes or no. If it's like a no, we got something to talk about. But if it's a yes, I told him straight up, I don't care if you're blood or not. You're going to be one of the first ones shot as soon as you come across that fence line.
Any hesitation is the same as a yes.
Well, the thing is like that family member, if they decide to do that, they've made the conscious choice to become a traitor to the American people and me being an American person, American man. You know what I mean? He's become that traitor. And honestly, the penalty for traitors.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and that's how I was just putting them to him straight up. Right. I might die in the process, but I'm going to take him out as soon as, if I know my cousin, for instance, was
Yeah.
ordered to do this and he's following these orders, you know, he better, he's already given it up. He's given his life over. You know what I mean? But, you know, I hope it doesn't, see, I think there's so many different ways to rebel and stuff like that, and it doesn't always have to lead to that unless
Right.
it gets to that. You know, it's like being nice until it's not time, until it's time to not be nice. You know what I mean?
It's like the
Um,
shit that's going on with the protesters right now. I've been expecting something violent to happen to them because they've been doing so much violence. At
no,
some point, people are
I
going to
was,
fight back.
I was thinking that was what they were trying to get to happen with the Charlie
Right.
Kirk thing. You know, I
Right.
mean, because they wanted to radicalize the right to where there's violence between the right and the left, and then that would give the government a reason to say, "Oh, we got to start cracking down on this shit." You know, all this violence and all this da 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 da.
The
You know,
Charlie Kirk shit fits. They used it. They got to crack down, and they implemented truce. So I wouldn't
right.
say
Well,
it's out of the question.
well, that's what I'm saying. I was thinking that was what they were trying to do with that, is to radicalize to the point of violence. You know what I
It
mean?
looks like you know, looks like it could have been a part of a plan because Trump sure ushered in a lot of troops and used to justify it as how shooting as how violent the left is and how violent the cities are. We got to send in troops. He certainly used it as a springboard.
Well, that's what I worry about when it comes down to like fertilizing them, and then on top of that, you know, having them scattered all over the place, like you're setting it up for something. You know what I mean? You're setting the playing field. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. You know what I mean? For something that you have planned and for the future, you
So
just
they
need
can
the
send in
infrastructure
troops
already.
all
Yeah,
across the country. If we want
yeah,
to send them in, the first thing we're gonna do is send them into these cities. So we
right,
send the immigrants there, and
right,
then we'll have an excuse to send the military in a
right,
year later.
right, right, right. Exactly.
Uh,
You know, like I said, it's like, okay, if they believe they can suspend our natural rights in an emergency, they'll create an emergency to
they've
suspend those.
proven that they'll
Yeah,
create an emergency,
that's their
right? They've
track
proven
record.
that
That's the
shit,
track record.
right?
So, yo, you know what I mean? Like this could kick off anywhere, you know, at any time. Like it could be in your local grocery store or whatever, you know, it could. This shit all could kick off, but it's not going to be like a all over the place, all over the country. It'd be scattered in different places, you know, just, you know, some of it worse than others. You know what I mean? I might not see very much in my location right off the bat, but it's no time before it comes out of the cities into the rural areas. You know what I mean?
All right. Hey, let me
You
get
know,
off of here, man. I'm getting tired. I think it's really just hot, but I'm about to fall out, man.
right
So
on.
I'm abandoning you, man. It was nice rapping with you, man.
Right on, Joe.
Later.
Well, I appreciate you coming up, man, hanging out. Dude. I really do. You know, and I guess he's out. He fucking- anyway, yeah, do something here. I get it. There you go. Anyway, it's yourselves. You need to save yourselves from their start. People just need to know themselves. They got to know themselves first before they even have any interest in saving themselves. You know, I mean, you know, you get so many fucking, there's all this stupid shit trying to confuse people when it comes down to like, you know, labels of this and that and all this other shit. You know, people don't even know who they are. They have no idea. You know, it's almost like they wear like multiple avatars because they don't really know who they really are. I mean, what's the incentive to save yourself if they don't even know who they are from the beginning? You know, they don't even know their self. There's no incentive. None. Anyway, unfortunately, that's the thing too. It's like, there's so much stuff out there that's bombarding all of us from birth until we die with all this bullshit to tell us who we are. And what expectations that society has for us and all this other shit. I don't know. And it's getting further and further away from actually, people reflecting. Because like when like I said, I've been all over the place. I was homeless for 10 years and all this. I've said it before, but anyway, on my travels, one of my favorite hobbies is to watch people. And I've been a bouncer in a few bars. That was kind of like my job too. You know what I mean? Um, so I learned a lot about people by watching people behave the way they behave. You know what I mean? And quite honestly, it's almost like looking into a mirror. If you got to understand, it's like, when you look at other people, um, what you do not like, what you do like about that person that you're looking at is exactly the same as in your own. What you do and you don't like about that person, you also do and do not like that about yourself. So it's almost like looking into a reflection. And a lot of people don't look at it that way. It's like an avatar. It's a character. It's impersonal. Especially in this computer stuff. It's just like hiding behind keyboard. Um, you know, uh, People. It seems like there's not that much. If I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't seem like that much good physical interactions. And then on top of that, look at what's out there that's people's role models. I mean, that's kind of a lacking thing, I think, in some ways that needs to come back is, bring back, positive role models. You know, boys need positive male role models. Uh, Girls need positive female role models. Um, so, I mean, and just let's make that great again. Let's make that good again. We got all this fucking shit that to subvert us into this communist type of mentality really infuriates me because I mean, it's like from birth till death, you're stuck in this prison, and there's no way out, and I don't like that idea. Um, you know, I'm not I mean, there's things that I can do for myself, but I don't really have that. Let's just say maybe if everything goes good, maybe 20 years left. I'm thinking about generations ahead, hundreds of years. It's like I can just imagine, if the internet is still around and everything still survives and it's still here in 200 years and every bit of the stuff that's being done now is still preserved, people 200 years from now would be going through archives and looking at like, fossil records of our videos on YouTube. Looking at, it's like, oh, look at what they were doing 200 years ago. Here's videos that they did. What they would be thinking of us watching the videos that we make today in 200 years. What do you think their opinion would be of us? What have we left for them as our legacy after we live this life that we're in and we pass away? What for the future that comes beyond are we leaving behind for them? You know what I mean? If they got to constantly fucking fight this system that surrounds us all the time, that's a constant struggle all the time against a very massive foe that's willing to use fucking scorched earth violence on people to get their way. You know what I mean? That's what governments do all through for centuries. That's what governments have done, you know. And their tentacles will reach everything. Doesn't matter if you go living in the woods and stuff like that or whatever. Their tentacles will still reach you. So there's nowhere to go unless we change the thinking in a sense, not, not forcefully, more like, combating an idea with a better idea. We got to come up with better ideas. That's why I think the conversation needs to keep on going, because I know I don't know everything and I don't have all the fucking answers. But if we put millions of heads together trying to find solutions and to all of our fucking problems, and I think all of us together can figure out solutions and remedies, and maybe even invent some new stuff that would help us along. You know what I mean? Because I mean, seriously, that's what it takes. Is getting all our minds on that same type of a goal of freedom for all people, including our own selves. You know what I mean? Everybody should have or born sovereign, free people. But you got these evil people out there that want to suck off of our fucking hard labor and live fat on high on the hog, while they're fucking making the rest of us eat fucking bugs and living off of scraps. Fuck all that shit. I don't like the idea of master slave scenario. I've never liked it. And now it's just in more of a massive scale today versus the plantation back in the day. It's just gotten into a more massive scale, and it's a governmental level. But that's how it's been doing it for centuries. All these people that believe that they are the rulers of kings and queens and monarchs and presidents. You know what I mean? The only problem is that master slave mentality has been ingrained in our DNA for over 3,000 years. So, through many generations, that's all we know. So, there's been very few times where we, as a people on this planet or just in the local area, have, can, um, has has put our heads together to find different ways. You know what I mean? There's alternatives and stuff like that, but you still have to deal with the system in some way or another, and you always have that threat of the system on you. And I think that's the thing. Is like, if we could evolve past this system thing, but it's going to take a lot longer than just, nothing's going to happen overnight, y'all. And there might be some things that are actually happening that could be beneficial in the long run, but I'm not going to be living long enough to see all of it go into fruition. I might be just lucky enough to live long enough to see the beginnings of it turning itself around. You know what I mean? Where, because we're living in an upside down world. We need to turn this thing right back side up. You know what I mean? And it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a while, because it's taken us a while to get where we're at today. And it's taken us a while to get our mentality to this point. I mean, there's very few people out there that have been brought up as free people from the time they were born until the day they die. Very few people out there, especially today. But we're not here. We're not put on this planet to sit here and, work a 40-hour job and fucking pay taxes and die. That's not what we're put on this fucking planet. So, anyway, y'all keep your head on a swivel. fucking stay frosty. Fucking, keep thinking about um, preparing at least. You know what I mean? Um, like I said, I mean, I've said this before. And this is kind of like the hurricane prepper in me also, but this is just a good rule of thumb for all you out there. I mean, and I don't know what you might have in your pantry or in your shelves and stuff like that when it comes out of food, but I would suggest to keep at the bare minimum, 2 weeks worth of food and water, and any means you have at your disposal to protect all that stuff on hand all the time. I've seen this a number of times through different homes and stuff. They don't even have a week's worth of food in their pantry. And that's not good enough if things do get out of hand in certain aspects for either natural or not. Um, it's good to have that stuff because you can't rely on the grocery stores being there, having food, and you can't rely on the dollar store and all this other stuff. Because I mean, if things got too bad after a certain amount of time, there ain't nothing going to be there. So uh, you don't want to be looking for food when it's all gone. And so at the minimum, have 2 weeks food and water, medication if you need it, um, and a means to protect it all. Communication is a good thing too. Um, at least, think about how you're going to, if you wanted to communicate with anybody, if anything did happen like that, how would you do it? These things got to be thought about. Communications. I mean, because it's hard to find hardline, phone booths anymore. So if the cell phones go out, it's not like you can go down to your local phone booth and use the phone to call anybody. Anyway, it's the 1122 Wingnut Radio. And I'm out here for Anarchy Television. And I appreciate all you guys coming in. Everybody was up on panel, Snooks, Joe Cool, Survival Living. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And bearing with me, my phone blacking out a couple of times. Anyway, y'all have a good one out there. 1122 back out.